Hi guys! So I didn't know what time they started, but Lawn Crime says 8:45, and I saw someone's head move past the camera, so we're just gonna go live now. Hey to everybody that's already here, and also if you guys see Fatima Barrett, might sound like a familiar name because she's always in the chat, great friend of the channel, it is Fatima's birthday today. So if we see her this morning, and I don't see her quite yet, but she usually shows up right in the beginning. We'll throw some champagne in the chat, some birthday gifts, some of those confetti emojis, and it'll be a great day. As far as the storm, so guys, if you were in Florida, make sure you're prepped and ready to go. I'm over here on the East Coast. We are very prepared for a power outage. We've got tons of candles, tons of backup water. I think we are locked and loaded, ready to go. And we should be good over here on the East Coast. So if you guys are anywhere else in Florida, now is the time. Bunker down or get out. Because that storm looks like a monster. A little bit of a monster. And good morning. Look at all this love already. Brownie says, hey KNW gang, what's going on with, Huey's mom and sister being arrested for bribery? I mean, you could look a little bit at the storyline if you read the news article about it, but as far as the impact on this case, if it's something that Love is going to want to introduce as some type of intrinsic act, saying it's transactional in some way or some form related to any of the charges in this indictment, we'll have to wait and see if we hear her argue for that today, maybe. Otherwise, it could just be something that Huey's got to deal with. Or really, the mom and sister. Totally missed you. Good to see your dog. Let's see. Oh, Nameless. Good to see ya. Miss B says, see y'all in the morning praying for Florida. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, the rain, it's been rainy all weekend, so the storm is a little bit different than the way Helene came. Helene kind of like went up. Milton's like, we just want to give Florida, the whole state, a giant water hug. Let's see. One happy white girl says, good morning all. Can't wait to see what craziness the state has for today. And guys, if you missed it yesterday, or you missed Doug's interview with Inside the Law on Phil Holloway's show, Doug said, look, we're calendared to have these argument days. Thursday, Wednesday, but we're not sure about Friday. And I'm waiting to see if there's control over the time in the courtroom, or if we end up needing Friday as a third day to deal with evidentiary arguments, whatever, because we can't stop arguments after rulings have been made. And if you were busy yesterday, you might have missed it. Love filed 2 single paragraph, I think one of them was 1 sentence. They might have both been 1 sentence. Motions. The first was to ask the judge, it was a motion in limine, asking the judge to stop the defense from lodging 403 objections and allow the state to fully present their case. Now, Whitaker has already discussed that and gave her ruling. She said flat out, I'm not going to prevent you from presenting your case. And that's not good enough for Love, apparently. So that's something that Love wants to argue today and tomorrow. The second was about Exhibit 528 Yankee. That is the exhibit with Michael Sprinkle, where the comment contained a phone number, and Love misrepresented her intent and what she planned to ask Sprinkle at the bench with Judge Whitaker, started questioning Sprinkle, and asked those very same questions she said she would not ask. And we had all that fallout where a lot of people were hoping that that would finally be the moment for a mistrial. So there's a new motion asking Judge Whitaker to reconsider her ruling there. So, waiting to see how today starts, waiting to see if Whitaker has seen those 2, and if maybe it impacts her demeanor today. Because if I was a judge, and you filed 2 motions last minute, when you have all this other homework on your plate that should have been addressed in writing with case law back in August, and you want to file these 2 last minute things, a paragraph each from something that happened last week, where I already made my ruling on both, I would not be a happy camper with you today, personally. So, on a more positive note there, good morning to Landon's Mobile. Good morning to Dreads and Tats. Hey to TSC, good to see ya. I see the he cooking emojis going. Oh, okay, so there is this is what you're talking about. There is a national jury scam. So we got to watch out for that. Scammers are like kind of crazy with how sophisticated and convincing they can get. So always question everything, especially if someone's asking for your information. Mr. Collins, good to see you. Space Mom says, let the boxing rounds begin. Space Mom, I hope you are taking care out here in Florida. Staying dry. Nina says, good morning, everyone. I'm ready to see what Love and the Judge have to say. Slime Nation. Yep, I'm excited too. And Doug has the day off, so I think he said Katie Hingerty will be in his place today. But Doug was supposed to file, he said he wanted to file a response to the 403 motion in limine that Love filed yesterday. It doesn't always come up on the portal right away, but let's see if we have that yet. Because he won't release, and this is great for him to do, I applaud him for it, but he won't release it until it's actually acknowledged as received by the court. Let me see if I can find that in another window, and we can take a look at that. But it's just insane to me. Like, we're so far behind. This is going to be day 141. And Love spent her time filing 2 single paragraph motions, really asking the judge to walk back something she said last week. And let's see, Diamante Kendrick, no S. Anything new? And the portal I have to use is super slow. I'll just sit here spinning forever and ever. But it's the only one that lets me buy the documents. So, nope, we don't have his response yet. So, well, actually, maybe. Yeah, we do. Okay. All right, so let me toggle back here and I'll buy it. And if they start at 9 a.m., we should be able to read it. It's only a page and a sentence on the second page. Doug said he would keep it short, so. Buy this. Let me get you a Google link in case you guys want the document. I like how the document by default was just called Objections. I don't know if that's the clerk or what, but there. Anyone that can view. All right, so here's what we're going to read right here. And if court starts in the next 2 seconds, we'll catch up, you guys. But this is Diamante Kendrick's opposition to state's motion in limine that was filed yesterday to allow the state to present all relevant evidence to the jury and to deny defendant objections to the presentation of relevant evidence on the basis that said evidence is a, quote, waste of time. And we have a footnote here. And now this title, if you missed it, besides this opposition, this was pretty much the title of the motion itself. So this footnote says, wow, that is really a mouthful. Doug! Oh my gosh, Doug gave us a footnote. Oh my gosh. Put an M in the chat for mouthful. Doug. Oh my gosh, hold on. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm sharing this on X. That is hilarious. That is exactly what I needed this morning. The defendant, Diamante Kendrick, by and through his undersigned counsel, without waiving any other rights to which he is entitled, files his opposition to state's motion in limine to allow the state to present all relevant evidence to the jury and to deny defendant's objections to the presentation of relevant evidence on the basis that said evidence is a waste of time. That is a mouthful, stating the following. In a surprisingly succinct and efficient bit of lawyering from the state, because it was only one paragraph, the state requests that this honorable court deny all future defense 403 objections regarding the state presenting relevant evidence that is a waste of time. The state cites neither statute, case law, nor the highest law of the land, according to the state, Carlson on evidence, which is the state's favorite book to cite, to support its position that the court take up the challenge of overriding the edicts of the Georgia legislature, along with virtually every other legislative and judicial body in our nation, by ignoring OCGA 24-4-403. So that's the rule itself. While the state's motion genuinely merits no response, the filing of its frivolous motion may indicate that the state plans some form of carpet bombing of additional, pointless, cumulative evidence clearly excludable under Rule 403. C for carpet bombing. I think you gotta be careful with that in the YouTube chat. They might not like that phrase. And is laying down some type of suppression fire through this motion. Therefore, undersigned counsel feels compelled to object. Ironically, the state's motion is a perfect example of the need for this honorable court to weigh in on the state wasting time of all involved in the present case by barring otherwise relevant evidence that is a waste of time under Rule 403. In a sense, the motion needs no opposition, as the motion itself serves as its own evident opposition. Oh, that is scathing. Wherefore, Mr. Kendrick respectfully requests that this honorable court deny the state's motion to bar ever ruling for the defense in future Rule 403 objections. This, the 8th day of October, 2024, respectfully submitted, Douglas Weinstein. Man, shout out to Doug. Shout out to Doug. Ah, this is so great. I love this footnote. I want to frame this. You know, when Doug's on an interview, people always ask him about the painting behind him. I just want a sticker that says, wow, that's really a mouthful. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we gotta. Oh man. Oh my goodness. We're just. Oh, what a day. What a day. Is Doug in here? Shout out to Doug. It is Doug's day off. Well, he's not in court for YSL, but I'm sure he's dealing with a million other things he's got to get done. So shout out to Doug. I got to look for you in the chat if you are in here. And also, I see Fatima Barrett. Happy birthday, Fatima. Fatima is finally in here. You guys make sure you throw all of those birthday emojis in the chat for Fatima. What a way to start the day. Let me get this law and crime feed back up. Nothing's happening yet, but Oh, I'm so excited to start the day this way. M for mouthful, you guys are so hilarious. Anthony says, freaking love Doug. Hey, Knock Andrew. Look at all the M for mouthful. Got the Doug emojis going. Got Earless Donkey in the chat, dropping an M. Got Mixed Chick. Bazzy says, let's go, Doug. Fallon says, Doug is so petty. And I think this is a petty with a bit of endearment to it. Heck yeah, Kadira043 says, Mel/I'm not a lawyer did an amazing job breaking down the timeline of the phone calls surrounding the Donovan Thomas murder. And what I think is really unfortunate, or maybe unstrategic for the state, I mean, I don't know if they knew that they'd have this gap of time off. They should have known that this week was evidence and holidays. They ended up getting Agent Bernie on the stand and have his direct testimony cut off. And I think it's some of the more important stuff. It's the, right after Donovan Thomas was murdered, these people are all calling each other. That might be a little suspicious. But Mel lined all of that stuff up yesterday. I believe it's pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. So if you guys want to toggle over there, bookmark that, save it to watch. Great, great watch. We had a great time over there. Also, a ton of love in here. I'm That Queen sending $4.99. Thank you so much, and good to see ya. My Military Mind, are you in Tampa? I hope you're like inland. Please tell us you're inland. My Military Mind says trying to enjoy until power goes out in Tampa. Now, I feel like you probably have a generator and you've prepped. I hope you're inland. I hope you're inland. I hope everything goes well for you. I love watching like the storm weather channels. Like yesterday, I think I was in Ryan Hall, y'all, and I saw MG Law in the chat. You know, Ryan Hall has like over 100,000 people in their live chat when they cover these storms. Like it just like, it's like a tornado of its own in that chat. And I saw MG Law in there, but I was watching that yesterday, and they've got me scared for Sarasota, for Tampa, really everything along that coast. So I hope you're inland. I hope you're doing well, my Military Mind. And I hope we keep you entertained and you get power for a long time. AI Design says, let's hoping everyone is safe. Yes, everyone, you know, thoughts to everybody on the west coast of Florida today. And still thoughts with people in, you know, it's not really just parts of North Carolina. From my understanding, there's still people in Georgia dealing with floods from Limine.
Good morning. Everybody can be seated.
Oh, we got a squeak already, you guys. Hold on now. And thank you so much, AI Designs. It was good to see you in other channels this week, too.
A lot of issues to get through on our non-jury days for the next few days. Take the easy ones first.
The easy ones? Are we going to get the short ones?
State's motion in limine about overruling whatever objection the defense might ever offer to evidence on the basis of 403 waste of time and the defense response in opposition there too. I am ruling for the defense on that one for all of the reasons stated in Mr. Weinstein's response in opposition.
Ooh, all of the reasons.
Takes care of that one. The motion in limine by the state to revisit the court's ruling excluding State's Exhibit 52AY. I have considered that, and I will not be changing my ruling on that. The couple of uncharged post-indictment intrinsic acts that were still outstanding. I've got one question on the circumstance that involved Mr. Ryan and the fight. One, and I can't remember which co-defendant, but there was a co-defendant who entered a guilty plea and attested to a conversation having been had about protecting a YSL member in the jail and hurting somebody else. What was that about? Do y'all remember that? And did that have anything to do with this? Or were those unrelated?
That was before this.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the court has determined that neither the Ryan situation nor the alleged passing of percocet to defendant Williams in court meet the requirements to be an intrinsic act, and
wow,
so I
win
am
for the defense
not going
all
to
day.
admit either of those. And I've also reconsidered, thought again about my ruling out the Stillwell situation of some contraband being in his cell, and I'm going to stand on my ruling with regard to that as well.
Just laying it down. This is great.
One question I saw in my notes. something about the search for Attorney Johnson, the search of Attorney Johnson's laptop, and something that Defendant Williams had requested with regard to that. Can you, Mr. Steele, refresh my memory on what that was about?
Yeah, this is a throwback.
Yes, can I have just 1 second?
Sure.
Your Honor.
Yes.
The court. And good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning.
Good morning to everyone. Can I make a statement to the court without the prosecutors here and without the media, so it would be on a sealed record? And then if you believe it should not be sealed, obviously I will repeat it, or you can have Ms. Winfrey read it back. But I believe that in an abundance of caution.
Come on up.
Okay.
Right, so they are approaching. Guys, what a start to the morning. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't expect kind of like a blanket, like all of these outstanding things, pretty much, a lot of them already. Whitaker just came out the gate and said, denied for the state, denied for the state, denied for the state. She also gave us, and it's in dicta, right? It was just a commentary. She said for all of the reasons Doug listed in his motion in response to the 403 motion in limine. That itself is a gem. Not only am I denying your motion state, but I'm agreeing with each of the reasons Doug stated. And a lot of the reasons Doug stated in what we just read were very sharp. Were a little bit tongue-in-cheek. And Whitaker just says, for all of the reasons. Oops to the state. Oh, man. Cash Money Cass, if you just got here and you missed it, Doug filed a response last night to the state's motion in limine on the 403. I didn't realize Doug had posted it, so I'm just going to link in the chat. Thank you, good thing you're pretty. I saw you share the link. If you want to check out his response really quick, it's just over a page long. But Whitaker agreed with all of it and denied the state's motions in limine filed yesterday. Filed 2 days ago. No, they were filed yesterday. So that is a time. Oh, sorry about the captions. I will move them up. My bad. And yeah, the judge is doing the carpet bombing on her own. But that's the thing. You file a motion like that. 2 motions. That could have altered Love's decision to do that yesterday, and we talked about it a bit. We did a very short stream to read those 2 motions yesterday, and we talked about that. It could affect the way Whitaker approaches this whole day, everything that we're about to see here. And sure enough, she comes right out the gate. She's like, we're going to deal with the easy ones quick. No, 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 and no. So, just poor strategy on Love. And it's like, did she feel compelled to file that for personal reasons? Her personal feelings? I don't know. Big shout out here to Apun and Woo giving us 10 gifted memberships. You guys know the drill. And Apun and Woo makes it easy. You could just put an AA in the chat. Show some love to Apun and Woo. Very, very generous of you. And again, guys, if you just got gifted a membership, you now have custom emojis, including the Doug emoji. So drop them away. Carpet bomb the chat with the channel emojis.
All right, so I appreciate that. Mr. Steele, and that can be sealed to the extent this record ever goes anywhere.
Oh, what? Hold on, we're pausing McPauserton. Whitaker has several times said, you know, this is something that you could argue on appeal. If it gets there, if it gets to an appeal. But now what she just said there, she mentioned the record, the volume, something that you need if you take an appeal. And now she's saying, if it ever gets there, if it ever gets to appeal. I think the tide is turning a little bit, at least for today, for Whitaker.
All right, I know that there are some things outstanding that concern Mr. Ryan, and there's been a request that that be handled tomorrow instead of today. That's fine. So I'll set that aside for now.
Abbasi probably had a conflict.
I appreciate everybody submitting case law on the issue of whether the RICO conspiracy can be established based on an overt act that's not alleged in the indictment. Frankly, it's a lot of stuff to read, and since some of the submissions were late last night, or, you know, basically all throughout the day yesterday, I have not read all of that, so we'll take that up at some other time, and that's really more of an end of trial issue for us anyway. Okay. I think we're ready to argue and consider the motion in limine. What was it, 62, I guess? All right.
He looks kind of tan. Like he enjoyed his
Got me,
free
Quick.
time.
Yes.
Free time.
Thanks.
Your Honor, I just handed this honorable court and the parties, although I ran out of copies, I just gave it to Mr. Matthews. The case I cited in motion limiting number 62, Ebersole, E-B-E-R-S-O-L-E versus State. It's 371 Georgia Appeal, 520. It's in Division 1C as in Colette. It's 901 Southeast 2D, 572, 2024 case. And Your Honor, what happened in our case previously, and I understand this honorable court was not with us, but the prosecution through ATF agent Racy was testifying. He was at one time with Cobb County Police Department, and he was the lead detective on a case against Mr. Jimmy Winfrey, and that is in Cobb County case number 15-9-2765. And he was asked by Prosecutor Hilton about a jail call. And the jail call had something to the effect of, when Mr. Winfrey comes home, he will be given a Porsche and $250,000. It was something to that effect. And Ms. Hilton then asked Detective Racy, within approximately a month from that time, that jail call that the jurors just heard, did in fact Mr. Winfrey enter a guilty plea? I objected. That guilty plea was vacated and found to be coerced by the Georgia Supreme Court in Winfrey, W-I-N-F-R-E-Y versus State, 304 Georgia, 94, 816 Southeast 2D, 613, 2018. And it says specifically in that case that that guilty plea is void, is null, and cannot be used for any purpose. We approached the predecessor judge, and he said he didn't know about that case. It's all on the record. It was at the bench. And I said, well, here's the site. And he said, well, I'm not going to read it. And I said, well, I'm going to cross him on it, and I'm going to subpoena the lawyers. And I put them on my witness list who entered that plea. And I have a certified copy of the Supreme Court opinion vacating it, and this predecessor judge said I couldn't do any of that. Ms. Hilton then came back to the podium and asked Agent Racy a next series of questions. Well, was that plea, for whatever reason, vacated, and a short time later did Mr. Winfrey enter a guilty plea? I again objected. I was not allowed to go into it. The essence of this motion, number 62 of Mr. Williams, is I believe that that's already a constitutional violation, so it has to be harmless beyond a reasonable doubt. because,
Was there any kind of instruction
no,
given? Okay.
no, it was, I can't cross on it, Mr. Matthews can't cross on it, we were all barred, and it came out
Interesting
that way that
question
Mr. Winfrey pled
from
guilty.
Whitaker.
And this dealt with the April 26, 2015 tour bus shooting of a gentleman named Dwayne Carter. He's a phenomenal artist, musical artist, known as Lil Wayne. So the state gets that in. Now, the predecessor judge did keep out the indictment on my objection because the indictment names as co-conspirators, unindicted co-conspirators, Mr. Williams in that event, and it was a RICO count. The further objection was that Mr. Winfrey, he didn't really plead guilty. This is the most favorable Alford plea, and I attached it to Mr. Williams' number 62 that, that I have seen where the predecessor judge specifically, excuse me, not the predecessor judge, Judge Staley, it's S-T-A-L-E-Y, and it's Staley Clark, C-L-A-R-K, Cobb County Superior Court. She specifically acknowledges that this is not a guilty plea. This is a best interest plea. He's not entering admission of guilt. The Honorable Steve Sadow, which is Steve, S-T-E-V-E, and Sadow is S-A-D-O-W, was the lawyer. He specifically said that we are doing this just because it's been 5 years and Mr. Winfrey wants to get out of custody. And I attached that, and I have a certified copy of that Alford plea. Anyway, the way it came in was so wrong, and we had cases that we were citing to the predecessor judge explaining that a person who's not testifying, the fact that they pled guilty, people plead guilty for any numerous reasons, should not be allowed to come in against Mr. Williams and the others here. So going forward, I put this on this court, honorable court's radar, because it is my belief and understanding, and if it's not going to happen, that's great, that Mr. Kendrick has pled guilty to being in a criminal street gang, specifically YSL, when he was with Mr. Martinez-Arnold. Martinez-Arnold is going to be a witness, but he did not plead guilty to that charge. And it's my understanding that the state intends to have an exhibit, a certified copy of the guilty plea of Mr. Kendrick. And that should not come in against Mr. Williams or any of the other people here for the same reason.
Let me stop and ask the state, is your position that it comes in against anybody other than Mr. Kendrick?
Of course it is.
I don't believe that a certified copy of Kendrick's conviction would be admissible against another defendant besides Kendrick. And additionally, we intentionally did not tender the certified for Jimmy Winfrey.
For Mr. Winfrey?
Correct.
Yeah.
The court did not preclude us. We did not tender it.
Right. Okay, so is it the state's position that not the certified copy of the conviction, but the fact of Mr. Kendrick pleading guilty to, it was gang activity and the gang being YSL? What's the state's position on that with regard to that information coming in on anybody else?
I think that his guilty plea, the fact of his guilty plea is admissible against him, and I don't believe that it's admissible in normal cases against anyone else. In this circumstance, I also don't believe that it is. At this time, I don't believe the cases that I've read suggest that it would not be admissible against another defendant. That's
all right. I mean, I think that's generally correct. So I think I've mentioned before needing a limiting instruction And I know we're not quite at that stage yet, but I don't know when you intend to introduce that. And,
Not for the next 2 weeks, I believe.
okay, well, can you go ahead and be trying to put together whatever appropriate limiting instruction there would be? And then I would think that the position of both the defense and the state would be the same with regard to Mr. Ryan's murder jury verdict.
Right. Well, yeah, I know that the court, I know we addressed it last week, and I was saying that I was looking into that. So I don't have anything to counter the position that it's only admissible against Ryan. I don't have anything to
All
counter
right.
that position yet.
So we'd need a similar limiting instruction for that. Let me ask the defendants, with regard to whatever information did come in on Mr. Winfrey having pled, that having been overturned somehow, and then him having pled again, there was no information in front of the jury that it was an Alford or a best interest plea?
That's true.
Okay. We've obviously introduced that concept to this jury at this point. Does the defense want me to instruct sometime at the end of the case that, hey, with regard to what you heard about Mr. Winfrey's plea, that was also a best interest plea, and so the same things apply?
Yes, and I intend to
Okay.
call the, in my case in chief, I updated my witness list. The
Okay.
lawyer at the first one, when it was coerced by the court, and that's why it wasn't knowingly, freely, and voluntarily given, and then call Mr. Sadow.
All right, well, I don't know that we're going to be doing all of that, because if it is before the jury that the other one was overruled, then the other one really doesn't need to be taken into consideration.
It was not before the jury, the other one's overruled. And please, we have to look at the transcript.
Okay.
But it was something to the effect of, later, for whatever reason, a short while later, did he re-enter his guilty plea?
Okay, well, maybe we will get the necessary information to the jury without having to do it through a couple of witnesses. Maybe y'all could work on a stipulation. Why don't y'all make efforts to work on a stipulation that would cover that?
Also, Your Honor, there was the
two of
matter
them?
of the playing of Mr. Zachary's 2017 interview by Mr. Williams. Your Honor, if I am not mistaken, that the portions that were played included a reference by Mr. Zachary to the fact that Mr. Winfrey had entered that guilty plea. If I am wrong, I accept that, but my memory is that from the time that it was first broached way back when, earlier this year in April, or whenever it was, and now Defendant Williams actually introduced the fact of the guilty plea by Mr. Winfrey through cross-examination of one of the state's witnesses. In playing a video, the witness that was being interviewed actually talked about that guilty plea.
Well, that may be, but regardless, we need the correct information in front of the jury, so.
Can I just make a statement on that? Is that okay?
Yeah.
So I do believe that Mr. Zachary said that Mr. Winfrey pled guilty. But, to say that I somehow then introduced that concept, I'm dealing with a fact that already came out
It
before the
already
jury.
come out, right.
So I don't think that
Okay,
holds much weight.
yeah, but I would like for y'all to try to figure out a stipulation that will cover what the situation was, and then I'll give an instruction about that having ultimately been a best interest plea.
Okay.
Okay.
When I say okay, I still intend to call the witnesses, but I will follow your direction.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that's what's necessary, that's what's necessary, but I don't believe it should ultimately be necessary. I think there ought to be a stipulation that could be worked out, and if it's not a stipulation, then no, you can just propose what the stipulation would be, and I'll take it from there, maybe.
Okay.
Okay, all right,
Thank you.
okay. So,
And this is a better flow of what, like, motions, arguments, evidentiary arguments should look like. You make the argument, you give an opposition, or, like, Love wasn't really opposing. She was kind of more clarifying her intent. We'll see if that's actually going to pan out the way she says in 2 weeks.
so on,
But this is how it should go.
on motion in limine 61, there was one part that was still outstanding, which was the issue of the text messages that are captured through the wiretap, and there's, I guess, a best evidence objection to that. So what's the state's intent on that?
With respect to the text messages in the wiretap are as they were sent through the carrier. So,
Okay, and which carrier? Have we already had all of the various carriers come in and
I think it's
certify?
It's Verizon, and no one has talked about the wiretap evidence yet. That has not been broached yet.
Well, I'm broaching it now
No,
because
I mean
it's in
through a-
this, it's in this motion in limine.
Through a witness in front of the jury, that's what I meant.
Okay, so those records then, we haven't had a business representative come in and
Correct.
say anything about those records. But are they going to ultimately?
We have a business record, I think.
Okay.
Just 1 second. What we have on our,
Between Peter Ortiz and Stephen T. Satchel here, and the phrase of the day is carpet bombing. I gotta be careful. I know YouTube's gonna get me for that. But that's the phrase of the day because of Doug's
we have
motion.
a
Holy moly.
witness, the T3 custodian, the wiretap custodian, who will be addressing the content or the wiretap issues in the system and the way that the information is captured.
When you say, just for clarification, Your Honor, when you say the wiretap custodian, who are you referring to?
Who?
Mr. Scherer, S-H-E-R. S-C-H-E-R-E-R.
Okay. And, okay, so he'll testify to how it gets captured, and is he going to be able to certify that it's accurate?
Yeah, I believe he will, just as much
Okay.
as, yes, I believe that that will be satisfied with that witness. Additionally, when we are, I believe that I understood the question last week to deal with not the text message box per se, but the one up under it, which was the notes, I think. And I don't recall if that was something that I misunderstood, but there's a portion of that wiretap that has sort of an interpretation, the listener's interpretation of what was heard. That's not what we're trying to introduce. It's just the content of the actual text message box.
Okay. So is there anything else I need to entertain with regard to that?
I don't believe so, but I'll let counsel speak for themselves.
Defense counsel?
So, Your Honor, I spoke with the Honorable Mr. Atkins and he was going to
Honorable
verify.
Atkins.
But my belief, and I need verification, is that if I was being wiretapped and I'm sending the Honorable Carlton Matthews a text message, I'll meet you tomorrow at the Braves game, it is not collected the way I sent it. So it's somebody, the sworn person who is on the team, who's allowed to be a listener or a reader of the contents of the wiretap, would then read that, and they put in the line sheet, Brian Steele's text was to Carlton Matthews, I'll meet you at the Brave game tomorrow. If that's the way it is, I'm objecting, because then it's not the original. And then I want to know what you just said, if they can lay a foundation that they have the original text message, or Verizon, it was over my objection last time, but they kept it accurately in the course of business. I'll waive this objection, but I do need Ms.
Okay.
Atkins, who's been nothing but great always. He said that, unless he found it out now, he said that he would make sure which way it is. If it's
Okay.
an actual replica or if it's a human being.
Sure.
And that's
Yeah,
my
that would
issue.
definitely be kind of a different circumstance.
And we verified, Your Honor. So with the T3 system, Your Honor, the there's two boxes. There's a text message box and a synopsis box. In the text message box, that is the text message that came in through the phone. Our understanding is while you're in the wire room, you can either accept or not accept it. So you can either accept it as it comes in or not accept it and it won't show up. But the person viewing the wiretap cannot manipulate the text message box. The other box is their own notes. And
That's the notes
That's the
box.
notes, and we're gonna try to show you an example. We were trying to find an example with both, but we can share the
Okay.
screen.
Well, y'all don't, do I understand you to be saying that the state does not intend to even try to introduce anything from the notes synopsis section boxes?
Correct.
But only from the text message boxes, which are supposed to be a verbatim capture of the text?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
That foundation laid, yes.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there was a kind of overlapping with regard to Summer Good, a motion in limine 63, and then a Stillwell motion that covered some of the same potential evidence. Are we ready to go through that? And it sounds like there's agreement as to some things, and some things need to be litigated.
Your Honor, I don't know if it needs to be litigated today. I think that it is, once Ms. Good takes a stand, if we lay the proper foundation, there'll either be a foundational objection or not, but we agree generally with both motions that anything that is speculation, anything that is hearsay, we do not intend to get in with Ms. Good.
Okay.
However, if there is, I think there might be disagreement on her knowledge of Mr. Williams. The state would intend to lay a foundation before we get into that question.
Okay.
But I don't think it's anything we can litigate until she
Okay.
takes a stand.
All right. And so this kind of summary sheet that's discussion on motion in limine 63, motion in limine re Summer Good, that's pretty much what we might be litigating or what foundational issues there might be.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so we'll just come back to that. All right, and then we have a, basically supplement, a motion and supplemental motion, joint motion to exclude evidence that y'all have also run down what you agree to and what you don't agree to. The things that there is no agreement on right now, is that something we can litigate today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, let's turn to that then. And would it be helpful to access the Dropbox for that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think she's.
And look how quick the media pool was to
Link
mute
was
out that hot
sent
mic.
October 8th at 11:36 by Mr. Adkins. Or y'all may have it before then as well.
And, Your Honor, just to be clear, when, for example, if that motion, paragraph 3 in that Dropbox link, they follow the same numbering. So the
Okay.
court, counsel should all be able to easily find what we're addressing because the
Okay.
numbering is identical to Mr. Steele's motion.
All right. Well, I don't know where it is. I know I got it, but
I am loving this media pool. They are not playing any games with this. And I'm also loving you guys are dropping gifts left and right here. We had some big drops. We had some sniping going on. We had Stephen T. Satchel dropping one. Two Souls for You said, I'm going to slime somebody too. Squirrel Brain says, I'm going to slime somebody 3. Love to see it. Love to see it. And it's always so fun. You guys always just adopt the welcome to the gang co-conspirator language when someone gives a membership. So it's always a good time. TSC said, I'm going to gift one. Thank you so much, TSC. And Tofo says, you've said already, but why so many non-jury days? I think that this was pre-planned to make sure they get through some motions and evidentiary issues before like a next tranche of witnesses takes a stand. So I think it's something that helps in a trial of this size that was disorganized and things weren't tied up with a neat bow before the trial started. It's a good way to kind of get this stuff done before the jury's time is actually wasted, which we still see a lot of time wasted with the jury present. Hopefully that continues to tighten up. And then the days where there's no court at all, there's been holidays and closures because of the hurricane
Alright, I
last week.
guess.
So
we will, if everybody's got the link up, we can just start at the beginning with item number 1. All right, and what's the relevance purpose of image 623?
I think this is stuff they want to bring in through summer good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this MS-623 is a gun that was found underneath a mattress when one of the co-conspirators, Antonio Sumlin, was arrested in the May or April of 2022, Your Honor. And we believe that this picture is relevant to show that this, one of the YSL co-conspirators, the nature of this enterprise. One of the things that we allege in our preamble to the indictment is that YSL maintains armed individuals ready and willing to preserve, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise. And the fact that he had this gun in the bedroom that he was in underneath his bed, we believe is relevant to show that.
All right. And who's going to be arguing these for the defense? Sure, I mean, that's fine. All right, whomever is going to take this portion.
Your Honor, it was explained in our case law that our gang statute was modeled after our RICO statute. And I cite the case to the court, and I did not bring extra copies. I apologize. Alexander, Alexander versus State. It's 371 Georgia Appeal, 532. It's in Division 2, 901 Southeast 2D, 584, 2024 case. And what our second highest court explains is that it is essential that the state, I'm quoting, demonstrate that the commission of the predicate act was intended to further the interests of the gang. So this is a gang count, and the appellate court held that just doing some crime or having some gang paraphernalia, or in this case a gun under the bed, that's not enough to say that this furthers the interests of the gang. There's no nexus. And here, the state has continually put into evidence people associating with other people. This is Mr. Sumlin, correct? Who I believe is going to testify.
Okay.
And the fact that he has drugs or guns or slogans of violence, I'm not saying he does, but you have to show that somehow that gun or that act somehow affected and there was a nexus to the trial that's going on. The state has other pictures of him with guns, so I also say it's cumulative and unnecessary evidence. But that's my argument.
All right.
Can we get a site again, Your Honor? Can we get
The site to Alexander?
Yeah, 371 Georgia at 532.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, we don't have any other pictures of Mr. Sumlin with guns that we intend. Sorry, if you can hear me, I'm sorry. We don't have any other, and I'm just confirming, but I don't believe we have any other pictures of Mr. Sumlin with guns. This is the only picture we have, and that's because he was arrested with this. Again, the weapon was underneath his mattress when he was arrested.
All right, well, I mean, it's ultimately a jury determination whether they believe that he had this gun to further gang purposes. But I think in terms of what needs to be shown for the state to secure its admission, that's been satisfied. So to the extent you do not have pictures of him with guns already, then I would admit it. But if you do, then I'm going to exclude it as cumulative.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, and then subfolder 3, I guess.
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you guys think about Whitaker saying, well, the one reason isn't good, but the other is?
His various tattoos.
Yes, Your Honor, and we actually narrowed down the pictures. So the numbers that are listed, Your Honor, in our synopsis, those 10 pictures
Okay.
show specific tattoos on his person, which are different tattoos that we believe are relevant. So one tattoo has YSL, another tattoo has slime-like with a snake. Another tattoo has the 5-point star. Another has a tattoo of a die or two
A what?
dice
Okay.
with 5, but up the black dots. And let's see. So
So that's 5. What are the other 5?
other tattoos. So one has the number 5 with a fire. Again, we believe that 5 signifies blood. That that he's a member of the Bloods.
Okay, so why don't you pick one of the 5 tattoos and whichever one of those. So dice, fire, plain 5, y'all pick one.
But they're all different symbols.
I
of
know,
different-
I understand.
Okay, so you want for the representation of 5, you want to pick one thing that represents 5?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. The other ones have Macon and Cleveland, which is him talking about Cleveland Avenue, or Cleveland Avenue being Cleveland. So that's not included in the 5 that you're.
That's tell me what tattoo that is. Which image is that? So how about the overall one? Do you need that if you're going to be zooming in on?
The overall, so you can see that it's him in the picture, so that's why we had the overall one.
Okay.
And that picture is taken further away, so you can't.
Okay, well then, do you need the next one then?
So the next one after 641 is 642, where you can, and let me make sure, because it's 642 where you can see the YSL more prominent. Then we move to 643, which he has Haiti Baby, so you can see that more prominent. Then we skip to 648, which is 2 5-point stars in the lower part of his stomach. Then 649 is the 5 with the fire. 652 is the B, which we believe symbolizes blood as well. The B is underneath the beehive, on top of the paw. 654 are additional 5-point stars, specifically 5 5-point stars. 655, it says Macon and Cleveland. 659 is the one with the dice. 665 is Slime Life with the snake. And then that's all the pictures. And originally there were 24 photos, so we narrowed it down from the 24 to the 10.
So it seems to me that if you have in number 1 to show it's him and then number 2, you can see a whole lot of the Haiti Baby and the YSL and all kind of other things just by zooming in on that one.
But in the back, Your Honor, when the jurors have, they won't be able to zoom in on it. They'll be able to see what's in front of them once it's admitted. Yes, we can zoom in on the camera.
So you're gonna, all right. And who's gonna testify to this?
He's coming,
He's gonna be like, yeah, these are my tattoos and here's what they mean?
I don't know.
Or just, yeah, these are my tattoos.
We have tattoos and we have, he'll give his version, but we also have a gang expert who are familiar with these tattoos.
They're going to put this witness on and then call a gang expert again to impeach that witness after they're off the stand. Sound familiar, guys? Sound familiar?
Okay, well. Just pick one rendition of the 5s and use that. You don't need all 3 of them.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Going on to the next folder, there's a 911 call.
All right, a quick pausey McPauserton because I saw this from Anthony. Anthony says, and this is in relation to Martinez Arnold, is Ashley Merchant going to be there also? Because Ashley Merchant was his attorney through the plea deal. Doug, during one of his interviews, he was on Dear Woke Christian for an interview yesterday, and the day before that, Inside the Law with Phil Holloway. And I forget which one it was. They were both great interviews, so check them both out. Doug had mentioned he's still looking forward to going through those emails. And by those emails, we're talking about, any of the plea negotiations that were emailed back and forth, just like we saw with Antonio Sledge, aka Munktunk. The defense had requested, can we get copies of all similar types of correspondence to negotiate these plea deals between the state and whoever person's attorney? Can we get the same stuff for the other attorneys? So Doug still hasn't, from what I gathered from his interviews this weekend, those emails haven't actually been turned over to the defense quite yet. Other than that, maybe Doug just didn't have a chance to go through them. But I'm interested in seeing what happens once they get a chance to. Because if they were anything like what happened with Munktunk, we're going to have some fireworks.
Okay, what's that?
So, Your Honor, there's a single 911 call and a CAD report. There was a shooting the night before at Waters Road, and the caller notices that her vehicle window is shot out the day that she's making this call. Mm-hmm. And so it's a brief 911 call where she's calling to let them know that her car window has been shot out. She doesn't know who shot her car window out, but she's calling the police when she walks outside and notices her vehicle in her driveway with the window shot out from a bullet. Mm-hmm. And so the objection was confrontation clause and hearsay because it's not an ongoing emergency. The state's position is it's not a confrontation clause issue because she is not making this phone call for purposes of future prosecution. She doesn't even know who did it or give her thoughts of who might have done it. And in terms of hearsay, although the shooting itself happens prior to her walking out and seeing her window, the state feels that there's two reasons of a hearsay exception. One being a present sense impression in terms of she walks outside, notices her car window is shattered from a bullet, and she calls 911. And two, in her mind, even though her demeanor on the call, which is not dispositive of if it's an excited utterance or not, but seeing your car window shot out is to me something that would reasonably generate some level of excitement in a reasonable person. And so she's very calm on the call in terms of her voice, but the state feels that either a present sense impression and or an excited utterance for calling the police satisfies the hearsay exception. And that's the state's position in terms of the 911 audio, Your Honor.
Okay, and then is the Waters Road shooting, there's other evidence of that, right?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, there's multiple shootings at that address.
Okay, the Waters Road shooting from March 12th, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor. And so this 911 call and her CAD report, when she called to report her window being shot, is the court asking if we're going to call the responding officer who went to examine her car, or?
No, I mean, the evidence is in or is going to be in that there was a shooting at Waters Road on March 12th, 2023. I guess I'm wondering, because of the length of this trial already, and it's apparent, I mean, we're going to have to talk about how much longer y'all think this is going to take. But what does it add, I guess, that somebody else's window got shot out?
So, Your Honor, this is all intimately wrapped into the Shymel Drinks murder, where Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller are murdered by who YSL believes is YFN members, if gang members, the same group in 2022 that's tethered to Donovan Thomas's group in 2015 in the murder we're on currently. And what the wiretaps we played earlier, where there was conversation, and by earlier I mean a couple weeks ago, where there was guns in the attic, when they're all hiding and they're running outside, and we played that is Waters Road. So there's a number of shootings that we believe was from YFN at YSL. And so this 911 call is a innocent victim of that in terms of not the intended target whose window is shot out and calls police. And her, I believe, either boyfriend or husband, Mr. Whetstone, is going to be a witness we will be calling. So the state wanted to, this chronological or timeline is important. It's a brief 911 call, and there's obviously an accompanying CAD report. So the state feels that it's relevant for the jury because they need to understand the sequence of events in terms of the back and forth shooting and what transpires.
Okay, but do they need to know that somebody who had their car parked on the street or wherever it was parked, a stray bullet hit them?
It's right.
It hit their car, not them, their car?
So, Your Honor, in terms of the relevancy and the low legal standard of it,
I'm not saying it's not relevant. Do you need it?
the state believes we do, and it's,
Okay, y'all are going to have to start picking some stuff that you just, I mean, this case can't go on forever. It feels like it's going on forever, but there's got to be something that y'all can say, you know what, I think we ought to be able to prove our case without that. And this kind of seems like one of those things. And I know that there's not, there may or may not, well, I think there's just kind of a standing cumulative waste of time objection by the defense. But I, as the court, trying to the extent possible, manage this litigation, am raising that sua sponte to the extent that there's not a defense objection. Is this something that, I mean, even whomever, the boyfriend or the husband coming in to testify to it, I mean, if you are establishing the Waters Road shooting anyway, which you are,
yes, Your Honor.
it just doesn't seem like this is really necessary.
Your Honor, I understand, I'm struggling for a response because in terms of it's difficult for me to say what is necessary versus, what is relevant and admissible in terms of,
You've gotta figure
and
it
useful
out.
for the jury making their decision. What is necessary in a case is a hard question to answer.
I know.
And so the state Ms. Latner's is testifying when this comes up, Ms. Latner's will be addressing a number of 911 calls and CAD reports that all tethered and are connected with this timeline of events. And so the state felt that in terms of brevity or this short 911 call and CAD report anchors a timeline for the jury and is helpful. The state's not intending on calling the officer who responded to check her
that's
window.
good. Okay.
And so the state felt that this was I believe Ms. Latner's could testify about these two items in probably under 5 minutes.
She probably can, but 5 minutes here and 5 minutes there and 10 minutes the other place. If she's already going to be testifying to 911 calls that came in closer to time, is she going to be doing that?
She's going to be handling a number of 911 calls and CADs, Your Honor, that tether both the Shymel Drinks murder, the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller, and the multiple shootings at Waters Road, one of which this is a 911 call in response to.
So is there going to be other evidence that either has come in or will come in that this shooting at Waters Road occurred on March 12th of 2022?
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, currently, because the state intended to play this CAD and 911 call, there's not, we are not calling other witnesses to discuss this specific day.
Which is the day after?
March 12th, correct, Your Honor. So currently, in terms of the state's witness list and what the state intended to introduce, this 911 in CAD.
This is the way y'all are introducing that the shooting occurred at Waters Road on March 12th?
There's two different shootings.
And there's two different shootings, Your Honor, but in terms of her
When's
car
the
window
other
being
shooting?
shot out, March 16th.
Okay, so let's not worry about that one. March 12th. This is the only way that y'all are establishing a shooting at Waters Road on March 12th, yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor. The state can call other witnesses or evidence about that shooting, but we intended to call and introduce this CAD report 911 currently.
I understand that y'all want to. Was that the only evidence that y'all were going to put up that this occurred on March 12th? Was this 911 call and boyfriend or husband and the discovery that on March 13th, this window was shot out? That's how y'all are going to establish a shooting on March 12th?
In order to cut down witnesses, Your Honor, I mean, we have other witnesses. I mean, we could call Ms. Zachary, we could call the responding officer, but in order to shorten, we get the complaint that we need to shorten the case. And so what we're trying to do is there's a 911 call. There's two 911 calls. There's a 911 call from March 12th.
Okay, are you planning to introduce that?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
day before.
Okay,
Then-
but after the shooting occurs, correct?
The 911 calls, as the shooting occurs, the woman is in her house and she's like, they're shooting down my street.
Okay,
Yeah.
so why isn't that enough?
Because this was the further evidence of that. So that's why we're playing the two 911 calls, because the March 12th call, right, there shows that she called, the first caller never went outside, all she says is there's shots fired. On March 13th, when that witness goes outside, she sees that her car has been riddled by bullets. Now, there's additional evidence that Ms. Zachary would bring in that her daughter heard the gunshots the night before, but we're not bringing that in. So what we're trying to do is tie in the first call from March 12th and then the call from March 13th. There's more evidence, but we're trying to, as best, get in what is relevant to establish that there was a shooting. Again, all of these shootings are in response to what happens in February with Wyatt and Lucci getting stabbed.
Is it riddled with bullets?
When you say, excuse me, maybe I shouldn't say riddled with bullets, but there are bullet holes in her vehicle.
How many?
I believe there's one to her vehicle, Your
Okay,
Honor.
y'all can, no.
Your Honor.
Just, no. We have got to figure out some things that we can do without in this
Put
case.
a one in the
and this
chat
is
for
of
one,
them.
Riddled.
And not because it's hearsay or confrontation clause. Just because it's just too much, waste of time. Okay, let's move on to the next.
Your Honor?
Yes.
May I just ask for clarification? Does that also apply to Frederick, I believe it's Frederick Whetstone, the boyfriend that lives there?
Yes, he
Okay.
doesn't need to testify either.
Okay, thank you.
If we have established the shooting occurred, we don't need more people establishing that the next day they discovered that the shooting occurred. All right, let's move on to the next.
Your Honor, may I have
Yes.
some clarification? Just the court is
No.
excluding the 911 call. What is it that the court is excluding?
Yes, that 911 call from whomever the next day that she discovered that there was a bullet to her car.
Okay.
And whoever that is, the boyfriend or the husband, who was going to come and say, yeah, there was a bullet to the car.
Okay, he wasn't only going to testify to that. And I
What
know
else
that
was he going to testify to?
This is a person, she and he, who have been living next to this particular location for some months at least.
Okay.
They see who comes and goes, and they see what cars, what vehicles come up to the location.
Okay.
They see the nature of the interaction
Okay.
of people with the location. And as far as that particular night goes, as Ms. Hilton said, she heard what she thought was gunfire. And we are, of course, adhering to the court's ruling regarding the 911 call. But she heard what she thought was gunfire. She saw evidence of it. They saw evidence of it the next morning. But
Okay, but
That's
he's
in-
not going to testify that she, the girlfriend, heard gunfire.
no,
Okay.
he's not to test, no, no.
So whomever this person is, the boyfriend or husband, is going to come say, here are the comings and goings that I noticed over the course of the last few months, including the night of this shooting, here's who I saw, or here's what cars or whatever.
Right.
Okay, that's
This
fine.
is what, right, this is what we anticipate from that particular witness. The female, the young woman that Ms. Hilton mentioned earlier, she, in addition to showing us, or in addition to having that bullet hole in her car, she has met with us and shown us the bullet holes in her house. We don't have those photographs. I'm just telling the court what,
Was she going to testify also?
we took her name off the list.
Okay. right.
in an effort for brevity's sake. But I'm just letting the court know that these people who live next door to that location had more to talk about than just a book.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fine.
Well, Your Honor, in response to that, and I'm going off of memory, the recorded statement that is really the only record we have of what Mr. Whetstone would be adding. I believe
What's
it's
the name of this guy?
I believe I'm being accurate with Mr. Whetstone, but
Wesley?
Whetstone.
Whetstone, okay.
And the issue I have is, and just to be clear, Mr. Whetstone, as I understand it, is not testifying, oh, I saw a Audi with this tag number. I know, I'm just using Shannon as an example. I know Shannon, and I see him going in there. The interview he gave to the police, it was much more like, man, there's all sorts of stuff going on at that house, and it's ruining our neighborhood type generalized speak. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate to just paint in a broad brush with testimony. And so I disagree with the state when they assert that this gentleman would be adding a lot more about what's going on with the house. It was just kind of a complaint that we all have with different people in our neighborhoods complaining about the residents of a certain house in the neighborhood.
All right.
Your Honor, it's not that broad, and we did provide contact information. It's not that general as it was placed before the court. We've provided contact information for anyone to speak to this person. So it's more detailed than what he provided.
Okay, so is it going to be something that tends to establish that the comings and goings were by a particular gang or group of people?
A particular group of people, and again, the nature, the type of traffic, if you will,
Meaning,
at the house.
meaning what?
He will not be saying, oh, there's drug dealing going on at the house, but just the frequency of different visitors to the house, the vehicles he observed at the house.
And the vehicles are going to be tied to,
YSL members, one in, yeah. Well, one in particular belongs to Mr. Williams, for instance.
For instance?
For instance, I'll leave it there.
What?
okay.
What?
Well, if he is going to be able to testify to seeing particular vehicles with, whatever frequency he's going to testify to, and there's something that ties those vehicles to these defendants or other YSL members, then that seems irrelevant. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. And yes, it was the Waters Road, obviously, the court has heard us say before, is a YSL spot.
right.
And the shootings and the activity at the house.
Right.
What we're,
Okay. All right.
She's been trying to sit quietly, but that one squeaked.
All right, so the next thing that we need to look at is in item 4B, I guess.
Yes.
And this is, who, oh, it's our same, Mr. Sumlin.
So they're going to let this one witness come in to explain
Okay.
some of the
And the objection,
some of the details of the event, but most importantly, it seems like what Love is looking for is the identification of the vehicles. And in my opinion, when we've seen witnesses get on the stand and part of what they're here, part of why the state wants them to testify is to point out something about a vehicle that they saw, it really hasn't been compelling to me. And most of the time, it ends up confusing me more. Away from the state's theory of who a given vehicle at a given point in time is supposed to be owned by, driven by, who's in the vehicle at that given time. So we'll see how they do with this witness. It seems like a victory to them to be able to call him, but
is what?
1,000,000%, Stephen. What's missing? Written proffers about what the witness will testify to. And the state's answer to that is just, well, you have the contact information to go ask them yourself.
Anybody want to argue this one?
I do, I'm just trying to find. I lost my spot.
Okay. So it's a picture of Mr. Sumlin, and then there's a post chasing that money, but my past chasing me. And I guess the objection to that is, and that's the purpose for which this is introduced, is for the language of the post?
That's part of it, you know.
Well, what's the other part?
It's number 126 on our indictment.
Overt Act number 126.
And Judge, I'll just
For the tattoo.
while the court is looking at the indictment, where he is displaying prominently that center tattoo on his person of YSL, obviously, along with all the others, and making that post. The fact of the posing on social media with the gang name in the middle and slime for life on his arm, and asserting publicly chasing that money, but his past chasing him, we would argue reflects at least part of what we are alleging that the gang has done or does in furtherance of the enterprise itself, obtaining money and property through a pattern of racketeering activity, him chasing that money, but his past chasing me, we would argue suggests that he has done things that were not legal. And this is an argument, this is one obviously that could be made at the end. The jury could infer from what they are seeing many things, but particularly we posted or we named this as an Overt Act, number 126.
Okay, and that was posing for the photo that he put on his account displaying gang tattoos, not the post, not the language. What you put in the indictment is
The description of it, yeah, the description of what happened. He
did
posed.
post for a photo released on someone's Instagram account displaying gang tattoos with YSL.
All right, so you guys had pointed out an image on Love's laptop screen, and I'm muted. I'm sorry. Oh my God. So I think the picture on the laptop screen, damn, I was going off. I think the picture on the laptop screen here that Love had that you guys pointed out earlier is Antonio Sumlin. Because it's the same, similar to his hair. But if you look at this body language in the laptop picture, if this is the exhibit that they're talking about, where they want to show, you know, the tattoos, they're on his arms and his tattoos are supposed to go with the caption. This doesn't look like the type of picture where someone's going, look at my tattoos. It just looks like he's standing without a shirt in a photo. So what I thought was really interesting is even though throughout the indictment, they do attach social media posts, screenshots when they're talking about some overt act, they don't attach the photo here for this specific language here, where they're saying Antonio Sumlin, an associate of YSL, did pose for a photo released on social media displaying gang tattoos YSL on his chest and Slime for Life on his right arm, an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. This image to me does not suggest he's intentionally going, haha, look at this specific tattoo. And I'm wondering if that's why, you know, they attach screenshots, but they don't attach the image of this particular screenshot in the indictment. I wonder why. What do you guys think? I'm pretty sure that's Antonio Sumlin in the laptop picture, and that's the exhibit.
On his chest and Slime for Life on his right arm, an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy.
Right, and the language, the language further shows how he is furthering the conspiracy by saying.
Okay, it might be a processing photo.
Chasing that money, but his past chasing him suggests that he not only does things or has done things that perhaps in chasing that money that are not legal, he is continuing to chase that money in ways that are not legal.
What suggests that he is doing anything illegal by chasing that money?
Your Honor.
Isn't that what pretty much all of us who aren't independently wealthy have to do every day of our lives?
Your Honor, I'm not saying that it is with certainty that this is what he is saying. What I'm saying is that it is evidence that tends to, or that has a tendency to make a portion of our assertions or our allegations in the indictment true to the extent that it is relevant that he made or said that, made that statement on that posting. He is representing YSL. He is.
I mean, obviously, you know, it's all over his body, but how is the post, the language representing YSL?
The language, it's as if he said, I stay ready, or.
It really doesn't seem to say that.
I didn't say
You
this.
can put that post in the picture without the language. Okay, what's next? File 5.
I think she's going to try to ask about the picture's language.
Okay, this is another post. And this is also an overt act alleged. Is that right?
It is. It is.
Pose for photo with the caption, suit up, it's wartime. Okay.
Now, tattoos can
Alright.
be shown
And
to
what's
demonstrate
the
some
objection?
affiliation. But the problem is they're having an issue, in my opinion, establishing that YSL is a gang to start with. So if someone has a YSL tattoo, that doesn't necessarily mean a gang affiliation if you can't also prove that YSL is a gang.
What's the objection, y'all?
Your Honor, speaking on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, our objection is any of these comments on the right that
Past the suit up and lace up your boots one, the ones below that, or including?
including.
Okay, well, given that that is what they allege to be an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy, I think that one is going to come in. Does the state need the comments below that?
Mr. Stillwell, the OG bull with Shannon Stillwell and one Obama.
Okay. Okay. Who is that?
Antonio Sumlin.
Okay.
Is who?
Antonio Sumlin.
Is who?
One Obama is,
Right. So, and maybe I'm missing the bigger picture here. Who is Slime Bing Bing?
Your Honor, a person who is an associate of Shannon Stillwell and Antonio Sumlin, whose statement that suit up and lace up your boots is wartime was adopted and commented on favorably by Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Sumlin. Mr. Stillwell in posting, and Mr. Stillwell is reflected and tagged in it, and is posting the green heart emoji and the green snake emoji in response to it,
That's not accurate. That's not accurate. There's someone that we don't know who it is, and that's why I was confused, Your Honor, when you asked about after the it's lace up your boots, it's wartime. Someone we don't know who it is. We're suggesting that he's an associate. I don't know how we're making those assumptions or suggestions if we don't even know who he is. And then we have who said to be my client doing a green heart and a whatever that is. I think it's
I don't know what that is.
whatever it is. It's some sort of amphibious creature, it appears. Anyways, that's a reaction to the photo. I don't know where the state's asserting that this is some sort of adoption of someone else's comment. My client's in a photo, and he's not replying to the comment. You can reply to a comment if you want on these social media posts. He's just replying to a photo that he's tagged in. So I don't know under what theory of law, respectfully, with the confrontation clause in place and hearsay rules in place, that we would just allow Slime Bing Bing his out-of-court statements just in.
Your Honor,
And the fact that the state alleges it in the indictment does not move me in the least. I mean, we had no part in drafting this indictment, obviously, but just because the state alleges something in an indictment doesn't suspend the rules of evidence.
This would be the evidence by which they would establish that.
Well, I understand that, but it's still the rules of evidence, and I know you know this, Your Honor, but the rules of evidence still apply, even if they've asserted that.
For the record, Your Honor, the image on Slime Bing Bing appears to be a female.
They can't hear you. Well, I mean, the picture is,
Yeah.
who knows whether,
Right, who knows anything about
I mean, honestly, y'all, if this were, it looks like these people are cleaning up a playground. I'd be like, yeah, if I were the defense, yeah, let's talk about this. Look at these bad guys. But hey, that's what the state wants in for whatever reason. I don't know how I don't know how anybody would find this to be an act in furtherance of gang activity, but
Well, that's why
they could argue that, I guess.
well, that's why I'm concerned with this. I agree with you. I don't necessarily have a problem with the picture. It's the caption by Slime Bing Bing that casts this in a different light, and I don't believe. Well, first of all, we don't know his government name, and I have no reason to believe that person is testifying.
I don't think they know who it is either.
Your Honor,
Yes.
there's a extremely popular song by artist Lil Wayne, Grew, G-R-E-W, up, a screw up, and specifically it states, suit up and lace your boots up, it's wartime. So, this happens a lot in our case, but a lot of people just cite lyrics. And for that reason also, I mean, yes, we can cross on it, but it's just the same pattern. It doesn't show we are now going to war, so we'd ask for it to be excluded.
Your Honor, with respect to, I think that the court had it exactly right, except the court's comment on the significance of it. But this is something that we've alleged. This is the evidence of what we've alleged. And we'd ask to be able to show the evidence that the state believes proves its case.
Okay, well, I'm going to permit it, and then y'all can all have a fun time arguing it, because, okay, let's move on to the next one.
Whitaker really tried to help the state with strategy there, and Love said, no,
this
I
is
like my
in-
strategy.
Folder 6, item B, I guess. Screen grab of the first few seconds of the video.
Yes, Your Honor. So, there's a video that the state of the event, we agreed. The video is played on loop 3 times. We're only gonna play the first time that, the video is played. However, early in the video, Mr. Williams is seen throwing up the YSL sign, it's very quick. And so 73-E55 is a screen grab of that initial portion. It's similar to what we've done with the surveillance videos that we entered. We might have a video, but we capture a screenshot of a particular portion for each one.
And it's not shown, I mean, it's shown in the first thing, right?
Yes, but it's very quick.
So if I watch what's in the one before that, I'll,
And we can share what he was gonna say earlier on.
and what's the objection?
Your Honor, there are so many videos that have come into evidence and are coming into evidence of Mr. Williams holding his hands.
Cumulative?
Yes. And then it's cumulative on
the
top of
video.
cumulative, yes.
Yes, sustained. You can
This is
see
the
it
one where he
just
says
as
murder
easily.
gang bitch. This is different.
This is different. He says murder gang bitch, and he's also with Obama, another associate. We don't have, let me say this.
Okay, so the screen grab is excluded is cumulative.
But we can introduce the first 15
Yes.
seconds.
I couldn't hear, but I think the state agreed, because it's on a loop, so it just plays the.
The
it's very
first
short.
is what it says.
So it's just
yeah.
one time is what I.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so then we can move down, I believe, all the way to folder 15. Who's autopsy?
Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Steele earlier. We just need to confirm with Dr. Sim Stanley regarding the autopsy photos, and making sure that we selected the ones that she will need in order to explain Mr. Drinks' injury. So we can just hold, I hope to meet with her the end of this week so that we can select those photos, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's fine. The autopsy report, what's our issue with that?
Your Honor, my
Sorry, we can't hear you, Ms. Hilton.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, my general practice with the ME is to introduce her report at the conclusion as a part of the record. It does not go back to the jury.
Okay.
However, I believe defense counsel will object to that.
I never understood introducing something just for the record. I mean, if the witness needs to refresh her memory, I have no problem with that, but I object to it going into the record unless there's a reason. I definitely object the jury ever seeing it or being published, but that was my objection. I don't see any reason to say we're going to admit an autopsy report, but then we'll pretend like it never was in the record. It shouldn't be in the record in the first place.
Okay. I mean, it wouldn't go back with the jury, and I sort of hear both sides, so just tender it at the time. 16, folder 16. So whose firearm is this? Why is this coming in?
This is one of the firearms found at Waters Road
Okay.
on the 16th. And just to add a little bit more contextual details, in one of the, or actually more than one of the wiretap calls, I think the court's already heard, where they're referencing the weapons at Waters Road. And
Okay, and this is just found laying on this table at the time they come in there?
it's one of the weapons that's in there.
That's fine, I'll admit that. All right, folder 18.
Your Honor, We can withdraw, it's just the 2 search warrants.
Okay.
So that's fine, we won't,
They're withdrawing.
we're not going to make the search warrant.
Thank you.
Okay, then folder
Oh, why are we buffering? Stop buffering.
21 would be our next one.
Same thing, Your Honor.
Okay, great.
Uh-oh.
Okay, then folder 23 looks like our next one. And I need to look at 5168.
So I dropped the clip of what I'm referring to when Shard and Love went back and forth about issues with the search of the Waters Road. We can watch that over a break, over lunch.
So who wants to argue about 5168? Nobody wants to argue about 5168.
Could someone just, we've reviewed all these, but I'm just trying to have in front of me what I'm talking about, and I'm trying to find it in this Dropbox.
Okay, well, you see there, like, each of the folders is numbered, so it's in number 23, and if, once you open it, it's 5168.
Your Honor, we can withdraw it.
All right. All right, folder 26.
And Judge,
Yes, Your Honor, for folder 26, that's Mr. Ryan, I think that's Act 180, right?
I mean,
And you're not able to, okay.
go ahead.
You're not able, if you watch the video, you're not actually able to see who's actually posting it. It's alleged to be on my client's page, but you can't actually see him. And you see somebody else playing, or I guess watching the TV, and you don't know who's actually speaking either.
Okay. We're not going to, there doesn't seem to be audio, right?
No, there's audio, Your Honor.
Okay.
And so you have Mr. Ryan, it appears, because he posted it on his page,
Allegedly.
allegedly while in prison. And the video is of, we believe, Mr. Ryan watching Mr. Eppinger get a bond on TV. So they're in prison. Similar, he has his cell phone in prison, and he's watching Mr. Eppinger get a bond, and he says, free, he's a number of different things, but he talks about slat, free, this YSL, we getting bonds on this shit, some other language.
So is there audio where somebody is saying that?
Yes, Your Honor. And we can play it, Your Honor.
All right, because when I just hit play, there's no audio, but that may be because of my settings on my computer. So, yeah.
Mr. Atkins is pulling it up, Your Honor.
It's because I had my volume turned all the way down.
Sometimes that happens.
So let me, actually, it may just be easier than joining the Zoom if I just hit play again now that the volume is up. Nope.
We're almost there. Start sharing. So that by the time it pulls up,
It's on here.
there's some.
Start that over.
Are you nervous?
Okay, if they're playing something, it's really quiet, or it was. Maybe it'll be louder when it starts.
Yeah, man, free my nigga Big Brish, man. Yeah, man, live chain gang. Fuck that boy. Fuck that boy. Spank that baby. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Brish, man. Fuck the DA. Yeah, we catching the bun on this shit. Yeah, we about to catch that bun, fuck nigga. We coming to get you. You know what it is. Yes, sir. That shit in the hood, I had gang. Free the gang. Yeah, YSL shit. That's the hood, I had, son. Yeah. Slack Benny. Damn, man. Slack, man. Free the game. Happy to get more bun, though, to it. Get more bun, okay. Fuck Rashawn the Davenport. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Brish, man. By the way, the gang way. Big Brish with the big head, man. They gave my nigga a bun today, man. Smell me. YSL. YSL? They gave my nigga a bun today, y'all. Shit crazy. What? Right now.
And what's the argument for, this exclusion, that you don't know who posted it?
We don't know who posted it, don't know who the speaker is, don't know who the second speaker is either.
Okay, and what's the state's response?
Your Honor, the circumstantial evidence in this particular case will allow the jury to infer that it was Ms. DeWilliams' client. And at the very least, these are co-conspirator statements furthering the gang, furthering support of the gang, and publicizing their support of the gang, announcing support of the gang.
And
But
who's this going to come in through?
this would come in through the investigator who saw this post and captured this post
All right.
on Mr. Ryan's
I'm
account.
going to admit that over objection.
It's also going to be a foundation issue, and it'll cause for speculation.
What do you mean?
Because we
calls
don't
for
know who's
speculation?
speaking. We don't know who's speaking. We don't know who has access to the phone or to his account.
That'll be things that you can cross-examine on. Okay, 28. I don't know how to get out of this one. An Excel spreadsheet. Which one am I looking at?
You're going to look at the one that says, I believe you highlighted MMS.
Okay, that's like red and green?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And what is this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, this is the Verizon text messages that were entered a few weeks ago, Your Honor. Investigator Viverito, when she was reviewing the information, in order to make it easier for her to know who was talking, she just did color highlights.
Okay.
We will do some form of this, but as a demonstrative, Your Honor, because if you just read the Excel spreadsheet, it's difficult. So what she did in order to assist her is color code different speakers. And Your Honor, generally, the content in this text message is the conspiracy to stab Mr. Rayshawn Bennett. This is where that act begins, when they are planning it via the text messages. And the individuals involved are Mr. Khalif Adams, Demekion Garlington, Jaden Myrick through his girlfriend at the time, Ashley Ellison. And so we will introduce some form to make it easier for the jury to see. Maybe not this exact document, but there will be some demonstrative to make these text messages easier to put before the jury and digest before the jury.
What's the objection?
I get that, Your Honor. My concern is that in this, I'll call it a demonstrative, whatever the state's working on, there is irrelevant information that's placed out of context. For instance, my recollection, the first on that colored Excel spreadsheet, the first line says something, has a phone number, and it says SB. Now, I don't know if SB is supposed to be, we don't know who sent it, first of all. I don't know if SB is supposed to be a reference to my client.
We
I
don't
don't know.
intend to introduce that, Your Honor, because we don't know if it is, we cannot confirm that that is.
Okay,
Mr.
why
Sua or
don't
not.
y'all get in whatever form you're gonna want to use, get it in that form and then give that to the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just to articulate it, my concern is the state's saying that there was a conspiracy, they're alleging a conspiracy, and they just named a bunch of people. My concern is simply, I just don't want references to my client just thrown in the midst of a demonstrative that apparently, allegedly involves a conspiracy involving other people.
Okay, well, get that in a form. Can y'all do that by the end of the day, Friday?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, I think that takes care of the joint motion to exclude evidence as supplemented.
And by the way, you guys, show Stephen T. Satchel some love, sponsoring our documents this morning. That wonderful, wonderful document with that wonderful, wonderful footnote. Very kind of you. Thank you so much, Stephen. And now we have a new overlay we can use once in a while.
Okay, I had a note that the state on some co-conspirator issue with an unknown declarant called Unk, y'all were gonna figure out either excise that person's statements or come up with some kind of a limiting instruction. Has that been done?
The limiting instruction, no, Your Honor, what we looked at was excising. But
Okay.
we will give to counsel for the defendants a proposed limiting instruction and present it to the court. We have not come up with a limiting instruction. We believe that it provides context and that the court can instruct the jury that only in as much as it gives context to the other statements.
Okay, so y'all have evaluated it and believe that it isn't going to make any sense to excise the other person's statements, so you want a limiting instruction,
That
and
is-
you need to come up with that.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Okay. Would this be a good time to talk about who all we still have coming up and how long they're going to take? Sure. I think it would be.
Can we-
Let's talk about that.
From the defense,
Need a
we believe
bathroom
it would
break.
be a good time.
Let's do a bathroom break and let's come back and talk about that.
All right. So it sounds like Love is trying to have her cake and eat it too with this issue, and also isn't prepared for, if she can't do one, she has to be prepared for the other, and it sounds like she's not prepared. So, well, let's see. It's like she's trying to have her cake but hasn't even mixed the ingredients and put it in the oven. Oh my goodness. We have a ton. You guys are amazing today. Like, Steven's here sponsoring the documents. GV says, YSL Dougie Fresh, about to catch some love heat. Oh, guys, this is such a great start to the morning. It was more than I ever could have dreamed of. Just Whitaker getting on the bench, court starts, and she goes, let's get the easy stuff out of the way. I'm denying the state's motions in limine filed yesterday. We're not letting in the percocet
Hey, everybody,
pass.
thank
Hey,
you so much.
Jesse. Shout out to Jesse, always trying to say hi to us. Just keeping that stuff out. And then a few issues later, she makes a Sua Sponte 403 objection. Like, the defense didn't raise a waste of time cumulative objection, but I'm gonna. And I'm gonna keep this out too. So what a start to this morning. GV, I am with you, and I love Dougie Fresh. Tia, thank you for the one. Apunanwu, thank you so much for all your generosity today. If you guys got a gifted membership and aren't sure who gifted it, it may have been from Apunanwu, so drop a thank you in there. And then Apunanwu also sends a 20 just for some slime love with tons of green hearts. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Always good to see ya. Sweetie says, good morning, Cat and Chat with the 2 T's. Always love it. Good to see you, sweetie. And then Jennifer Devine, we haven't quite gotten there. Jennifer says, how long until love loses it? I give it 20 more minutes. And I wonder if this lunch break will help or hurt. But I do feel like we're going to get a strong insistence from love at some point on some issue as the day goes on. She already tried to step up and take over when Atkins seemed to settle back and accept a ruling from Judge Whitaker. Love stood up and started it off. Started doing the thing. So I do think we might get a little bit of boiling over the top from Love today. What do you guys think? Between now and lunch, might we see that? We might. And this is true, Kevin. Kevin says she has to feel personally attacked to lose it. Yeah, but she feels personally attacked so easily. So I think we'll get there pretty quickly. Yeah, I don't know. And unfortunately, if you guys missed it earlier, Mr. Williams had asked for more time. Well, not really more time, but instead of arguing the motion to exclude those autopsy photos in relation to the murder that Rodalius Ryan has been separately charged and convicted of and is currently appealing, she's asking to argue that tomorrow. So we will not see those arguments today. My guess is that Leah Abbasi had a calendar conflict and we're waiting till tomorrow so that way Leah can be present and make the arguments. So we'll have to see, but I'm looking forward to those. That is the motion where Leah Abbasi says, look, it's our belief that the state's entire purpose, their entire strategy of including Rodalius Ryan in this indictment at all, is to inflame the passion of the jury against the other co-defendants. So to want to include all these different autopsy photos, it's prejudicial. And it's meant to inflame. So can't wait to hear that argued because we're supposed to have counter arguments from the state. The state filed a supplemental brief in response, or not a supplemental brief. They filed a brief in response, but Whitaker had some questions about that. And when Love had to answer for it in court, her explanation was, well, we have different case law that doesn't quite meet all 4 of the prongs, but if we pick and piecemeal, we're kind of making our argument. So I'm excited to see that argued tomorrow. And yeah, you guys are still the one. Riddled is like the quote of the day. Judge Whitaker says, riddled with bullets, how many bullets? And Hilton goes, 1, Your Honor. Like, what? Oh my goodness, a whole day. Kristen Vasquez, good to see ya, says, love, Big Bird wants his clothes back. I like yellow, you guys. I like the color yellow. I think of like sunflowers, happy. So I like the color yellow. I mean, I wear like all neutral tones, but the other day I have a sweater that's like black, white, and has a little bit of yellow in it, and I wore it to match. But yeah, interesting that we're getting 2 yellow blazers. It's a different yellow blazer. But we're getting 2 kind of in like the same short span of days. Amber Don Johnson says, I've been trying to buy myself and others memberships, but can't. Are you an Apple user? That's very sweet of you. It's probably because you're on an Apple device. It's just finicky with Apple and how it plays with the YouTube app. So that's probably why, but very sweet of you. And good to see ya. The Fashionably Fit Life says, good morning. I can't see where to join and be a member. Hold on. Let me get the link for that because there is a somewhat easy way if you just click a link. And I do keep it in the video descriptions because it can be a workaround when Apple's not trying to be nice. Let's see. This is the link here. So if you want to become a member, here is a link here. So that's in the chat. And thank you for the 10, Fashionably Fit Life. And also thanks for wanting to become a member. Kat R says, it looks like Love is wearing the same suit from when Judge Paige Reese Whitaker, I was like, what's her middle name? Paige Reese Whitaker ripped her a new one. It is a different color yellow. We might have to rename this yellow. We need a Crayola color. Well, let's see if we're back from this break. Nope. No action. Sorry, Jesse. We'll get you off the screen. But yeah, I think there might be a theme with the yellow, but I don't think it's the same yellow blazer. KC Dog says, seems like Paige watched previous trial video. And I think in a way that might be kind of like nice to do for some of these issues. Especially we had a lot of asked and answered objections with Gaither that, you know, Whitaker might not actually know what was asked the first time Gaither was on the stand because that was with Glanville. As far as time, practicality of it, I mean, it would have been impossible if in the last 5 days she rewatched the entire trial. So if she did look back at something, I wonder what it would have been if she did at all. Leah's dad, good to see you, says, Doug really believes Whitaker's being fair and unbiased. Yeah, he does. And again, I think he makes a good point. Doug made the point that, you know, the roll of the dice, we could have gotten a worse judge. So, and, you know, he didn't single any judge out in particular, but he made it seem like the odds of getting a judge that would weigh worse than Paige is doing were pretty high. So he favorably looks at the luck of the draw with pulling Whitaker. And, you know, I get where Doug is coming from. I do. And I think it was interesting. Doug kind of laid it all out with Dear Woke Christian yesterday with the interview that he really believes Glanville was unfair throughout his reign over the trial, which was kind of nice. It was kind of validating to hear that stated out loud. And he did also say, he's like, you know what, maybe because it still feels like a breath of fresh air, maybe that's the lens I'm looking at it through. But really insightful. Doug shared a lot of insightful thoughts yesterday. Really, really a great interview with Dear Woke Christian. So let me get the link for that. I saw a bunch of you guys in there. But if you hadn't seen it, if you weren't in there yesterday and would like to check it out, that was right here. I'm going to call it DWC Doug. There you go. But definitely check that out. Add it to your list of things to watch. JH with the $2.99. Thank you so much. And then Fashionably Fit, like, you figured it out. You became a member. Okay. Well, the link's in the chat for anyone else that might need it. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Ike says, it's Atlanta, so I keep waiting for Medea to walk in and spread some verbal truth and justice to everybody in the room. Hello, Cat in Chat with the capital C. Good to see you, Ike. Peter Ortiz says, I'm thinking Love will be in the fetal position by the end of the week. Oh, man. I love when she was standing up and I forget the word she used. It was an I word and she said it. She said like something like infer, I don't know. And then she went like she was done. She couldn't come up with an argument. And, you know, I'm only human. I lose my train of thought sometimes. I get stumped in my own words. But she just like dropped it completely there in the middle of an argument that seemed important to her to make. So fetal position, I don't know, but we can definitely see a lot from her body language just sitting at the table there. Jasmine became a new member. You look good in green. And then Kevin, I'm going to have to get over to X and check it out. I have a few messages I got to check. Thank you guys also for the concerns with the hurricane. We are prepped. We've got tons of water. We've got everything we need if the power goes out. And they're estimating, you know, by the time it gets to us, it'll be weakened down to Category 1 strength winds. So I'm on the second story. I'm not along the coast of any rivers or waterways. I'm a little bit in. So we're going to hold it down here. I do predict a power outage. And in that case, you guys, Nick Starro, you guys should all know Nick by now. But Nick Starr, of course, will be streaming, and he also very kindly offered, like, hey, if you have issues with your internet service, you know, you could always just sync the stream. Like, he'll run it through his StreamYard so it's streaming, and I could be on my phone or whatever. So super, super kind of Nick Starr to look out in that way. If we lose power, the mods are incredible. I know the mods will drop links to whatever YSL trial stream is live out there. It's supposed to really get here overnight. So tomorrow's really what we'll be looking at if change of plans needs to happen. So we'll see. But Kevin, back to your point here. I have some messages I got to get through. I will get back to you. And I'm excited. I'm excited for some humor. Jay Shepard for the 2 says, let me find out Steele listens to Lil Wayne. Oh, man. I love that he's always like, he'll use the artist's first name, then give their stage name, and he'll say the honorable or great performer. Also thought it was really interesting that he said the honorable Mr. Atkins. And I think that's probably because whenever Atkins and any defense attorney is supposed to work on some homework, and Hilton too, Hilton seems pretty prompt with this as well, the task gets done. When it's Love that's supposed to get something figured out, Love is either deferring it to someone else on her team, which she can do, or it doesn't end up getting done. But every time Atkins is supposed to be the one working something out, they come back the next day and they did it. And like, that just seems like, why don't we just do that all the time? Why don't we just do that all the time? But shout out to Steele. He definitely puts respect on everybody's name until there's a reason not to. And then Steven sniping somebody with a membership. And then look at this, you guys. Peter Ortiz had gifted a full 50. You guys went bananas in the chat. And I always appreciate how excited you are, how supportive you are when other people support the channel. Always love to see you guys get gifted memberships. I know you guys were already saying thank you, but if you want to drop the explode emoji, Peter Ortiz loves that emoji. And Peter Ortiz also passed the torch with that boom emoji when Stephen T. Satchel gifted a 50 right here. So the two of them might be in cahoots today. I think they might be in cahoots here because this was pretty close in time. This is 8 minutes apart here. So, super incredible. 50 memberships is a ton. And Peter Ortiz dropped 50, Steven dropped 50. Like, incredible, incredible, incredible. So, look at that. Thank you, you guys. We got the green hearts, the boom emoji. Love, love, love to see it. Cahoots, I tell ya. Exactly, Cash. Oh, man. But seriously, super generous. You guys know that channel memberships are one of my favorite features of YouTube. You know, when they released it, I think they released the feature back in like end of 2021 or 2022. People didn't really know like what to do with the memberships. They're like, okay, we use it as a way to support the channel. And then they made more features. So rather than just, hey, you can get exclusive videos, if you remember, YouTube at some point in 2022 added the YouTube channel emoji feature. And as a user in other channels, I think it adds so much life to the chat. I love to see you guys using them. And in all seriousness, if YouTube allowed that feature, custom channel emojis, for all users to use, it's something I would make available to everybody. It's just not the way the feature works. But I thought it was such a smart feature for YouTube to add a level to a community. So if you're a member here and then you go to another channel, like when we go to Dolly Talk to watch other trials, Dolly has a bunch of cats as his different channel emojis. So it just adds like a different feeling of community each place you go. And it's something I really, really love. Court is on a potty break. We are on a bathroom break. Oh, man. And remember, this was Whitaker that initiated this break. So maybe she was trying to she either had to pee herself or she was trying to find a good time and get it out of the way. But again, thank you. Incredibly, incredibly gracious. Like, this is so generous. I'm so grateful to Peter Ortiz and Steven here for gifting 50 each. That's huge. And then Amy E came in, and you guys, every time I see Amy E, I remember I gotta tell you guys about Club Classy. Not because she asked me to or anything, but because I see the E in her name, and I think of Club Classy. But tonight, and I hope I still have power and internet, because I would love to hang out over there. Club Classy, 8 p.m. Every time someone comes over from this chat, and they're like, hey, I'm over here from Cat Nat Williams, and I don't know what this really is, they're always like, oh my gosh, this was so much fun. This was awesome. You hear a ton of great music from different artists, all high caliber. Like every once in a while we get like a little bit of a troll and it's funny, but the most part, the music is incredibly good. Artists you don't really know yet. And Amy E and Classy Beats both do an incredible job creating a community, helping to platform new and rising artists, also helping Classy Beats critique. He is so masterful at the way he gives constructive criticism to artists that are working on new tracks. Like, I've never felt like he's been wrong in his criticism. I can see exactly how the person will go and apply the changes. And they've come back. I've seen artists come back and say, hey, I mixed and mastered. I tweaked it as you suggested. And we re-listen again. And it's just so awesome over there. And Loa, yep, Amy E is super sweet as well. Great community over there. And shout out to, heck yeah, Cuff Boys is great. Cuff Boys is awesome. And I do forget about them a little bit because I don't really see Cam active on X that much. And sometimes that's just where, you know, top of mind. But if you guys don't know, Cuff Boys has tons of great recaps. So if you can't watch a whole day, follow Cuff Boys because you'll be able to get like within 10 to 20 minutes a roundup of the most important things that happened on any given day of the trial. So incredibly helpful channel to follow. And he's really funny. I think Cam is really funny. Yeah, and look at the Cuff Boys love. Heck yeah. And let me close these YouTube tabs because my window clearly doesn't like that I have all these YouTube tab opens for other channel. So we'll be here, we'll be caught back up. Yeah, really, really great job with the recaps. Oh, and Amber says, I'm still struggling to buy the memberships and can't. Stupid phone and computer. Yes, I don't really know how to actually gift memberships from an Apple device. I think it's just like bricked. Like it just doesn't want to let you do it. But shout out to Amber Dawn for wanting to. She's like trying to give you guys presents and like Postal Service is like, we're not going to deliver that for you. The internet's cutting out. Trying to order something from Amazon. It's saying the address doesn't work. We can't deliver there. Amber Dawn is trying to give you guys some gifted memberships, which is just awesome. Isabella, thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate you. And I had pinned this earlier because I love that Peter gave the explode emojis for Steven to shout Steven out. Two Souls for You says, hit those likes. And that's right, you guys. Likes are free 99. Doesn't cost a thing to like. And we are just over, we finally hit 1,000 likes, but there are 4,000 people in this chat and we're on a break. So if you want to minimize the chat, hit that thumbs up and come right back. That would be awesome. Thank you, Two Souls for You, for the 2 and for the reminder. And I agree with you here, Amber Dawn. Amber Dawn says, I'm seeing a pattern. This is a Monday, and it seems like Mondays, Whitaker comes in and we get a lot of rulings in the defense's favor. And to be fair, I really don't think what we're seeing today is just a balancing act. I think, considering the issues individually, I think Whitaker has made a fair assessment and ruled appropriately on the individual considerations. Even the stuff where she said this stuff can come in, subject to foundation, or when she says something like tender it at the time, it's still subject to foundation and whatever other objections the defense wants to raise at that moment in time. I think she's made appropriate decisions throughout the day today so far. And, you know, it's true. I think having some rest, some time off, coming back with a clear head after a weekend, could be the factor there. And it shows you that a trial that goes on for days and days and starts to take a toll on you mentally, that could end up impacting things in negative ways if you don't have that break, that time to get like some clarity and let it all settle down for a minute and start to make sense again. So great point there, Amber. Squirrel Brain out here. You know, we're going to get Squirrel Brain in the banner because Squirrel Brain is out here sniping away. So there we go. Thank you so much. Like, every once in a while, Squirrel Brain just pops up and he's sliming somebody, just making someone else green. Touche says, think Love has conceded that if she talks less, things might go in the state's favor. You know, I think so, and part of me wonders if her teammates are like, girl, just let me handle this. Like, let me make this argument. Let me handle this. I've got this one. I promise. And I wonder if she's like, today she decided she's going to listen to them a little bit. I can't imagine her teammates were on board with the motions that she submitted yesterday. I can't imagine it. I feel like she did that all on her own. At least without conferring with Hilton, Atkins, whoever, Brown, Smith, Knight. But yeah, I really think her teammates at times have probably said, like, pump the brakes sometimes. Like, just stop. If the judge makes the ruling, don't poke the bear. The bear's trying to stay in hibernation, and you keep poking the bear, Judge Whitaker. And that's going to backfire on you. People are human. You poke them, they're going to eventually react. And I do imagine that her team has had those conversations, and Love doesn't really listen, but maybe she's listening a little bit today. So, and you could kind of tell, like, sometimes she, like, Your Honor, she, like, starts to do the quiet voice again. And I don't know, I think somebody in Dear Woke Christians chat said, you know, a comedy class, an improvisation class is something that could really help Love's skill set, her charisma. And when they said that, I was like, you know what, I agree, because I think if Love was more comfortable in the way she delivered certain things, it wouldn't come off as a disingenuous flip-flop between two different emotions based on whether or not she felt like yelling at a witness that she didn't think was agreeing with her versus speaking very softly because she feels like the judge had just yelled at her a minute ago. I think Uncivil Law, if you guys know Kurt with Uncivil Law, he started taking improv classes to get better at making arguments on the fly and to be a better content creator, to be able, when reading something, to be sharper with the jokes in his commentary. And as a skill set, he's given it extremely positive feedback for what an improv comedy class has done for, you know, his speaking, his charisma. So I can definitely see how something like that could be good for really any practicing trial attorney. Because I don't think that's an easy thing to have to make arguments in front of a judge with 6 opposing counsel that are all extremely talented, with cameras on you. But sometimes if it's your job and you notice that you're lacking, you've got to make the effort to sharpen your own toolkit. So, lots of thoughts there. That was a little bit of a rant and bant. But yeah, I think this is kind of where I'm at, and this is my opinion. I agree with Pluto's opinion here. Pluto versus Hendrick says her ego's too big to think she needs that. And I think that's a problem. I think that's the reality. I think that's why she won't go out of her way to try to improve. But I really think if she did, I think it would do her wonders. And then Peter Ortiz gifted another 5. I think I have to update my banner. How many new gang members are we at today, guys? We are growing. Hold on, it says 172. And again, I'm so glad that I found out that YouTube counts the memberships, because I would have lost count a million times. So holy moly, 172 new members today. That's crazy. So much green in the chat. Oh man. And Jay Shepard says, member for a month and enjoyed every minute of it. Thank you so much for being a member, Jay Shepard. Apun and Woo sniping out here, gifting a membership. Thank you so much, Apun and Woo. And then Iron Rabbit, good to see you. I saw you this weekend somewhere out here. I don't know, maybe potentially Criminal or MG. I don't know where we were. In my time off, guys, I had such a great time catching up with other content, and you guys were all over, so it felt like business as usual, hanging out with everybody. So good to see you, Iron Rabbit. Thanks for being a member for 2 months. And Iron Rabbit says, thank you for your great coverage. Thank you so much. And then on top of it, gifting 5 more. If you guys got a membership from from Iron Rabbit, make sure you drop a thank you in the chat or one of the rabbit emojis. Al Allen sniping out here. Al Allen gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Al Allen. And I think you also gave some mod love earlier, or later, after this. Where was it? I saw it pop up when you made it. Yeah, good morning, mods. We appreciate you all. Now, as a reminder, any mod that was willing to provide Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal to me, I put in the description of all the live streams.
What we discussed up here.
So you
I'd
know.
appreciate it. And
Let's get a squeak.
it's charging now, so it ought to be ready for use maybe in a few hours. It was on there, it just wasn't secure, so it didn't charge.
Nope. I don't know, I felt like I could hear a voice a little bit, even though it sounds like they muted it, and now I don't hear it. Everybody seems jolly back there at the defense table. And honestly, they make me feel cold. Like, everybody looks so warm. And shout out to RX Tech 2 for becoming a member. Everybody looks so good in green. Especially compared to Nut Juice Yellow, Jennifer. Jennifer, thank you for the 5 and not for the imagery. Oh no.
All right, so is the next most pressing thing to go back to those wiretap
I think so.
conversations?
I believe that would be a good
Okay.
thing.
All right, I'll give everybody a minute to get their notes on the wiretaps, and we were kind of going through this chart that has the 2 different reference numbers.
And Your Honor, did you have received the updated, we shortened some, the
I
court
did
had asked
not.
us to
No.
reduce it. I will re-forward the email. It was sent probably about 3-4 weeks ago, but I'll resend it to
Okay.
everyone.
I mean, maybe I did, but I haven't printed it. Is it like one of these, but just shorter? Okay, that would be great.
Can't tell you substantially shorter, but it is short.
And our bad mom to boys knits. Not Monday, but conceptually, anytime back
Do
or
we
stay
still have
back
to
after
deal
a
with the
break.
one that had sort of bogged us down and we stopped on?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, that's right. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes, you're right. So this is exhibit.
Your Honor, I'm trying to remember, and if any counsel knows what number we stopped on. I was. Your Honor, now that I think about it, the call that we ended on was the one that you had just referenced that kind of got us off track. So that call was PDF page 2184 on April 1st. So I'll pick up on the next call after that, which is
Well, we've got to make a decision on
Yes,
that
Your
one
Honor.
too, so. Let me,
Hey, guys.
Could you just say that?
So the accusations involving the sister and mom of Marquavius Huey, so Carlton Matthews' client, this contraband in prison, the accusation is that the family members were giving bribes to the officer, the corrections officer. So that's the accusation. That still all has to play out. But there's a link in the chat if you guys want to see what's actually being reported, what's being alleged.
Call number as well? For
yes,
PDF 2184, what call?
the reference number? 2158, Mr. Sharp.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor,
yes.
Westmoreland over here. I wanted to make sure, is this?
you.
No, it's okay.
A voice from somewhere.
Is this the call, Mr. Atkins? Is this the call that Attorney Harvey was arguing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And is this, did you guys file a response? I know the last time you asked to file a response and we were waiting on it. I haven't received it, but maybe you filed it already?
No, we were going to just
So can we go?
oral argument on it. We did not file a written response to that.
So had we finished 2119? Reference 2119 from April 1st? Yes or no? I
One
just,
second, 2119 was,
I think maybe we did, I don't know.
I'm reviewing the notes, Judge.
Okay.
And I added that news link to the description of this video as well, trying to get better at adding links to the description as I mention them.
So, Your Honor, if it's reference number 2119, PDF page 2140.
What is that? Is that a page number or a reference number?
So the wiretap
Yeah,
used reference numbers. I also included PDF page numbers to quickly access.
okay.
So that's why there's both numbers, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's reference number 2119, according to this. I only see one number on this chart.
On the far left? What chart did we give her? The first two columns, the first column is the reference number and the second column is the page number.
Because I'm going to freeze the top.
Ms. Hilton, did you resend out the condensed version?
I'm sending it now.
Because I don't see
I sent
2184.
I sent it on September 21st at about 6:07 p.m.
But you're going to resend it
Yep, I just
for me.
Oh, and good thing you're pretty. This is one of my favorite things about televised trials is seeing how many people actually take an interest. There's 4,000 people in here. I'm sure Law and Crime has like 20,000. I think like Nick, Dear Woke Christian all have a couple hundred people watching. There's plenty of more channels that are probably live streaming, the other local news stations. In addition, other trials besides this one, right? Just the amount of interest in the process, in the integrity of the process.
Is this where the UNC
I think it's awesome.
conversation is? No.
No, Your Honor. You give me 1 second, Your Honor. I'll pull up my notes on.
Okay.
lead attorney live? Shout out to lead attorney. Always good to hear that he's, you know, active, he's streaming. Okay, he is live. So, you know, I'm going to share that. And if you guys have missed it or been wondering where lead attorney's been, he came out with his cancer story about a week ago now at this point. So, great time to show some love to TLA. Because what an incredible, like, it's not easy to tell people you're dealing with a diagnosis, let
So, Your
alone
Honor,
to
those
tell
two
several
calls
100,000.
I have the PDF page number 635 and 820, Your Honor, which are March 17th and March 18th calls, was the two calls my notes had that referenced.
The UNC.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, thanks.
I only have 10. I'm not using it.
Run something.
Okay, so does it show that we've finished on, and I don't know why, but I don't see a page number, but on reference 2119, did I make all the rulings that needed to be made? That's just the last thing I have anything written down for. I mean, I guess if we'd moved on to 2158, I had. And 2158 is the one that potentially has nested hearsay. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, actually, 2119, which is the call that had the nested hearsay, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Okay, well then, that's why I didn't have anything written down on 2158 then, because we stopped on 2119, I guess.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. And the issue we've got is that nobody knows who Rel is, essentially, right?
Your Honor, I don't think that was the issue regarding rail.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would humbly request Attorney Harvey argue this motion, and the last time that you heard in reference to this piece of evidence, and by the way, not knowing who Rel was an issue, but that the state asked to be able to respond to our brief. And so we've been waiting on that response. From my understanding,
And
they
now you know there isn't going to be one.
and now we know there isn't going to be one, but I would humbly ask if we could do this when he's here. I'm sorry, he's just ill.
Will he be back tomorrow?
I hope so.
Okay. All right, well, we'll circle back on this tomorrow then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On 2119. Okay, so on to 2158 then. All right, and everybody has now the updated wiretap. And we're still on Garlington's, so. Yeah. Okay. So what are there objections? And if so, what are they? And do I need to listen to it? Somebody.
From the context, my understanding is this call, the problem with this wiretap is it involves Mr. Garlington, who's presumed innocent of everything. Apparently, it suggests that he's involved in criminal activity, drug dealing, different squabbles that he individually has. My understanding from this call is he's having some sort of problems with someone, but I just, that it seems to me that is a Mr. Garlington situation as opposed to a Mr. Stillwell or anyone else here situation. And I understand the allegation is they're part of a organization, but that doesn't mean everything you're involved in is part of that organization, even if that organization does exist. So I don't see the relevance of this call. And, of course, unless there's a hearsay exception, we're dealing with the words of Mr. Garlington, who is not going to be testifying.
Response.
Who's responding?
Yes, Your Honor. This call,
Atkins.
Garlington, I don't know who he is speaking with. He mentions Copeland Woody calling him, and Garlington says they are discussing seeing someone and going to blitz their ass, which the state believes, from talking to gang experts, when you blitz somebody, you're going to go shoot them, intending to kill them or at least shoot them and hurt them. And so when you're sending a blitz or you're going to blitz someone, you're going to do an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. This specific call, which it's 1 minute and 14 seconds, given that the other male, who I do not know, is the one saying we're going to blitz their ass, the state would, if I could reserve on this specific call, because absent knowing who that male is on this specific call, it's Garlington talking with him about that, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're going to give that some further consideration.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so let's move to, the next one is reference 2532, page 2559. Any objection on that one? We ought to be ready on these.
We're ready. I'm just reviewing my notes.
Okay.
Did you guys hear Atkins say you need to move over? You need to move on? I've seen both speculated in the chat. Either one would be hilarious. Like, hold it down, Atkins. The Honorable Atkins, as Steele would say. See, look, it's the what is it? The white and silver or gold and blue, the white and gold or blue and silver dress story all over again. You have to move over. Ike says on. Earlier in the chat, people said move on. Either one is hilarious, so it doesn't matter to me.
First, my question for the proponent of this evidence is the relevance.
Your Honor, the state's happy to articulate relevance. I do think legally to exclude evidence, the state feels, so this specific call, what ends up happening is Miles Farley, who's charged with the murder of Shymel Drinks, he ends up going to Fulton County Jail. Before he goes to Fulton County Jail, they work on trying to get him protection, specifically to figure out where in the Fulton County Jail he is, because there's a gang war going on and people are getting murdered. And so what ends up happening in these next series of calls unpack this is they are working on, hey, when he gets to the Fulton County Jail, let us know where he is so we can protect him, keep eyes on him. And what ends up happening is 9 Deuce, YFN, the same rival street gang that the state has been discussing with the murder of Donovan Thomas and also Shymel Drinks, teams up with some younger Goodfellas. Goodfellas is a very prominent gang in both prison and jails in the state of Georgia. And what ends up happening is that there's a lot of, the next series of calls for the most part are all going to discuss Miles getting locked up, where is he going, and then he ends up getting jumped by rival gang members who allied with Goodfellas, and that creates a serious problem because Unfunk, who he has pled, was a defendant in this case, and his defendant William's brother, YSL is a hybrid gang, as the state alleges, is a Goodfellas member. And so once this happens, there's a series of phone calls between Garlington, Unfunk, and high-ranking Goodfellas members in the Fulton County Jail of saying, people are telling me that YFN teamed up with Goodfellas. We didn't bless off on that. My apologies, Madam Court Reporter. So I want to give that backstory because there's like, you need to listen to these calls to unpack what I just proffered to the court.
Okay. All right, that seems pretty relevant. Any other objection?
All right. So that's in, sounds like.
No, Your Honor, I mean, for the record, it's hearsay, but.
Okay, I think this would come in under the co-conspirator exception.
Okay, understood.
All right. So our next one is 2534 and 2561. Unless are there new objections? I mean, if these are all kind of the same series of same substance.
And Your Honor, you're using the reference numbers?
I mean, I said them both.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. So PDF page 2561 is referencing this same topic. It's Garlington discussing trying to get protection for Miles. And also 2656 is a three-way call with Copeland and Garlington discussing Shannon being in jail and Miles in jail and getting protection in jail.
Okay.
So yes, Your Honor.
All right, so are there other objections other than what was already voiced with regard to the one before? 'Cause my ruling would be the same.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So then that takes us down, that would then cover how many of those, Mr. Atkins? When do we get to the end of that?
So, Your Honor, we should. Embedded in this is PDF reference number 2779 and PDF page 2808 is in reference to Garlington and a gun. And so that.
Okay, 2779 is not on our new list, is it?
Hold on 1 second, Your Honor. I have.
Okay, I think this would have covered reference 2534, page 2561, as well as reference 2628, page 2656. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor. My apologies. I had 2 XLs
okay.
up and one was the old version. So, Your Honor, we should discuss.
So then the next one on the new sheet is 2833, page 2861. right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and is there objection to that?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to object based off relevance and hearsay. And does the state know who the other party to this call is?
I don't think so, but.
Your Honor, 2861, it's the state's understanding that this is an incoming call from Frank Hubert, who's Goodfellas. He's a capo in Goodfellas. This is tethered, this individual is who these three-way calls discussing protection in the jail primarily go through. That's who the state believes this is. This covers a number of items, so the state would like to play this call.
Okay, go ahead.
But what evidence do we have that he's Frank Uber?
Oop, Westmoreland on the hot mic a little bit there.
Are we playing 26, 28, or 28, 33?
2833.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, Your Honor, that's
Okay.
correct.
Did we need to address something further on 2628 first? Okay.
They waiting to load something up.
Your Honor, my apologies for I have to re-log in. My internet went out without realizing it.
Okay.
Oops. And then thank you again to That's What Lay Said. I think you'll probably be seeing this in the future since it seems like you're getting caught up. But still, like, the moment of the day, there's been a few, but one of the good ones was riddled with bullets. Well, how many bullets? One. Like, just hilarious. Like, they really tried it. And to be fair, that might have been the language used in the 911 call, right? But that's, you know, sometimes witnesses are unreliable. Sometimes people intentionally embellish on 911 calls to get a faster response. And I don't know the specifics of this 911 call, but from the defense's perspective, they have to fight against those types of things. Ike says, what if we reverse the roles? Doug, Steele, and Shart as the state, Love, Hilton, and the Honorable Mr. Atkins as defense. That's where your mind is now. I mean, the crazy part about that is the arguments that are made can make or break a case, sometimes more than the actual guilt or innocence of the accused. So it's an interesting thought exercise, but, you know, can have some implications in real life.
Hey, we're going with you. Scarface.
What's up, are you alright?
Hey, we're going with you.
Shit, what you in the room?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm in the room. You know, my door don't lock, though. I come out anytime.
What you ordered?
Hell nah, they just don't fuck with me.
Yeah, but you got that shit.
Man, that was.
Been telling me, boy, you had them motherfuckers head right street fucked up, boy.
Oh, yeah. Shit, what you need? You know if I can do it, man. Come on, man. You know how fuck with you. He so bad.
No, I know that.
Yeah, fuck you right.
How many of them niggas? How many niggas? Of them niggas in your dorm?
Man, ain't one nigga, man. One nigga that goddamn. One nigga waiting for it to touch his ass so he can tell on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Hey, so where Quay at? Where Flo Quay on?
Quay, who that?
Huh?
Who was that? To my big nose Quay?
Nah, he on the K with AB.
Oh, that one talking about with the big nose, right? Yeah, little young nigga.
They
Yeah.
with the big
Yeah,
nose.
on the West floor, he on Quay. Yeah, who on that AB?
Way on the 6th floor. They be calling. They had a phone. They had a phone too with the whole what you call it, gate.
Yeah, what Quay? Quay.
Yeah.
You talking about oh not you say not JBL Quay. What Quay you talking about? He said the one got like JB LB. Yeah, here Kel say he ain't know here. Hey, your little partner ain't never hit you back in the DM. What name, Marlon? Miles.
Did Mile ever hit me?
Yeah, Miles ain't never DM nobody back.
Nah, you know I ain't DM his folk back.
Oh yeah, see cause we still don't know what flow he on. He got to be still on clarification. That's why we're trying to see where he is.
Yeah, he got still on clarification.
Yeah, what's up with Quay though? What you want me to do to Quay?
Nah, Quay good, he good. I was just asking goddamn how many of them niggas done with Eddie?
Man, now it ain't number shit ain't number one. Let me see, shit ain't number one nigga in the whole unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't number one.
But I haven't done.
Huh?
I said I really ain't got no better. Shit, everything's straight. I was just trying to make sure them niggas straight, bro.
Man, you know that shit. Get away. One thing about whatever side I'm on, but whoever I'm fucking with gonna be straight on team.
Yeah.
I ain't just got no goddamn one unit shit. Nigga got a whole goddamn floor on both sides. Man, I got why they know I ain't just popping my shit? Get away. I got the whole jail ready, bro. I ain't got no make it one phone call.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got the whole man. Man, you wanna know who your goddamn big brother is, bro? Come on, man. Man, them goddamn, bro, Cabo friend, boy.
I know what's going on.
Fine, well, I got the whole, man, that way it ain't number three of us. They goddamn Cabos in their jail, but we got the whole flow. Like, I'm talking about the whole Right Street, like, boy, we got this motherfucker on smash, bro.
That's why, listen, nigga needs, bro, my main man, you know who my main man is, bro. I need that nigga back, bro. I already know that way. But you, them niggas so pussy. Like,
that's why I get with it.
Huh?
I say, I ain't me cuss y'all, get with it. That's why I'm so ready to get out right get with it. But I got so, like, get with it. But that's why I got down. That's why I just told Real, get with it. I'm glad he just put me in a position I can be in, right? Like, I can start my own family, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm finna go crazy on these niggas on Scarface. Wait, I get saying, why they break them like, oh, yeah, I'm wrong. All this shit, man, for real, bro.
Hey, you know, like, yeah, for sure. Like, you know, the only nigga, but like, they let niggas come through the hood, walk through the hood, all type of shit, bro. Them niggas ain't, you know what niggas be on for, bro.
I already know, but see, we already know something. We already know majority of them niggas have some pussy, bro.
Like, them niggas probably on shit like, man, they don't want no part, like, nigga. Man, bro, you know how that shit is, bro.
I already know it. That's why I got down when I come home. I'm gonna fall back for a little minute, you know what I'm saying? But get what? Boy, I'm gonna have my team walking through that motherfucker. Everybody who I fuck with, get what? I can't do nothing but call and warn nigga, boy, get out the way, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nah, for real, like, yeah, boy, I'm finna clean that. I'm finna, man, get what, man? Word gave me the green light, bro. I'm finna clean that shit up, bro.
Yeah.
Man, hell yeah. Man, I ain't tripping. Long I got a nigga like him behind me. Man, shout out goddamn, man, I ain't bullshit. I'm telling you, clean that shit up, man.
Yeah.
That's for real, bro. Then you know, Ed, he got a nigga mad because niggas just seen him a couple months ago. Ain't no way in the hell you back right here with me, man.
Say what?
I say, Ed, he got me mad because ain't no way in the fuck you right back here, right here with me, talking with me, you know what I'm saying? Like, but that shit felt good knowing I can call him, knowing he out there, you know what I mean?
You say what?
I say Ed B, right?
Yeah.
I said that shit got me fucked up because Charlotte no goddamn niggas want to see him out there knowing that I can call him. That shit was a good thing, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit hurt me, Charlotte right back near those like right here with me, bro. That shit, man, they can't be keep coming back to this bullshit.
Yeah.
Hell no. Where the hell you at?
Yeah, man.
Where the hell you at, Scarface?
I'm right here with my cousin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hell yeah, man. Get away. You just gotta stay. Get away, bro. You just gotta stay right. You gotta stay out around them niggas from the video, bro, because you already know they ain't right.
I know it, bro. Listen, like, some of yeah.
You gotta stay out around them nigga ass, bro. The nigga ain't right, bro. Somebody, well, they ain't right. Get away. I'm telling you, then you know a lot of niggas into us too.
I know who gonna pop some bubble, little bubble. I didn't have little bubble. Little bubble got down. Like man, listen, bro.
What little bubble?
Small little bubble. Yo bubble.
What bubble?
Man, little bubble. Ain't no little bubble. We check it out doing the 15.
Oh man, I don't fuck that shit. Hey man, that nigga, but hey, boy, look, I ain't gonna, I'm gonna goddamn be 1,000 with you, boy. Look, I ain't gonna sugarcoat that. Boy, Shawty can't be choices called, man.
Yeah, Johnny came in here with the dog. Well, he didn't even tell me about it.
Man, listen. Man, I'm telling you, listen, Shawty ain't listen, but I'm trying to tell you, we ain't got to speak on Buddy too much because he's not right. I'm telling you, boy. Oh, yeah, that way he don't need to be stressing Mars no more because they supposed to be goddamn pushing up on him, you know what I'm saying? So, I forgot to give you a heads up. Don't get seen nowhere with that boy because when it come down, when it all said and done, when they get a chance to goddamn wipe it over, they gonna do it.
Okay.
Yeah, boy, nigga ain't fuck with it. He don't need to be stressing. Mom glad you told me that so I can let goddamn bro know. Shot ain't right, boy.
Oh, okay then. Good, I know.
Yeah, see, he trying to play up on some niggas so he can keep somebody around him, and you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, bro, don't be, them folks trying to find the perfect time to wipe it nose, bro.
Yeah, that's just like, we had, like, everybody around me got, got some real shit going on.
Yeah.
So, like, I had, what about little G baby? Y'all don't fuck with bro?
Yeah, fuck G baby, yeah.
Listen though, cause.
Yeah.
So y'all got shit going on with EI them?
Nah, hell nah. All that shit straight. Long they got them, that way, all them niggas that was spreading that 3-level shit PLK, all them niggas, like, the main ones, like the one that got a name, all them really been tapping in the word, all them folks went up on the word.
Yeah, nah, because goddamn, G-Baby and EI got something going on. G-Baby my man.
Your Honor, I want the court to be aware. This is one of the longer wiretaps, so in total,
Stephen, they need you in the courtroom.
Give it another try.
all of our laptops are
Okay, well, it doesn't seem to be echoing anymore.
I just wanted to make the court aware, Your Honor, in terms of the state is more than comfortable to keep playing this call because it is important to hear what is said.
Okay.
They discuss a variety of topics. I just wanted to make the court aware of the length of this. Usually the wiretaps are quite short,
Right.
a minute, 2 minutes. This is one of the longer lengths of the call.
Okay. Maybe I could hear what the objections are so that I know what I ought to be listening for.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Your Honor, specifically on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I object. We've already heard this part where this gentleman is saying he was disappointed with SB, who I believe he's referring to my client, Mr. Stillwell, because he was just locked up in jail with him, left, and then came right back. So that assertion that the jail door is revolving for Mr. Stillwell is bad character evidence, and we're concerned about that coming in. In addition, Your Honor, we're just getting to a part involving what I believe to be someone named EI and G-Baby, and Third World is mentioned as well, and there's just a lot of, it's just gossip. I don't know the relevance of all of these characters and these people in this case, because to my recollection, none of these people have come up previously, and I'm not sure what the relevance is, what they have going on. They apparently have some animosity towards each other, or some of the people, but it just seems to me that these are other people that Demekian knows, that he's talking to this person about what they have going on. And finally, Your Honor, to the extent that it is relevant, again, it just seems to be gossip, not in furtherance of any conspiracy or anything of that nature.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
And me too.
Okay. Judge, thank you. Carrington Matthews here on behalf of Mr. Marquavius Huey. We did hear in the beginning of the call or somewhere where it kept mentioning, or this person kept mentioning the name Quay again, Quay. There's no indication on this call as to what Quay or which Quay they are referring to or who they're talking about. So I'm going to argue to the court respectfully that under a 403 analysis, that this part of that wiretap should be excluded or redacted out because there's no foundation to establish which Quay they're referring to.
All right.
Thank you.
And then Ms. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Your Honor. So our objections is relevant, and it's hearsay, because one is, I don't think that the state, or I have not heard the state provide any evidence that this is Frank. I don't think that, and on our sheet it says other party, but I haven't heard anything to establish that this is Frank Hubert. Second is that there seems to be another party that is in the background. When the discussion between the two callers and reference to Quay, one of the callers seems to not know who Quay is, and he tries to guess around who's Quay. And then seeking clarity, someone else is in the background and says, you know, the Quay that was with such and such. We don't know who that person is in the background, so we're going to have a nested hearsay problem. Additionally, I think that it's not relevant. What you hear is a conversation of curiosity. Do you know where Quay is? What floor is Quay on? Does something you want me to, do to Quay or tell Quay? No, Quay's good. Conversation in reference to Quay is over. So there's no furtherance of the conspiracy in reference to that portion of the conversation. So no furtherance of conspiracy, nested hearsay, and relevancy in reference to that portion.
All right. What's the state's response?
The state would like to finish playing the call and has,
That'll help. Okay.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
But to be clear, I do believe he says I'm Capo Frank on the call, but that's one of the, I'm going to play the call.
Okay.
Tell me about it. He didn't even tell me about it.
Man,
My
listen.
dad told him, like,
Man, I'm telling you, listen, Shawty ain't, listen, boy, I'm trying to tell you, we ain't got to speak on Buddy too much because he's not right. I'm telling you, boy. Oh, yeah, that way he don't need to be stressing them all no more because they supposed to be goddamn pushing up on him, you know what I'm saying? So, for goddamn giving you a heads up, don't get seen nowhere with that boy because when it come down, when it all said and done, when they get a chance to goddamn wipe it over, they gonna do it.
Okay.
Yeah, boy, nigga ain't fuck with it. He don't need to be stressing. I'm glad you told me that so I can let goddamn bro know. Yo, shot ain't right, boy.
Oh, okay then. Good. I know.
Yeah, see, he trying to play up on some niggas so he can keep somebody around him. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, bro. Don't be them folks trying to find the perfect time to wipe it nose, bro.
Yeah, that's just like we had like, you know, everybody around me got, you know what I'm saying, got some real shit going on.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, I had all right, what about little G baby? Y'all don't fuck with bro?
Yeah, fuck with G baby, yeah.
Listen though, yeah, cause
yeah.
So y'all got shit going on with EI them?
Nah, hell nah. All that shit straight. Long they got them that way, all them niggas that was scripting that 3-level shit PLK, all them niggas like the main ones, like the one that got a name, all them really been tapping in word, all them folks went up on the word.
Yeah, nah, because goddamn G baby and EI got something going on. You know, G baby my man, but EI that's family, but
it's family. Ain't nobody dog. EI straight from my understanding unless nigga need to call down now because he supposed to be a doozy.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my brothers that came from down there, he over there with Lil Russell. They just beat Lil Russell ass. They just beat his little pussy ass.
What? No, What?
Man, shit, you know that shit goddamn before Russell came over here, you know, I already had no put a green light on if they ever goddamn run into these niggas to smash, because you know, he ain't no got into it with my own son out there. You know, I ain't heard the nigga put a gun out on my son and goddamn pulled a slap goddamn my sister-in-law, my wife's sister.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. But you know, goddamn wife told me let it go. You see what I'm saying? So I told her shit. I told the brother let it go. The folks like, man, hell nah, man, we don't want that nigga around there. Like, man, Wayne beat his ass though.
You want my kids to do? Yeah.
Yeah. Then he right anyway though. I don't need Russell like that. Russell be trying to play both sides, bro.
Yeah, man. All the nigga like.
Yeah, so I be trying to play both sides, bro. I already know he been here something to give me when I used to goddamn bring boo to the hood, right? You know, a nigga like that used to goddamn already be giving nigga head something to say about the shit, but wouldn't say it to my face. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, nigga, what? Nigga, boo my man. I don't give a fuck what me and boo go. Nigga ain't finna fuck with her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Listen, that how when I brought G baby out there, like, I told we got into a shootout, bro. I'm right there shooting day. 3 niggas hop out with sticks.
You ain't tell me that.
I ain't tell you.
Hell no, you ain't tell me that.
Yeah, bro, we out there in the apartment, me, G baby. I had that jet call my phone like, hey man, y'all get butt up out of there, but I'm telling he like, bro, I never send no shots at y'all. He like, shit, but bro, gotta, know what I'm saying, get up out of here.
Oh, so EI ain't fucking with G baby?
Nah, they got some more little shit going on, but we got into a little shootout shit where we don't know where it came from. Like, listen, like, they saying G baby got one on his head, I got it on my head. Like, that's why the niggas I be around, like, I'm knowing, like, all they got the same shit going on. Like, Nord, me, all my folk, bro, them niggas locked up, you feel me? Me, Nord, bro, Fat, like, all they got the same shit going on, you feel me? So, like I'm with these niggas because all that, like, we with each other, you feel me?
Exactly, shit, that's why I started fucking with Fat.
Shit, but we just knowing, like, what all that knowing what we gonna do.
Exactly. That's why shit. I started fucking with Fat. I started fucking with Fat all the strength of you.
Huh? But
I started fucking with Fat because of you.
Cause of me, yeah.
Yeah. Well, get away. Saw the Fat. Get away. I ain't get no bad vibes from Fat. Like Fat, one of the niggas I told Fat. Shit, what you want a nigga I rock with out there? Like I ain't get no bad vibes. You know, don't got older and don't got a little smaller, right? But you know my energy, like I be on that energy shit, like when that positive energy shit when it come around me. That shit, like, my body felt that shit, like, positive shit, all that negative shit. I don't be wanting them niggas that like Ryan, but I ain't get that from Fat, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why me and Fat was rocking.
Yeah.
But, nigga, I gotta see what's up. But, nigga, we gotta see what's up with EI and G, baby, because shit, G, from my understanding, shit, the family rocking with G, baby, and EI.
Yeah, for sure. But, like, I was telling EI on some real shit, though, like, look, you know, my buddy been having, they say you been having money on my head since 2015, send that shit home, bro. Like,
who to my EI?
No, Lucy. You know.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Like, but you want to go and sign? I even know these, but you want to sign to these folks? Like, man, come on, bro. So you
Who signed to them all?
Huh?
Who signed to them?
You say who what?
You say somebody signed to them?
Yeah, you know, he has to sign to think it's a game.
No.
Yeah, and he got locked right up.
Boy, I ain't know that. Boy, he just, boy, I ain't out of it on the mall. Boy, I ain't know that.
Yeah, and he did a song with Illusions. That's why I was just telling him the other day, because I posted G-Baby and said, a boy on the way. He laughed at it. I was like, man, I don't know what y'all nigga got going on.
Yeah, exactly. Get with it, man. You got to get with it. Hey, get with it. And get with it. But look, shit like that, though, you got to check, too, though. Like, you post some shit, you laugh at, like, nigga, where funny shit? Nigga ain't shit funny right here. Like, nigga ain't shit funny. What the hell you mean? Like, you laughing at some shit, cuz, they my man, though. Like, again, get with it. A lot of that shit be back. These niggas be mad, cuz niggas be fucking these hoes, too, bro.
Man, I know that.
Like, for real, these niggas be in they feelings. Be getting niggas goddamn shot at the shit by these pussy ass hoes. Man, look, if a nigga rock with you, nigga gonna rock with you, but don't send no shots at me cause about a bitch, man.
Yeah.
Nah, for real, bro. And again, cause I don't see why I can't, like, if I knew, you know, I'd tell you, but I can't see why y'all don't fuck with G-Baby because G-Baby around them up.
He say G-Baby said, you know, when y'all had the mall shit going, like when y'all separated.
Yeah. And
goddamn, you know, G-Baby with Cabo Noon, you feel me? So I guess whatever going on, G-Baby like he gonna put some money on EI head. EI was like, EI told me about it. He was like, shit, bro, I heard it out of his own mouth. I'm like, bro, I asked him when he told me that. You feel me? Bro said, man, it's on my baby. I ain't said no. I don't know why the hell shot don't like me. He don't like me.
Man, get what you talk to EI, man. Tell EI. Because get what he.
Like we talked on the phone. Cause he asked for my number. He was like, bro, I ain't doing the Instagram shit. What's your number?
Yeah.
I'm like, shit. He like, shit, bro, I love you to death, nigga. He was like, shit, I was getting y'all beef. I ain't had shit to do with it. He like, bro, I love you to death, nigga. I ain't never got down, did the shit you just did, like posting the nigga. He like, bro, when them niggas be around, they be around these niggas.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, shit, I got much love for him. I always love you. He like, shit, I just can't be around you. You feel me? I like same way, nigga.
Yeah, exactly. And then get away. And then, like you say, when the family separated, get away. For him to have a phone, he got to be tuned in. Get away. From my understanding, by me being tuned in with these folks, get away. Everybody that was separated, like new folks and goddamn my little folks, get away. All them just sort of went up on the word. Like, shout cleaning all this shit up, bro. Yeah, bro, cleaning all this shit up. Like, all them niggas supposed to be up on the third word. Like, everybody from my understanding, from head, tweet, from goddamn new folk, like, all them supposed to be third word right now, you know what I'm saying? And shout making these folks prove they loyalty. Like, shit, I ain't finna just let y'all niggas scream this shit and I don't feel like y'all finna be loyal to this shit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so shit, for him to have a problem with G, baby, shit, he better tune in where the shit, where the fuck was y'all?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So shit, I know he ain't trying to cross buddy. He better goddamn call and tap in to my send it shout away, cause man, shout ain't playing, boy. Shout on some other shit, boy. Shout back on his old mechanic and shit, boy.
He good. I get no
What happened, Ron?
Nah, that's why I got down. Funk going at it with these niggas, with them boys out here and everything. I said all this shit there, like they don't know who to trust.
Yeah, see, Funk just called me by you right there, Wood, when you just called by Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. See what I'm saying? Like shout it. See that word, man. Boom. So that's what I'm saying. These niggas got down. That's why I say shout it real good. A lot of these niggas, man. I don't want to say much on this phone, but a lot of these niggas that ain't rocking with goddamn, man. They gotta clean this shit up, Scarface.
Yeah, for sure.
Cause that's the only way it's gonna be right. You see what I'm saying? Like a nigga supposed to be that way. A nigga supposed to be cleaning them niggas up anyway. You see what I'm saying? Like we shouldn't be going around coming out our house trying to see, you know what I mean, worry about who the fuck, watching us, who got, like, we supposed to be clean these niggas up. Like, we really supposed to be ran them niggas ass, especially out of Mechanicsville. We supposed to be ran them niggas ass out of the hood, bro.
Them niggas so scared right there. Like, they been going on for back. They knowing what nigga was on back then. Like, bro, nigga used to lose. I used to lose my money, bro, and take my shit back, bro.
Yeah.
Like, them niggas be on, like, they always look at that nigga like, man, you can't trip, bro. Like, Man, bro, got too much going on. We don't want no part of that. Like,
Yeah.
let me around for protection, though, bro.
See, a lot, then, like, you know, a lot of them niggas were envy Woody too, like, and them niggas were mad because we was around Woody and we fought with Woody, so if Woody bust his gun, we bust down too, you know what I'm saying? Like, but we were really get away, we were bullshit because we supposed to be wipe them niggas out the hood, like, from shooter to bull to all them, man, we supposed to be random niggas ass out the hood, bro, like, that serious, because them niggas the one really be bringing them niggas ass over there, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Like 90, like I be here, like my son be telling me, goddamn, he be seeing niggas ass out there in the cut and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, man, nigga ass supposed to be white them nigga ass out, bro. Like, that shit, bro.
Hell yeah, man.
Like, that's why I say a nigga on some other shit, but they gotta be careful too, cause get away though, bro. If we ain't putting these folks on those shirts, Scarface, get away. These niggas kick that gang shit, but these niggas send us down through there, bro. They'll send these folks that up, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, man. That's why I say a nigga got to be careful now. Like, boy, I'm getting too old to keep coming back. This shit, I ain't coming back, boy. I'm getting too old. I ain't finna be old ass nigga, no fucking jail cell, boy.
Yeah. When you go to court, bro?
Man, I don't even know, bro. They just riding me, bro. Like, them folks got me feel like they don't lost my paperwork, bro.
Damn.
That's why I say, but see, that's because that bitch ass nigga when it took a one out on me, bro, and that shit don't look good, cause, you know, get away though, you know, every time I come to jail, though, you know, the only time I come to jail when a nigga goddamn took a one out on me.
Yeah.
It's the only time I ever get locked up, bro. I don't get Scarface. I don't get locked up for the crime that I do out there. I don't get locked up for that, bro. I get locked up because a motherfucker either sent the bitch to go take out a one on me or a nigga took a one out on me, bro. That's the only time I come to jail.
Yeah.
Ain't no folk riding me and that shit don't look good though, you know what I'm saying? Them folk like, it be like the same scenario on pop somebody on DD and get with them folk like, I don't know, bro, but I think something good gonna come out cause I ain't locked up for nobody, like they riding like I don't know, bro. I'm just living on faith really, bro.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like it's gonna be alright, bro. Like, I feel like you been riding it long. Like they had something that would have been to get the court days.
Yeah, that's what I said too, right? And I don't be anymore. Damn near going on 2.5 years, bro.
Yeah.
Man, I'm just living on faith though, bro. I'm gonna let whatever faith decide, bro. I'm rocking with it, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm rocking with it, man. Yeah, bro. What the hell Funk been talking about? He been goddamn, I know he's staying out the way and shit.
Yeah. I've been with him. I've been with his ass.
Yeah.
Like, I've been with his ass, making sure he's straight, man.
Yeah, they're right too. See, he gotta move a little better too though. Get what? When nigga get that money, get what nigga gotta do though? Nigga gotta start going spending that money, spending that money, sending that shit out there so a nigga get that shit out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, they gotta do it. Man, they gotta do the right thing, bro. Get what? You know, I'm in the room with goddamn with Hell from Cleveland, right?
Yeah.
Man, you know me and bro being that motherfucker mud about some little shit. We was just talking about we was just really talking about Spider, like how Charlotte got all these goddamn paper, but really letting these folks really just get the really ups on the nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't no way, bro. Like just being real, bro. Ain't no young nigga his age. Charlotte the richest young nigga in Atlanta, Georgia, bro. Ain't no nigga having more money than Charlotte, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, hell no. Like, come on, bro. Nigga ain't having that much more money than Charlotte, bro. Charlotte supposed to be having that shit. Charlotte supposed to be cleaning that shit up, bro. Like, no, man, Charlotte supposed to be cleaning that shit up, bro.
But, like, you just see how it is now. Like, and then got some corny ass niggas him, bro. When we was around him, bro, like, you know, we still gonna do, you know what I'm saying? We still gonna do it anyway, but, like,
yeah.
You feel me? Like, man, damn.
That shit ain't right, though. That shit ain't right, bro. Like, that shit ain't right, cause look what happened. You see what I'm saying? Like, look how many niggas look how many niggas that we be around that don't supposed to be gone right now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, for real, bro. Like, these folks don't supposed to be gone. Like, these are niggas that we know we gonna be with. You see what I'm saying? Like, I ain't got to speak on no name, but you know what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? Like, no way in the fuck these folks gone. And these some niggas that we be around. Like, bro, ain't no way in the fuck you let these folks get up on nigga like that, bro.
Yeah, most definitely.
Like, come on, bro. Like, niggas lose. Like, this shit crazy the way a nigga losing. And these niggas really laugh. Like, these niggas smiling because they like, That's all they been waiting on. You see what I'm saying? Like, that shit crazy, bro, for a nigga be having that money like that and just be really stingy with that shit, like, spread it, like, spend that shit. Don't matter if you feel like you're going to take a loan. You can't take a loan when you got money like you, nigga. You richest young nigga in the city.
Yeah.
Shit be crazy. That shit be get with it. I ain't gonna, like, that shit get with it. This is my opinion. I be really thinking South to be setting nigga ass up, though, really, bro.
Who, bro?
Hell yeah.
Now, the boy Miami here, boy.
Man, I'm trying. Hey, listen, man, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I be thinking that shit be a setup, bro. Like, Shawty get so comfortable with a nigga ass. He just be wanna, man. I can't explain because I really don't know. But Shawty be having nigga in them motherfuckers. You know, a nigga be in the jail cell thinking all tight, like thinking outside the box, bro. Like, that shit be crazy, bro. Hell yeah, bro. Like, man, that shit crazy, bro. Knowing these folks mama crying. And you ain't making these nigga mamas and dad cry, like, man, come on, bro, like, that shit be wrong, bro. That shit be wrong. That's why I be telling, it be what I said. I'm like, see, talk to D, he like, yeah. I'm like, man, tell y'all Ellen's phone, I just want to hear his voice, make sure I just want to hear y'all niggas voice, cause y'all the niggas that I know, like, y'all my little brothers, bro, like, so when I know whenever I do get out, y'all be the one I call and be saying where y'all in and pull up, you see what I'm saying? Like, y'all niggas my close, like, y'all niggas, like, oh, mom, but see, that way, y'all my little brothers, and I know that way, I know I still gotta do it to protect y'all, and then vice versa, because I see how y'all rock me, you see what I'm saying? So, you, Eddie, just that name of fruit, y'all the one that I'm gonna call whenever I do touchdown, like, y'all niggas be the one I'm gonna pull up on. Y'all, you see how I rock out there, bro? I don't be putting up on them other nigga ass, because I know these niggas they want to knock me off, bro.
No niggas, I know it, but like,
crazy, bro. That shit crazy, bro. And then he just holding my eye. I ain't even know that nigga he out signed TIG, boy. I ain't know that.
you know what I'm saying, but you'll never know, like, these niggas, bro, these niggas hitting like.
Shit crazy. And he supposed to be, yeah, wait, I'm gonna call Cole tonight, though, man. I'm out of the world last night, see if he talk to that nigga, ask him what's up, shout out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that more definitely tonight. I pull up on you tonight. I'm gonna see what's up, shout out. I ain't talked to him since he been locked up. I wanna see what's up with him though.
Yeah.
The G-Bay 1 hour, boy. Man, he can't, he got it. Well, whatever they do got going on, get away. Not just he out, but she get away. G-Bay got to let that shit go too, though, because we ain't trying to lose nobody else. Like, whatever they got going on, they got to squat that shit.
Yeah, listen to me, but like, yeah, Shawty feel like, listen, I know, like, the whole city know about Reddit. Like, man, you know, home ain't bullshit. He don't listen to me, bro. He lit like you know, been some shit, like, like that chill on my face. But like, I'm knowing he ain't going out by no hoe. And get what, like, when bro just out, he with me every day. Like, I got in the hood. Like, ain't nobody gonna fuck with him while he out here. But like, I don't send shots out here because y'all do that, now y'all whole more other shit.
Yeah, exactly. You more definitely right. What the hell G-Bay locked up for?
He just maxed out. He just on the 7th floor with. He just maxed out April 1st, so he probably like on regular flow now. He was like, he went down the road for probation. Now he out there finding some little bullshit.
Yeah, I think he on the 6th floor. I'm
on the 6th floor. I probably got to call that down.
I can call it. I can find it. I'm gonna find out. So
who else I got a phone for?
On the 6th floor, you know, you got a little
I just had a phone. I told that whole man his V came up, bro.
But what you talking about? No, you talking about Woody little partner?
Yeah, that my boy. I went who I brought bro around.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, Woody he in the back record. He was like, when he saying on me, he was like, well, I had to add like, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I was on Shaw the goddamn before I got online. I know he used to send
Yeah, man, that my boy, man. They got him fucked up though. Yeah, they got him fucked. He in the same dorm I was just in. Sick.
For real? Yeah. Look, you know little Bible up there. You know little Bible up there from
when I was up there, you know, fuck with brother, man.
I already know it, but yeah, they who goddamn, yeah, the nigga Lil B, yeah, he up there.
Yeah.
I think football too, though. Huh?
I was in Thunder. He's over there like with the old folks, yeah.
Yeah, that nigga, he's still up there. I think he's signed on. I think he up there on.
Yeah, hit me later on, Fred. Let me know what's going on.
What you trying to get? G Baby he ain't got no phone. He trying to get him online.
Nah, I can tell the girl to call me. I was just saying like that call me.
Okay. I got you, little bro. Hey man, be safe out there, bro.
You already know that, bro.
I love you, bro.
I love you too, man.
All right.
Okay, I have a lot of questions about that, but just to be clear, these are wiretaps. It's not one of the jail calls with, you would think I would know the system by now. You have 1 minute remaining. But these are wiretaps, and I'm not sure, did you guys catch the date of this? Because I feel like this isn't really, I feel like this might be closer to the time frame where they're looking at Rayshawn Bennett or Lucci, because they mentioned Lady V at the beginning, who's Miss Bennett, Arshelian Bennett, the witness that the detective, she said, was sexually harassing her. She didn't want to come to court. Love held her in contempt. So with that mention of Lady V, I feel like this ties into something going on with Lucci, which could have been 2022. Did you guys hear a year? 2021? Yeah, so this sounds more like that time frame, and I think this is possibly wiretap of a contraband call. Like a device. I'm not really sure. I need to get that time frame. So let's see what the defense says.
So, Your Honor, just a couple things to address. On this call, when he's clarifying which Quay, because both Mr. Huey and Mr. Nichols go by that nickname. Some people call them Quay. And so he says not JBS Quay, Jonesboro South Quay, which is Defendant Huey, the one that got locked up with SB, and Defendant Nichols and Stillwell are both charged with the murder and locked up on the arrest warrants for the murder of Shymel Drinks. So he clarifies that, and also Investigator Viverito, who is going to be introducing these wiretap calls, the ones that the court deems admissible, she will be explaining items like that. So the jury should not be confused about this specific who he is referring to.
All right.
In addition, Your Honor,
Sure about that?
All right, so
yes, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that 403 objection. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, familiarity with what is going on in different criminal street gangs, some that you're allied with, some that you have a problem with or commit violence against one another with, is intricately important. And so Demikian Garlington, speaking with Capo Frank, again, this is after this protection of Miles Farley, a YSL member and also charged with the murder of Shymel Drinks. So this conversation, they touch about a lot of topics, and understanding who has a problem with who, has implications both in prison, jail, and outside in the free world. And so it is and what happens is Demikian Garlington, and Wiretap, they play calls, they minimize calls, but in these calls, there's a telephone game that goes around. So information that Demikian learns, he has conversations both before and after this where they share information, and it's important to know information about what's going on in terms of criminal street gangs or street gang members, because if someone has a problem with you and you don't know about it, you can get shot. Or if you go to a certain location and you don't realize, you need to be well aware of what's going on. It's important for the criminal street gang conspiracy itself. And so there's a number of topics that they address, specifically where people are in the Fulton County Jail, because again, if problems arise, they need to know where people are so that they can either have protection or know who else is around them. Also, Your Honor, there is discussions about, there's a moment where Demikian Garland, they're discussing G-Baby, who was very close with Kenneth Copeland, and EI, who is Eric Kendrick from Mechanicsville, used to be 30 deep, and then I believe he rolled up or kind of transferred his gang allegiance to Goodfellas / PFK, Play for Keeps, which is a subset of Goodfellas. And so when they're discussing this, Demekion says, I told EI they had money on my head since 2015. And he says, and then the guys clarify, talking about EI, and he says, nah, Lucci. What he's referring to is Demekion Garlington, they had money on their head because of the murder of Donovan Thomas. So here you are in 2022, and Demekion Garlington is discussing, he references TIG records. These are the same TIG records that was discussed in the context of January 10th, 2015, that we currently are in terms of in the trial with the jury. And so all of these, it's important for Demekion Garlington and YSL Street Gang to know about and learn, because Franco Cap has a lot of information in the Fulton County Jail, and there's multiple members when this call is made that are locked up in the Fulton County Jail. And so all of this information is important to know both inside the jail and outside, so it furthers the conspiracy and it keeps abreast of the conspiracy, and that's why the state believes that it is admissible and relevant. And the statements, it provides cohesiveness and reassurances, because there's concerns if you're in the Fulton County Jail and someone's having violence begot to them and there's no protection. And so that is the state's response to the defense of objections.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the relevance objections. You didn't address the one objection about bad character. Do you have anything to say about that?
Your Honor. And specifically, was it Mr. Sharp referencing bad character of defendant Stillwell?
Right.
And from my notes of this call, the references to, I don't believe that they reference defendant Stillwell exacting violence on anyone. So and Mr. Sharp, I have a lot of notes on this, and so I'm trying to find the specific part.
It's towards the beginning.
Yes, Your Honor. It was right before we stopped it the first time, and it wasn't reference to specific violence. It was this gentleman, and I keep calling him this gentleman because I don't believe that to be this gentleman Frank that the state believes it to be, which potentially I would think that kind of takes care of all their arguments if they don't even know who this person is. I don't know how they can determine what conspiracies are being furthered or anything else. But in addition to that, it was a reference that this gentleman was making. It seems to me that he's in jail. And he was saying, I was just with Shannon in jail. He was on my floor, and then he left, and now he's right back with me again. That suggests that my client is repeatedly committing crimes and ending up in jail. So
If that's all it says, I mean, that could just mean he moved to another floor and now he's back. So if
Well,
it's
I
not
think-
more specific than that.
I think it says he got out and then came back, and he said, I'm disappointed, which would not be something that would typically be said by someone who switched dorms. But that's I have more general objections, but I guess I'll just wait. But specifically to that character objection, that's my argument.
Okay, well, if it's nothing more than that, then I'm going to overrule that. So what else? Let me ask, is there any portion of this that is just chit chat that y'all don't need?
Your Honor, I have notes on the call, but my time hacks of, are not they're not in like 30 seconds. So I can take a close look and try to get as precise and exact on, given the length of this call, Your Honor.
Okay, I think everybody would appreciate that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I mean, there was some discussion about being able to spend money, if you were as rich as so-and-so. And I mean, unless there's something that is relevant to, goes to,
Your Honor, what I'll endeavor to do, and I don't ever like to write a check I can't cash, but given we have these days off, not days off, but days in court addressing motions, I would like to.
never have a day off.
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to endeavor to provide this to everyone so that we can address it ideally tomorrow or Friday, so I'm going to try my hardest to
All right,
get
thank
that redaction, Your Honor.
Great, thank you. All right, so why don't we break for lunch right now, and then we'll come back. And we don't have a jury that we need to feed today, or, give them time to eat. So it's 12:25 right now. Do we need a whole hour? Can we just take 45 minutes and try to get some more stuff done? 45 minutes, so 12:30. So why don't we be back and ready to go at 10 after 1. I think that's 45 minutes.
All right, let's see if they say anything on the way out, because sometimes they do that. But again, those are wiretaps from Demeke and Garlington. This has to be, from what they're referencing in here, this has to be like maybe March of 2022. I don't know when they actually roped people up and had them all in custody. But I'm thinking 2022. And what's really on my mind, I am struggling to try to piece some of that together. We got some additional clarity there from Atkins, who tells us that EI is Eric Kendrick from Mechanicsville, who used to be 30 Deep. Then he transferred over to Goodfella, and then a subset of Goodfella known as Play for Keeps. It seems to me, since they referenced, and Atkins is focused on Demeke and Garlington telling EI, so Eric Kendrick, that they had money on my head since 2015. Demeke and Garlington was saying they had money on my head since 2015 in relation to Donovan Thomas's murder. Wasn't there like some social media post with, I think it was Kenneth Copeland and Demeke and Garlington, Scarface. His handle on Instagram is Scarface with X's for the C's. They trying to put a body on me or us, and then they end up getting roped up later on. I feel like that was like 2019, 2020. So if you ask me, I get that they're going to say that all of this ties back into Jeffrey Williams and Rico and one big conspiracy. But to me, it just sounds like we're going to find out once again, Demeke and Garlington had an independent issue with however the Shymel Drinks murder played out, with whatever happened in custody with the attempted unaliving of Rayshawn Bennett, Lucci. And somehow they're going to try to say this was all thug, but Jeffrey Williams, a post that they were trying to introduce, let me see, I know it's in the indictment as an overt act. They pulled a social media post that Jeffrey Williams made about Lucci. Okay, so it's here. So when it comes to Lucci and they want Thug to be calling all the shots and have this big rivalry, yeah, maybe there were harsh words, but it says defendant Jeffrey Williams, an associate of YSL, posted an image on social media tagging YFN Lucci, stating, YFN, if I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you. An overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. But to me, when I interpret stuff like this as saying, if I really had beef, if I really had an issue, there would have been action. What's the implication there? If there's been no action, then the issue's not that serious. So I don't understand why this was an overt act. And now hearing the way they're trying to introduce this wiretap call, I mean, this is my first time hearing this recording. The only logical explanation is because they're charging Demeke and Garlington as a co-defendant. He's severed from this trial, but he's awaiting his own trial for charges in this indictment. That's why they can't confront him. They're not going to be able to call him to the stand because, you know, he doesn't have to take the stand and testify in the indictment against him. Like, trying to piece all this together, how the state's going to finagle this just doesn't add up. This really doesn't add up. And I don't get where it's going to go. So I'm still trying to piece together from the details. I might go back and listen to that call another time after all of this. But, and let's see. Yeah, that too. Great. You know, like, so much, like, trying to piece that together, I forget points I want to make. Nene, great point. Scarface, DG, Demekian Garlington, said that Thug is police and he thinks that he's setting people up. So how does that fit the theory that Jeffrey Williams is ordering all of this? We also hear the other person on the phone saying, I didn't even know that. That so-and-so signed to think it's a game records, TIG. So if we don't know that, then these communications aren't, the chain of communication is broken. So how would someone order something if the soldiers aren't aware of what's going on? And I know not every detail needs to be carried out, but, like, something's missing. Something's missing here. And I'm not trying to say that there wasn't beef between somebody, that there wasn't violence between somebody. But the count one, like, I'm missing where count one comes into play with a lot of the other charges and overt acts. I'm missing it. Big shout out, I see Viking Squad is in here. Hey, Vikings. Good to see you guys. I see a lot of hey Nick and hey Vikings, but I don't see, oh, there we go, me raid. Hey Nick, good to see ya. Now, before you ended your stream, were you able to make sense of the call that just played? Like, I got some details from it. The details just don't fit together in the Rico puzzle to me. So, and then Hazel says, if this was 2021 or 2022, they're ridiculous for talking that much on the phone. Yeah, what I think is interesting is we get that acknowledgement. Like, I don't want to say all this over the phone, but it's like at least 15 minutes in at that point. So you've been talking. So what are we doing? What are we doing? I do want to catch up. Tons of gifted memberships and tons of love today. And since it's a shorter lunch, how long was that search video where Shart raised the issue of the search? It was about 25 minutes, so let's see. Let's try to do a balancing act here. Opposite of Amnesia had said, they keep pushing, quote, relevance, and at this point, I don't know what their point is, so I have no idea what is relevant. Imagine being a juror. And I agree, and I really think that, you know, Ike raised the question earlier, what if we switch some roles around? And I think if the presentation was a little bit tighter, there could be things that would stick and make more sense. I still don't think that that'd be the case for everything that's charged in this indictment. But I think there might be enough to make an argument and get closer to that burden, meeting that burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just not being presented in such a way. And again, I'm going to go back to how this witness, Agent Bernie, who's stuck in the middle of his direct examination during this break, he had some important information to lay out about the time frame surrounding Donovan Thomas's murder. And his direct is cut apart by a week-plus long break. So, I mean, maybe that'll be to the benefit if the jury comes in fresh and attentive the first day that they're back. But if we've already gone through the immediate time frame following when the shootout happened, like, we're already missing important details. So, and that's not really Atkins' fault, right? They wanted to call their next witness. They had Bernie waiting. It really would come down to how long Gaither was held on the stand and when they were done with Gaither. Now bring your next witness. Oh, and today we got to cut it off. So I think there's a lot of strategy issues here with, you know, the RICO is going to make a lot of things that wouldn't ordinarily be relevant suddenly be relevant, but there still needs to be a strategy play by the state if they want the jury to follow along. Just because it's relevant and we might know where we want to file it as we compartmentalize ourselves, doesn't mean that the jury's going to do the same thing if we don't properly guide them. So they're definitely, in my opinion, struggling there. Thank you so much for the 5. Steve Kirkland says, Miss Love looks like a half-ripe banana today. You know, guys, I really love a banana that's like, hasn't started getting spots yet. It's like my favorite ripeness for a banana, right before it gets spots. Mocha Isme, thanks for becoming a member. Good to see you. And then not only did you join and become green yourself, you also gifted 5, which is super generous of you. I know you guys have started to tune into Mocha. Mocha has some of my favorite rants and bants relating to the YSL trial. So I hope you guys take a second here and check out Mocha. And I've seen Mocha on other channels. People pronounce the name and they're like, Mokasma. It's Mocha Isme with no spaces. Great, great, great to see you. And thank you again for the gifted memberships. Peter Ortiz, going back to that gang definition. I guess Israel is a gang state. I mean, in this, anything that's a party of 3 or more acting in any way could fit this definition. You have any artistry, any symbols at all, even if it was an individual choice to get it, and people outside of your gang have the same tattoos or use snakes in their imagery, suddenly we can just say it's proof of affiliation, even if maybe it's not. So I'm with you, Peter. Apply the definition to everything. Amber Dawn says, I'm about to have an excited utterance, low life love. This was from earlier in the day when I think right when Love took over for Atkins' argument. It was like Atkins accepted the judge's ruling, sat back down, and then Love stands up. Why poke the bear, Miss Love? Shout out to Amber Dawn. And right in line, Jennifer Devine says, a tattoo is an overt act, a charge. And that's the thing, right? Again, a tattoo can help go to show affiliation of a gang. It can help, in a RICO case, help you identify the members that you allege to have been participating in a gang. But if you're not already laying the foundation that this organization is a gang, and as a unit, as a whole, as a collective, participating in gang activity, then the tattoos don't really say all that much. I could get a snake tattoo and write slime or slat, like, out of respect for the chat. We say it all the time now. We say mlat. We say mod love all the time. Like, freedom of expression. I could go and do those things, and it doesn't have any implication that I am affiliated with a criminal street enterprise. So they're missing the element there. A tattoo can be used to show the affiliation, but they're missing laying that foundation that this is a cohesive affiliation that's in any way acting like a gang. So that's the disconnect there, Jennifer. Stephen T. Satchel says, follow the money. Yet we have testimony that no one admits getting YSL's financial statements. And I saw someone else raise this point. They were sure to seize Jeffrey Williams' cash, cars. So you seize the assets and you're still holding them. But you don't look at financial reports. And pecuniary interest is not something necessary to meet the elements of RICO by Georgia statute. However, the state is making arguments of financial interest, financial gain, with some of the criminal street gang activity that they're alleging. So if that's the case, why didn't we look at financial statements? Why didn't we look at financial records? Seems weird. Seems weird. Thank you so much, Stephen, for all your support today. Touche says, she's shutting Love down quick today, and it's been great. It's been great. Let's see if rulings hold up when she asks a second, third, and fourth time. It's been nice. I know we don't like listening to these long recordings. I think the wiretap sounds way better than those interview video as far as the audio quality. It's not the best, but it's certainly better than those interview videotapes. They can be kind of daunting to listen to. And it doesn't seem like Atkins is sure he'll be able to cut that much out of it. But we'll see. Hopefully when we have to listen to it a second time when the jury is back and it's introduced in front of the jury, hopefully it's shorter than what we just had to listen to. But in any case, it is a nice break, in my opinion, to see someone other than Love make the evidentiary arguments. And you can hear it from the defense, too. Well, if you don't agree with this objection, then that's all I have. Shart's done that. Steele's done that. I make my argument. I understand the judge disagrees. The judge has a degree of discretion to agree or not agree with certain arguments. And the defense isn't really pushing back, and Atkins is moving on. So that's been really, really nice. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, oh my god, my Fire Stick recommended the Ghostbusters cartoon I used to watch after school. I remember that. In the cartoon, Slimer was their mascot. If only he knew he was a mob boss now. Yeah, this sounds like, you know, like the algorithms hear you talking about something. They're like, oh, she's talking about slime. So we're going to recommend the Ghostbusters cartoon for Chloe Albert's Revenge. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember that cartoon. That was a good era of animations. Thank you so much, too, Chloe, for the super chat. A little bit. So Stephen T. Satchel says Hilton Cott loves argument disease. Yeah, a little bit there. A little bit. And it was weird because in that moment, it was like, that's when the three of them all ended up making a different, like an argument to try to back each other up all in once. Like the three of them, the three musketeers were just standing up. Thank you so much, Stephen. Touche says, member for a month and so happy to be here. Thank you for being a member. And also, Touche says, if Paige is going to admit stuff that she clearly feels is nonsense, she shouldn't limit the defense on who they can call to clear up the nonsense. Now, what I would say here is, I think strategically, the defense isn't going to want to waste time. I think they will want to be concise. I think they'll value some brevity. And they'll want to call people that are, even if it's a bit lengthier, that it should be a more interesting witness. And hold on, in my other window, Jesse Weber from Law and Crime is, he just popped up, so let me pause him, mute him for a second. But we just got to rewatch the bond hearing from, you know, this is like back in 2022 over the weekend. We did a rewind. And Steele seems to plan to call, you know, record executives, people that would be interesting to hear because it's, you know, an inside look into the entertainment industry. People of high caliber that have managed 5,000 employees. I characterize it as like almost like a miniature TED Talk with the witness on the stand. So I think even when the defense has a witness that needs to be up there a little bit longer, it's someone that might just be more interesting to tune into. And I think the defense will work with each other to make sure they're not going to overlap too much because they understand if you take forever, some of the important stuff, just by the nature of how our brains work, we're not going to pay attention to it to capture it in the first place. Or maybe we'll pay attention to it, but it'll get pushed to the back of our memory and we won't readily be able to recall it later because something else is clogging up our focus and our thoughts. So I expect, just as a matter of strategy, that the defense wouldn't put the judge in a position where it's going to seem like they're running on and on and on. But even though I'm sure they'll keep it short and sweet, I'm sure we're going to get a bunch of wasted time objections from the state when that time comes. So great food for thought here, Touche. Yedat says, longest deliberation was on a 6-month trial that took 4.5 months. Oh my gosh. This trial will last closer to 2 years. Y'all think this beating that? Taking all bets. I don't know. And what I think is interesting is if there's a split in the jury, there's a lot to split the baby with, right? Like, all right, we disagree, we don't see eye to eye. There's a lot more room for the jury to compromise in this because there's so many charges, there's so many individuals that there could be if half of us in the room are leaning this way and the other half are leaning this way, there's so much for us to compromise and come back together. And going through all the steps, I'm wondering how many jury questions, how many times do we think the jury will send a note saying they have a question and need to come back into the courtroom and ask the judge something for clarification or to revisit something? Like, that might be interesting to count. And it'll be interesting if they don't have any questions, if you ask me. And again, I can only come up with hypotheticals here. I have no prediction of how the jury will actually think about things. Approach their decision-making and deliberations. It's really all just food for thought in my head. But great exercise, great thought exercise here. Shout out to Anthony Dobson for becoming a member. I thought you've been green all along, but welcome aboard. And then Big Baby Jane, I thought you were green too. So there must have been like memberships expiring on a certain date. So thank you for becoming a member, Big Baby Jane. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I feed 13 cats outside my house. Most of them are black and white. They kill things, fight over. They yell at the cats from across the street who are other colors. Oh, so are the cats in your neighborhood clicking up based on appearance? And then, this is a case you can win, Miss Love. Please don't give the idea. This is hilarious, and animals are hilarious to me. So I'm sorry if you have to hear the cats yelling outside at night. That part sucks. But this is hilarious that you have like a miniature cat gang war novella breaking out right before your very eyes. Thank you so much, Chloe. GV gifting a membership. Thank you so much, GV. Lovely Soul said, look, I'm just going to slime myself. I'm initiating myself. I'm joining the Cat Not Williams Rico gang. Welcome aboard. And then Stephen T. Satchel gifted one. Thank you so much, Stephen. Living My Truth said, look, me too. I gotta be green. Thanks for coming aboard. Thanks for supporting the channel. DD Shep says, oh, you gifted 5. You guys say thank you to DD Shep in the chat. That is super awesome. Helping 5 people get initiated. We've got to update this banner too. I know I'm behind. So let me get this. We have DD Shep. In the banner. And I'm also going to add Chloe as our squeak sponsor. And I swear, Love was trying to sit so quietly in the chair, and then she must have forgotten, because we got some squeaks today. We definitely got some squeaks today. And then Josie became a new member. Thanks for coming on board, Josie. GB says, chat Rico gang. Who's with me getting snake tattoos and sending pics to the state? Or what was it, like amphibious? I didn't know. Was Shart saying that in that picture somebody was holding like a snake in real life? The picture in the indictment is like, it's like a photocopy, so it's all pixelated and it's in black and white. There isn't really much contrast. To see what's actually shown in the picture, it just looks like 3 people. So was Shart trying to say that they were holding some amphibious creature in the photo itself, and that's what that comment could have been in reference to? But yeah, so now this emoji now is some green amphibious thing. Thank you so much, GV. Army Nurse, good to see you, says, glad to see you're safe. Good morning, everyone. I'm enjoying this court today, praying for Florida today. And as soon as we resume, I'm going to check like the local weather updates and, make sure everything's good. We've still been pretty quiet here. There's been some rain, but we haven't really gotten strong wind bands or rain yet. And if you guys are from Florida, but for anyone not from Florida, and I had to learn it when I first moved down, when they talk about rain bands and wind bands, it is really interesting because it's like you can kind of see the centripetal force. Like you look out your window and the rain is like diagonal, almost sometimes completely sideways, depending on the wind and the strength and the direction things are moving. But just like you can look at the radar and kind of see bands slipping away from around the center of the hurricane, the outskirts of that, it really does rain in a band fashion. So I don't know, nature's cool. Nature's scary, but nature's cool. But thank you for the well wishes and good to see you, Army Nurse. Bees on Mars says the KNW co-conspirators are growing. Congrats, Kat. Love the alliteration there. Thank you so much, Bees. Michelle Warden, good to see ya, says, good morning, Kat. So glad to see you this morning. Well, right back at ya. And also, always love to see a dog in a profile picture. 2 souls for you, gifting a membership. 2 souls for you, I'm going to add you to the banner. You've been so supportive, and you've helped a few people become members today. So let's get you up in here. And I've got to do a backup plan. Now, I remember Nick Starro saying yesterday, I saw him streaming this morning, he obviously just raided, but I'm guessing you're restarting a stream later this evening? Because if we end up having internet outages, just trying to sow some seeds for where you guys can hop over to. I know we said the lead attorney was live today. I know Classy Beats does coverage in the morning, but usually he'll end it at some point. So, you know, by this point is usually when he wraps up. Dear Woke Christian might be streaming. And then you have the local news channels too. So hopefully I'm with you for the long haul, but just floating ideas. Thank you to Apuninu gifting another membership. And Bobby said, look, these gifted memberships keep missing me. I'm just going to become a member myself. Thank you so much, Bobby. HTX Cast says, Kat, do you think love is spreading out witnesses so, quote, asked and answered objections can be sustained and defense can't let out story like Shart tried? You know, I think in part, and I think love frazzled Shart that day. If you watched me stream that day, I commented on this. I really think Shart was knocked off his footing a little bit in the beginning of his cross-examination that day, and he picked it back up. He got back with it. But I think if Shart reworded his question a little bit and reminded, you know, if you phrase the question, when Miss Love asked you, or did you testify previously that blank, now that's a different question than re-asking the question that elicited whatever testimony he's trying to get Gaither to repeat. So he could have found a way to get around that asked and answered by adding that layer of, now you stated previously that blank, right? But I think he got it together after, like, I don't know if they took a recess. I'm forgetting how that day played out. But I think Love really knocked him off his game for a few minutes by lodging like these rapid fire objections. So it does kind of suck that Whitaker might not know if things were actually asked and answered before or not. I think that's a bit problematic. Although the defense could say, like, look, it's slightly a different question, or I'm asking to orient the jury or lay foundation to the next thing I have to ask. So, but yeah, we're going to keep seeing that. I think we're going to keep seeing those rapid fire objections on cross of certain witnesses. I would expect it with Sumlin, probably with Duke, with Martinez Arnold. So you guys know, you guys already know. We'll see it again. Thank you so much for the 5. And then Mary Ma. Mary Ma gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Mary Ma. And great problem to have, having to keep, I'm like, oh, my banner's out of date. I gotta update it. That is a great problem to have. You guys have been incredibly supportive today, all the time. All the time. And I always say I would do this for free. It's still extremely, like, shocking to see that there's like more than 10 people in the chat. Sometimes it's 100, then 1,000, then 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. And it's surreal. It's really a surreal feeling. And then because you guys are so generous to support, I appreciate it so much. I hope you guys have a ton of fun here. Feel like it's home. We want to create a fun and open experience. So appreciate you, Mary Ma, for gifting 10, helping people become members and use those channel emojis. Destined to Be says 4K and only 1.2 likes. Yeah, hit that like button. You've got some time. Mama 4, thank you for the kind words. Says, love it here. You are knowledgeable about the law. Well, I learned so much from you guys, so two-way street here. Love you guys. And then Robert Gaudette says, need a psychologist to look at love, NPD, and ASD. So I don't know, and I don't like to armchair diagnose anybody. So, but I don't really see how she could be compelled. So unless she goes herself and then wants to share the information, I don't really think that we would ever find out. So, but it'd be interesting. I know people have made observations that, you know, certain things she does seem consistent with X, Y, or Z. Thank you so much for being a member, Robert. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, love selfie caption for today. When you come to work ready to kill Bill, but only ended up with egg on your face. And the egg color of the blazer. Guys, I like yellow. I like the color yellow. And everywhere else. Thank you so much, Chloe. But yeah, she did seem like she had a little bit of energy, and it was just cut out before she had a chance to speak. I mean, Whitaker just denied those motions she filed yesterday, which I loved, but that had to be deflating as the receiving party. Lottie B, good to see you. Thanks for becoming a member. And speaking of yellow, love your profile picture. There you go. And Cassandra too. Did you see Chloe's comment, or is this too independent Kill? Is the yellow just making people think of Kill Bill? Cassandra says battle without honor or humanity, hashtag Kill Bill. Thank you so much, Cassandra. Amber Dawn Them Johnson says she's about to add Adam and Eve on the indictment. Oh my goodness. Who is it? What was the judge's name? Not Judge McBurney? Was that the judge that was doing the final plea hearing for the severed co-defendants that said this has been going on since the dawn of time? Since the creation of Adam? Oh my goodness. It's such a good comparison. Thank you so much, Amber. Stephen T. Satchel back to, hey, I can't access the drive. My Wi-Fi kicked me out in the courtroom. Stephen says, Mr. Atkins, that's what USB drives are for. With a sad face. Oh. Yeah. And I don't know. I don't know. They haven't really... I think they're just comfortable with relying on that drive. And luckily, to be fair, it did sort itself out pretty quickly. But still. Maybe they're worried that if they use the drive, it'll be more prone to another cyber attack than a drive would be. Which seems like not great logic. But they've already implied that USB drives were wiped through a digital hack. So maybe that's what they're thinking. I don't know, Steven. Thank you so much again for all your continued support. Trials to You says, I love this chat. Best one. I think it's best. We can be Bear also, but I think it's best one on YouTube. I'm so glad you think so. Welcome home. Love ya. You guys are really great in the chat. If you guys want a 60-second all caps, it's been a while. There we go. We can do a 60 seconds there. All caps. And the reason we do that is we know caps can be fun. Caps can help you express something the way you're trying to express it. But YouTube, if you post several things in all caps, it can start to flag you. So that's why we limit some of the caps, except for the visually impaired. If you are visually impaired, we know that it's easier to type on your own device if you type in all caps, so that's always welcome. But other than that, tone the all caps down. You'd be amazed at how much YouTube's flagging system automatically flags. But these 60 seconds help us get it out. Get it off our chest. Steph JK says, clat shot, net. Yeah, and Grow with the Scully says, how do you hack a file cabinet? Listen, listen. Free the amphibious creature. AL says, I have nothing. Mendacity, waste of time. Heck yeah. Peter Ortiz says, it's so peaceful when love isn't yakking. It really has been a different day. I think this has been a productive day. Like, I'll give it like a 9 out of 10 so far. And again, that's based off past experience, right? But for this trial, for how this trial usually goes, today so far, I'm giving a 9 out of 10 out of productivity. So, Nancelot says, y'all hit that like button. Thank you, Nancelot. And Nancelot, fellow Floridian, make sure you are prepared out here. Chloe likes chaos. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I want to hear the Atlanta accent. Talking to Canton accent. There'd be like a lot of yas and words I can't say, and then a bunch of Shaq and Harris. Oh man. I love accents. Part of the cool part of being in Florida is so many people move down here from all other places. It's just like a melting pot of different accents. So one thing I love about living here. Thank you so much, Chloe. Always love a good Canton reference. Jenna says, there's 4K in here. Let's help her get her likes up. It's free 99. Thank you so much for the show of support, Jenna. And then, let's see. Chloe says, it's like Ice Cube and Chris Tucker made the long-lost prequel Wednesday. Yeah, and oops, earlier we were talking about Mondays, but I swear all I meant was you come back from a weekend, a long weekend in this case, right? It's that first day back, fresh, sort of fresh slate. You've had time to relax, So today is technically Wednesday. It probably sounded like I was treating this as a Monday. It feels like a Monday. But yeah, oops. I definitely called today a Monday. And then Finding Good gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Finding Good. Got you in the banner down here. You guys, if you got a membership, just say thank you, even if you don't know who it was from, because this was a little bit ago, but show Finding Good some love. And yeah, I think, Kelly Wilson, I think I saw 2 different interviews where Mungtunk was on, but I haven't watched them. So, and I don't really remember where I saw them. I probably put them in my watch later, and then they're on a list of things to get to. So if you guys have seen that out there in the wild, there are some like interviews with creators that brought Mungtunk on as a guest. So you might be interested in that. But I have no insight yet. Haven't watched it. And then Nancelot sniping out here. Nancelot, thank you so much for sliming somebody. Princess Waku says, so Thug has not funded the killings, etc. Got it. Yeah, and I'm thinking back, I mean, something that stood out to me was when Quindarius Zachary was on the stand, we get this bit of information that Jeffrey Williams had to ask. Why did you do that? Why did you unalive Donovan Thomas? Well, if he's supposed to have ordered it, like, and that's the thing, right? If that was done, if the state didn't make the claim that Jeffrey Williams was calling the shots on these major incidents, it'd be a different story. If they just said, look, you know, he's one of the top of this YSL gang, but these acts, the individuals that were committing this act, they, in their capacity, were doing it in furtherance of the gang. That's a different argument to have to make if you didn't already set the expectation that Jeffrey Williams was ordering everything under the sun to be done in the name of YSL. Right? They would have been better off if they didn't try to over-represent, in my opinion. But when you come out the gate over-representing, you anchor your case in a position that now you have to meet these higher expectations. And we're looking for it. Every day we're looking for it. And with each day that goes by and we don't see anything that helps us nudge a little bit closer that way, psychologically it makes us feel farther away from where they want us to be anchored. Because they told us to look here. And if they're not delivering here, we were going to fall back. So bad strategy, again, in my opinion, bad strategy in the whole presentation of this case. Because again, I don't think it's necessary for them to allege or prove that Jeffrey Williams was calling the shots. They could have just said, you know, he's just part of the gang and conspired in some part for some of the stuff. But they really wanted to paint this big ringleader picture of him. And I think that that expectation is damaging to the case the more and more it goes on, and they're not meeting that expectation that they themselves set. So you are exactly right, Princess Waku. Thank you so much. Positive cue during the play of the call. Max, stand up and stop this, LOL. Yeah, if only. Luckily, it really wasn't as bad as one of those like hour-long jail interviews. Or not jail interviews, police interviews. It could have been worse. Hopefully Atkins still cuts it down though, because we will have to listen to that twice. Some guy with cancer. Oh no. Shout out to you. Never an easy thing to deal with. But I'm so confused. So I'm assuming this is in reference to the call that we heard, the wiretap. And, you know, hopefully Atkins is the one doing the questioning for the witness that they're going to bring this in through. And I wonder if Atkins will lay it out more clearly, the storyline and what parts of this call are relevant to the argument that Atkins wants to make through whatever given witness. So I'm actually really excited to see how Atkins weaves the details together there. I think he'll help us get away from our confusion. And that's going to be a rare moment in this trial. So Positive Q says, I went to lunch, now I'm back, and he's still talking. That was a long call, yeah. Oh, man. Shout out to NC Tar Heel Mom. We gotta get NC Tar Heel Mom in the banner. Super sweet of you gifting memberships. And, you know, North Carolina is a big place. I hope you're doing okay with all of the aftermath of Helene. Unless you're just, you know, an NC, you're a North Carolina Tar Heel fan, you might not even live in North Carolina, you're just still a fan. But in case you are, sending best wishes and thoughts over to you, because some of that stuff coming out of North Carolina is just insane to see. Oh, interesting. And I'm not surprised to hear it, just out of the loop, but Snot Zombie says they tried the same thing with Insane Clown Posse and their fans. Interesting. So, like the garb, the stuff that I'm wearing, right? You're trying to say that we're all associated and acting as one because we are, and this is slipping my mind, juggalos, right? I'm a fan, I'm a juggalo, and I might do something individually, and then now prosecutor wherever this happened was trying to say that it was one and of the same. It was a group of people because they all happened to wear the same merchandise. Interesting, interesting. Would love to look at that more. So thank you for putting that on the radar. And then let's see here. Nina says there's a video of Justin Bieber when he was 15 saying slime in an interview. Oh no, oh no. Tell the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Find out if he's ever had a conversation with Jeffrey Williams. Figure it out. Add an overt act, intrinsic act. Add it to the list. The very long list. Oh my goodness. Crazy. It's just so crazy to see, like, every time football Sunday rolls around, or I guess Monday and Thursday, just every time a player goes like this now, I laugh. It is so funny to me. And it's like, I know that the purpose is, they're doing it because it's just been a symbol that's been around. And I get that in this case, the district attorney's office wants to say that it's a gang symbol or it's a sign that go and take somebody out. I get the argument that the state's trying to make, but it's going to feel so muted. There has to be somebody on the jury that catches a football game or a viral clip of somebody out in the wild doing this. And what are they going to think of first if they see something like that clipped? Like, they're going to be like, why are we sitting here for 140 days? Oh, man. I would love to be a fly on the wall and be able to see jury deliberations in this case more than any other. Nurse Fancy became a member. Thank you so much. And then Stephen T. Satchel, Nancelot are having like a sniper battle here. Nancelot gifts one. Stephen T. Satchel gifts another. Nancelot says, rubber glue, back to you. Thank you so much to the both of you. K-Way says, all the witnesses said Thug cut them off in 2015, and this is a 2022 call. And the dude said he don't mess with or give them money to help them with beef. Yeah, and that's the thing. So that's why that... It's still on the screen, right? Is this the... Well, where was it? That Young Thug quote. Let's see where it was. Yeah, this quote here. Like, this to me goes... It's the same sentiment that K-Way's talking about here. If I didn't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have killed you. It's the same thing. The mall cop, where if you don't back off, I'll shoot you in the face. Well, there's an if there. And clearly the other thing didn't happen. Right? So this just seems like a freedom of expression that, and this to me, I don't even think this sounds like a threat. This to me sounds like I don't have a problem. There's nothing that I'm going to threaten you with because I don't have a problem. And yet the state is tacking this in as an overt act. And like K-Way says here, we keep hearing from different witnesses say that Thug cuts people off. They get sent home from the work they were being paid to do on tours because they were acting up. Sledge testified to that. Like, where is this Jeffrey Williams is the sponsor of criminal behavior coming from? I'm not seeing it. And again, you anchored me here. The state anchored me here with expectations up here. They said high expectations. They would have been better off if they let it be like a normal level. But you said it here. And every once in a while, I'm hearing some girls calling one of the co-defendants to ask for a pill or like a dime bag. Like, you know, I don't have an answer. I don't have an explanation here. Big shout out to Perfections by Stormy. I think it's Stormy. Maybe it's Storm and you put the extra E there, but I think it's Stormy. So thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Let's get you in the banner. And I've got to get my name pronunciation on lock. Thank you so much for gifting the 5. Super sweet of you. Good to have you here. And then SSG Nunu also gifting 5. Hold on, every time I update this banner. Again, incredible problem to have. So, okay, I think the banner's up to date. No, it is not. Holy moly, guys, we have over 200 members today. This is like growing into a full enterprise, a full-blown enterprise. We are at 206 new members. That is awesome. So let me fix this. Let me get this right. And just so you know, I do have the court feed open. It's just still... They're still on lunch. So we haven't missed anything. Oh, man. Joan Turner says, I have to move my Glock from underneath my bed now. Weak argument. And that's the thing, you know, when you know, this is happening in Georgia, and I don't know how voir dire went with the jury and what questions they asked to kind of filter people in and out, but if the state leans too far into the idea that gun existing somewhere ever equals big bad thug criminal gang activity, you know, if anybody on that jury is a gun owner themselves, that's not to say that a gun owner won't have a problem with guns being used improperly. A lot of gun owners, I would hope most gun owners, I would hope all gun owners take gun ownership very seriously, you know? So, you know, maybe, probably not a good look to show pictures where there isn't good trigger discipline. But when you argue like, oh no, someone had a gun in their home under the mattress, like, that argument might not be helpful to the state if the jury feels like, well, I don't want to be looked at a certain way if I also keep a gun nearby in case of emergency. Right? It's like sometimes the state doesn't recognize the sentiment or the connotation of the things they choose to hyper-focus on. So, Sean, I'm with you here all the way. Perfections by Stormy says, I was finally gifted membership when mine expired and I was broke, so I had to return the favor. Thank you so much for paying it forward. Love that. Love, love, love that. And I always love, I always love to see someone excited that they got a membership. A lot of times when these streams end, and you can only gift memberships during a live. It's not like you can go and look at a static video and gift memberships. But I'll get comment notifications and it'll be long after the stream ended and they'll be like, hey, I just noticed I became a membership. I'm so thankful to whoever it was, because you can't see at that point who it was. But just know that when you gift the memberships, like, it really does make people happy. So I appreciate it, but again, love the feature. And then any updates on the Atlanta Hawks meeting? I don't know. Was that slated to have happened already? I'm not sure I saw. I don't know if I heard about that having a date to it, so I'm not sure. So I don't know. Sorry I don't have an update on that.
Who is?
Let's get this big.
No, still will.
You don't have, well, our court reporter doesn't have any power, so we're not going to be doing much.
I just walked into
Court reporter losing power. And I think what they were saying, I think they were just saying Stillwell wasn't back in the courtroom. So, you know, the defendants need to be present for them to resume, or at least the counsel. So I think that's what we heard. That was just cut off there. But court reporter doesn't have power. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound like good news. It's my fault. I just rated this a 9 out of 10 productive day. And then we come back and have a power issue, some type of issue with the court reporter's equipment. It's my fault, you guys. Oh, man. And then, see, look, this is, aw. So, Jaha Lewis says, thanks to my membership sponsor. Also an iPhone user, so it's extremely helpful. So there you go. Look. The thank yous for the gifted memberships. Love to see the appreciation. And love to give, you know, there's some creators out here that probably don't know. I used to lurk and drop gifts in their channel back in 2022 and a bit of 2023. Because I use a different profile now for this YouTube account. My old one didn't, it wasn't named Cat. But like Nick Star, I used to be a lurker. And I know it was a long time ago because I used to watch the early days of this trial as well as others through Nick's channel back in the day. So always, always love the gift feature. I've got like a secret, an alternate, a burner account, if you will, out here. I've loved that feature for a long time. Plus, if you don't have something to say, it's a great, sometimes I can't think of something, but just want to support. When you do a super chat, you gotta be like, what do I write? What do I write? So I have a few and I changed the old one. So there was a short time period where there was Cat as the name with my real last name, which I don't think is all that private, but whatever, just for the sake of it, I changed it. One of my old accounts was Arg Monster Roar, and it wasn't like a profile picture of me or anything. And then occasionally, I have a lot of different accounts for different niches. So I have a gaming channel that I don't really use anymore. Used to also gift on that without realizing I was logged into one or the other. So used to lurk with a few different, we'll call it burner accounts. And so I am on the East Coast and it looks like it's coming. I'm in Brevard, so it looks like the hurricane is going to go right over us, but it's going to be weekend by the time it gets here because I'm on the East Coast. Oh, and this is a joke. It was a joke about the court reporter power issue being my fault because it's like I jinxed it. Right before they took their lunch recess, I said, this is such a productive day. It's amazing. What could go wrong? And then boom. Something that throws a wrench in the productivity bucket. Oh, man. And yeah, she probably needs to have her computer plugged in. And while the tape was playing, it looked like she was... Oh, I'm hidden, sorry. I'm on the screen, I promise. I just... Oh, I think StreamYard got screwy with my layouts. There we go. I'm just like hidden behind Chloe's comment there. But yeah, it looked like she was using her laptop while the call was playing. So I don't know if she was trying to figure it out then. But yeah, that sucks if she relies on the computer for her transcription. I mean, not much you can do if something's wrong. All right, we're finally getting rain in West Orlando. Yes, yes, yes. Love Nick for a long time. And then a lot of the other stuff, you know, like the Depp trial was a big one I followed. Like Rittenhouse is really where I learned that there was like a space of people that were interested in commenting on stuff like this. That's really where you saw a lot of people tuned in watching trials. And I thought it was awesome to have a space to talk about trials with other people. You know, because you could go on other platforms, but having a chat is different than, you know, seeing a thread on X. It's a different type of interaction.
But are we ready to pick up where we were with the next one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And it's going to be PDF page 3058, reference number 3030.
Okay.
And Your Honor, this call, it's select portions, so I'll announce which portions. I'm going to start with 2 minutes to 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
Okay.
And these are the time hacks that are on the chart all parties have.
All right. And what are the objections going to be?
Anybody?
Can y'all voice the objection so I can know what to be listening for?
Yes. Your Honor, this is kind of going to be the same thing with relevance and also hearsay. Again, it seems to me that this is going to be Mr. Garlington. I think it's fair to say from going through the wiretap that Mr. Garlington is involved in the drug trade. From the context of everything he talks about on the wiretap, what I will not agree with is that this has anything to do with anyone other than Mr. Garlington. And so a lot of what he's talking about is illegality, general incriminality, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case, and I certainly don't see how it comes in through a hearsay exception to this case.
All right. Well, I guess I'll just listen and see.
Adam boy had little spider people and little shit like that.
Who?
I say, how, Roland had a little house, little apartment, they had people.
Yeah.
We need some little shit like that around the way that we can roll out of, bro.
Yeah. Hey, I think
Your Honor, that's 2 minutes to 2:16. We're next going to play 6 minutes and 7 seconds to 8 minutes and 24 seconds.
He just acting like, boy, I will get him 23rd on the reason. I say, man, come on, man, D had his own money, man.
I'm telling you, man. That nigga said, Cecil would let me see the video. That nigga said they had over 17,000. Like, what nigga did? Come on, bro. Man.
And he keep trying to like he pumping you, he don't pump you up and all that. Go ahead on, man.
Yeah, man. Nigga,
Yeah.
brother, man, gave me $1,000.
Listen,
Listen, what? That nigga gave me $1,000 when I got out, bro. Look, he just want to be in so much competition with nigga. Look, B. Slime gave me like, B. Slime and Matt Main, they gave me like 500 apiece. And I think B. Slime gave me like 800. And Matt Main gave me like 500. But he had that loss. He was just like, shit. He was telling me like, boy, everything I win right here, pick it up. I had them pick up with 500. So I was telling him like, shit, man, he like, man, that's all he gave you? He like, shit.
yeah.
He nigga with rappers and shit. Yeah, man. I thought that was Cecil right now. Yeah, man, I give my boy 1,000. That's how nigga give you 500. Man, what the hell you worrying about what another nigga gave me, bro?
Exactly, bro. Like you don't need, what the hell you ain't worrying about that? Ain't got nothing to do with you, bro.
That man gave me $1,000, bro. Number side it, like, nigga, I was going through to get the weed, and he was still putting, like, how everybody is saying, Matt Main telling folk goddamn, talking about, boy, hey, man, he lying. The man told him folk, like, man, boy, he took the boy out, cause, shit, man, he tell me everything. He really took him out, cause, like, the plug situation, man. Man, home busting the head 200-300. He like shit. When D told me like shit, but he supposed to did it. Man, I ain't told you no shit like that.
Say that, G.
Huh?
He said, man, say that.
Yeah, that way everybody get from. Like when I told Roger, like man, Roger was telling at the gambling house, I ain't want no nigga just think like, man, I'm out here just taking everybody out. I'm right there just telling Roger, he like, man, hell no, I don't believe it, bro.
Yeah.
He like, yeah.
And Your Honor, the next portion is 8 minutes and 30 seconds to 9 minutes and 24 seconds.
Like, man, yeah, homo definitely tripping with that shell kill shit. Like, I ain't
Yeah,
really-
then he like, but I don't fuck them niggas, but hey, boy, then when he started getting saying like, oh yeah, boy, I got something for whoever get him, boy, I got something for whoever get him.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I was tripping.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I just like, bro, you on all that fake ass shit, bro, go ahead on, bro.
I'm telling you, man.
Like, yeah, but nigga, what all that fake shit, bro? You know what it is? I was just like, bro, yeah, man. Go ahead on.
Somebody said they seen him in the car with the boy.
Huh?
I don't know how true it is. Somebody said they seen the boy killed in the car with him. I don't forget who the hell they told me.
In the car one?
Yeah.
That's a fool there.
Yeah.
Somebody, man, they said he wrote the ball. Like, nah, they ain't came to no deal.
That what they say?
That was Boone said he heard, I think, one time. Boone asked, like, Johnny Brock killed through him. Somebody told him there was something.
Yeah. And I'm just talking to Fred told me on Trey Woman call.
And Your Honor, the spreadsheet, the state's not going to be playing 9:45 to 11 minutes.
Okay.
So I just focus on the first three. And for the 2 minutes to 2 minutes and 16 seconds, and he's talking with, I believe, Dewaskin Watt, right, a 30 Deep member, and he says, you know that those guys have a spot in Pittsburgh, part of the city of Atlanta, and he says, we need a spot like that we can roll out of. And so what the state believes they're talking about getting a trap spot, essentially, to where they can go and quickly navigate and go in and out of. The next portion, which is
Okay, well,
Yes,
stop. And on that portion, is there any indication there that that's related to anything other than his own desire to be selling drugs?
So, Your Honor, there's another call, which I don't think we've gotten to yet, where Demekion Garlington is talking with, I believe, Mr. Wright. I'll check my notes. And he's telling him you should sell your Percocets on Instagram. It's how you can get customers. And he's mentioning, we will get to this call, and he says SB, talking about defendant Stillwell, was basically successful of getting Percocets sold online and Instagram. We also have embedded, there's no, in this specific case, I don't have, and oftentimes you do not have specific, Garlington and Mr. Wright got a trap spot after this conversation, and they put up a big sign that says, this is the YSL trap house. We're going to give our proceeds to our fellow gang members. But it's the fact that they, there's some uniformity because there's a spot called The Web that's referenced in 2015 and also comes up when we get to Antonio Sumlin's wiretap in 2022. And so areas where they can operate freely and sell narcotics, or Waters Road is similar in terms of going, a lot of times there's firearms there as well, is a common theme. So to answer the court's question, I do not have specific evidence of Mr. Wright and Mr. Garlington after this conversation, getting another trap house spot. There is on Garlington's wiretap a trap spot where he's actively saying, hey, there's a new customer, go outside and come back selling primarily or almost exclusively Percocet pills off of Moreland. But to answer the court's question with this specific clip, I do not, the states wanted to get this part in talking about we need a spot we can roll from, just like these other group of people have in Pittsburgh.
And so what's overall the state's evidence that this is being done as a, to the benefit of YSL?
She's asking for the
So, Your
chat,
Honor,
guys.
The state's position in regards to that is Garlington discussing and trying to find or speak about other areas to where they could sell narcotics is in furtherance of the gang. I don't have a specific piece of evidence to point to the court. And it's the state's belief that, inferences can be drawn by the jury in terms of if the state's alleging or putting forth evidence or arguing closing about the web or about Waters Road. This is a wiretap call that is very unlikely they would believe they would be ever heard, more or less introduced in a trial. Talking about freely, we need to get a spot we can roll out of. So it gives some relevance to the state's assertion that these are trap houses versus just places that people hang out who are friends.
All right. Okay, you want to move on to whatever you were going to say about the next clip?
Yes, Your Honor. The next portion, which is 6 minutes to 8:24, Garlington is discussing B. Slime. Jaboris Greer is
Well, so was that a no?
who we believe that he's referring to, and he also references Christian McMiller, who the state has addressed to the court. And so he's mentioning money that they gave him for his bond, talking about different amounts and so that has come up periodically from the state in argument or about paying for fellow, and both B. Slime and Christian McMiller, the state believes were YSL members. And so that portion is for paying of bonds of fellow gang members. And so the state, because in terms of why that specific conversation is in furtherance, he's discussing how much each gave. And so it's some cohesiveness in terms of Mr. Wright and Garlington speaking about the bond money he received.
Okay.
And the last one, Your Honor, Garlington starts, it's right around 8 minutes and 28 seconds, where he says, Holmes is definitely tripping with the Shell Kell stuff. And so Shell Kell is someone who's does come up periodically in this case in terms of a rival gang member. And so him discussing, Mr. Wright in response to that says he doesn't mess with him. And they're discussing someone else in terms of talking tough, I believe, about what they would do to Shell Kell. But nonetheless, it's the fact that Shell Kell gets referenced quite frequently by the state. This is a private conversation, and Shell Kell specifically will come up in other wiretap calls because Demikian Garlington makes reference in later wiretap calls to a song he made where he says, I have to change and take his name out of it because if something happens to that boy,
Right.
they're going to think it's us.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's the three portions the state wanted to play, Your Honor.
Okay. And those were generally just relevance objections, or is?
To me, the way I'm analyzing this is the state needs to satisfy two separate tests based on my objections. It needs to be relevant, and then it needs to have a way that it's admissible through the rules of evidence beyond relevance. And I'm just not hearing it. I don't, Your Honor asked what evidence they have, and then Mr. Atkins said, well, we don't have evidence of them being Garlington and I guess DeWaskin Wright is who they think this is. getting a trap spot and putting a neon sign that says for YSL. But, and I agree they don't have that, but they don't have a lot less either. That's kind of a straw man of what we're expecting. They don't have, there's no indication at all that I've seen that Mr. Garlington is, now there's certainly an indication that he's selling drugs, but that his drug dealing exploits have anything to do with Mr. Stillwell. Other than he talks about selling people pills on the same phone that he happens to use to talk to Mr. Stillwell and other people, but that's not really a nexus. So again, we're just even, so to me, all of what Garlington has going on, unless there's some link, is completely irrelevant, and it's also subject to 403. But on top of that, you know, when we talk about, you know, Mr. Atkins just brought up, and I'm having a little difficulty following the call, but, and what Mr. Garlington's saying, but about bond money. Okay, if Mr. Garlington's on a phone call talking about so-and-so paid so-and-so else's bond, the state needs to figure out, you know, who's going to testify and provide live testimony to this with personal knowledge, because just talking about what other people have done in the past is not, to my understanding of the law, is not going to fall under a co-conspirator statement. So we have both those issues, and I just don't think that the explanation that the state gave really addressed either of them for this call.
Okay. So is all of the discussion about the money, that's, what is that? Is that everything in the past?
Yes, Your Honor. Garlington is discussing how much money they gave him for, I believe, his own bond in a prior case.
Okay. So it's his own first-hand knowledge about his own, what he got?
Correct, because he says B. Slime McMain, and B. Slime gave me 800 and McMain gave me 500.
Okay. And how is them discussing that,
So,
furthering the conspiracy?
yes, Your Honor. So the narrative of past events can be in furtherance if it serves some present purpose. So the state's position is him discussing two other, who the state believes are YSL gang members paying for his bond,
Right.
fosters some cohesiveness. He's talking with Mr. Wright, who is to the state's understanding, an allied gang of 30 deep, which Garlington, Mr. Copeland, and defendant Stillwell, the state sets forth, used to be a part of, and then it kind of became part of YSL. All that aside, that's the state's argument, is that him discussing this, of the money they gave him, fosters a present purpose of cohesiveness.
Guys, Cash Money Cass got a
Cohesiveness
slime
with
hat.
the allied gang?
Yes, Your Honor. Because the speaker, Garlington, he has to be a part of the same conspiracy as who it's held against. So the state's position is that YSL member Garlington is making that statement. That's the state's.
Okay, I don't think that one meets the
Yes, Your Honor.
conspirator exception. And then okay, was there any further argument on the shell kill portion?
So that's what we didn't get the ruling on.
From the
5
state,
minutes
Your
ago.
Honor? Or,
The defense? Anything beyond relevance on that?
Launch another objection, guys. So the 6-minute clip is out. And really, the state wants that stuff in about bond because it's like the members looking out for each other, and you take this, hey, we'll look out for you, we'll get you out, blah, 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 blah.
I guess it would be the same objection about, I mean, the state articulated what their interest in this call is the fact that Shell Kell, in the argument they just made, Shell Kell's name just keeps getting brought up. Well, okay. I mean, even if that's true, his name keeps getting brought up, and even if to them that has some sort of relevance to the overall story they're trying to tell, we don't have a declarant at this point that is testifying. And I don't, there's no exception. I'm not trying to be smart, but to my understanding, there's no exception to the hearsay rule that, the state just gets to say, well, we think it's interesting that someone's name gets brought up a lot, so we want to admit it. I don't see how it falls under 801D2E or anything else. It's just, he's talking about past events, as I understand it. I have no idea if he's talking about past events he has personal knowledge of. My guess would be he probably doesn't, but that's speculation. So I just don't see how any of this is admissible. I guess I'm just keep going back to the fallback position. I'm arguing to exclude things, but the fallback position is we're not talking about live testimony here. We're talking about the state playing a tape wiretap. And to me, that requires them to jump through extra hoops, including how it falls under a hearsay exception, and they're just not doing it.
And so how is this part of this conversation in furtherance of the conspiracy?
So, Your Honor, the notes I have is Garlington, he says Holmes, talking about someone else who's not Mr. Wright, not Mr. Garlington, is definitely tripping with the Shell Kell stuff. And then Mr. Wright says, I don't mess with them, plural, but he's like, oh yeah, I got some for him, whoever gets him. And he says, the guy is tripping, and he says, and then Garlington says, they got him, talking about the same male, in a car. They just seen the boy with him. Talking about this male he's tripping with the Shell Kell stuff because they think he's in a car with him. So it's the fact that they are concerned or discussing someone associating with Shell Kell that the state feels is relevant. I think there also is an argument here in terms of, because the state is not going to be articulating who this person is, there's a non-hearsay argument in terms of it's the fact that they're concerned someone's riding around with Shell Kell. And in terms of the truth of the matter asserted of is Holmes riding around with Shell Kell or not is not why the state's introducing it. It wants to show the jury how they're freely discussing someone who is possibly riding around with someone that they consider a rival gang member. That's the which in my mind falls under both, but almost is more applicable as non-hearsay because the state's not going to be arguing or asserting if this person actually is with Shell Kell or not. It's just the way they're talking about that.
Okay, but, all right, so they're letting each other know then, though, that, so here's this person, Holmes or whatever, that you need to be on the alert. He's hanging with Shell Kell. Is this basically the?
That's how I interpret from listening to what they're saying, Your Honor.
All right. I think that would pass the 801, whatever it is, D2E test. Okay.
Your Honor, the next three go together. So PDF page number 3200, 3202, and 3206, which are reference numbers 3171, 3172, and 3177. They're all on April 9th. The first one is at 7:33 p.m., the second one is at 7:35 p.m., and the third one is 7:41 p.m. So they're in a span of 8 minutes. And the reason I wanted to give this backstory is because they all kind of play off one another. And so I'm going to, I don't know what the defense's position on these calls, but I wanted to play them back to back to back. They're quite short, and then address the court.
All right, well, is there going to be objection? Yes.
The same thing, it's relevance and they appear, I think a fair reading of it is, it appears to be Demekion Garlington involved in general criminality.
So, Your Honor, the state is going to play, the state's going to play PDF page 3200 first.
Okay.
Hello. What's up? I ain't got the, you got a slider? What is that? They coil. Oh, they coil, man, I'm tripping. No, that's what we looking for one now. Damn. Where the hell you at? Right here with the op. You with the who? Yeah, I'm with him, buddy. You know I ain't gonna talk on no phone. Oh, for real? Yeah, at the West End. At the West End? Yeah. Damn, man. Hey. And he ain't got no car. Your girl just pulled out in the car. For real? Yeah, that whole peanut just pulled out. Damn. Who up there with him? Nobody up there by himself. He got something on him? No, I don't know. I just came up here gambling. But he just got the little jewelry on him. Alright, let me call you right back. Alright.
Your Honor, we're now going to play 3202.
Where you at, bro?
What's up?
GP.
Oh, I just came to the house. I was on the block.
Oh, I'm right here riding through right here. I just got a car. Boy, Johnny got down around the way, so he got something on him.
For real?
Yeah, I thought you ran away. I was gonna come pick you up.
Damn, I just left from that side.
I know how that shit is. But you far out and
Yeah, I'm in Panola.
oh yeah, damn.
Hey, they say he ran around with it though.
Yeah, he up there at the gambling house. I ain't in no slide. I was just gonna get down. I'm finna see how I'm finna do this shit though. I'm finna get down. I probably need to put paper tag on them motherfuckers.
And just call let me know, man.
Alright.
Alright.
Your Honor, the state's going to play 3206.
I can't grow. Hello? Hey, you ain't got no iPhone, like? Yeah, nah. Why you say that? Nah, I want to talk on the phone. I was finna tell you something
I'm gonna
FaceTime.
get pieced up. I'm gonna get pieced up on right quick.
just like FaceTime, because they can't hear on that FaceTime shit.
I'm gonna FaceTime audio.
Alright.
So, Your Honor, the 3200 is DeQuellis Boyer, who's Little Quill. He's the brother of DeMarco Boyer, who the state believes is affiliated with Paradise East PDE, an allied gang of YSL, and is the brother of the phone records we discussed in August with Boyer. This is his brother. And so the next call at 3202 is Antonio Sumlin, the gentleman whose tattoos and the gun we were discussing, who was a defendant who pled. And so the first call, Little Quill calls Garlington and says he's with the ops. And he says his girl just pulled off in the car, Peanut just pulled off. I believe he's talking about a female whose nickname is Peanut. And then Garlington's like, well, who's up there with him? And he says he's up there by himself. And he asks him, does he have something on him? And Little Quill says, I don't know, he has jewelry. I believe they're referring to, does he have a gun on him? And then 2 minutes later, he calls Antonio Sumlin, another YSL gang member, and he says, and the person they're discussing is named Johnny, who at the time in March of 22 was having a public Instagram dispute with Garlington. So they had problems with one another. He says that boy Johnny is around the way. Sorry, my problem. Apologies, Madam Court Board. He says that boy Johnny has something on him. How far out are you? And then he says, they say he's riding around with it. And Garlington says, I'm not in a slider. I'm fixing to do this shit though. Paper tag on this mother effer. So what he's referring to is a slider is a car you can quickly go do a crime in, a paper tag you can't get caught. And then literally that was at 7:35, Your Honor. At 7:41, he calls back the first gentleman, Little Quill, and he says, do you have an iPhone on you? I got something to tell you, but I can't talk on a phone. FaceTime me because they can't hear. And I believe when he says they, he means the police, law enforcement. They can't hear on that FaceTime shit. And then the call ends. And I believe so. The state, for one, you have 2 of the 3 murders in this indictment involve at least rental cars. And so the fact that he's talking about in a very short span of time, he gets word that this opposition or someone he's beefing with, and then within a couple minutes, he's calling Antonio Sumlin to help him and referencing getting paper tags and a slider. The state feels this is certainly in furtherance of the co-conspirator for what the state feels are apparent reasons. And that's why the state wanted to address these 3 together, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to admit those over objection. Yeah.
At least, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, so the state starts out by saying that this is Lil Quill is what I got, but last name Boyer, who's the brother of
they got him
DeMarco
in the
Boyer,
car.
who's not charged in this case, and who no one really even heard of until 60 days ago. The fact that he's DeMarco Boyer's brother, to me, has no relevance.
I need to pause right there because the clip they were arguing like 10 minutes ago about the, they got him in the car. And they assumed that they got him in the car is talking about something with Shell Kell. Now, when that was going on, I was like, how do they know that that's the scenario? They could be switching between 2 different things, and the they isn't clear on what they're talking about. Now we get a mention of DeMarco Boyer, who, remember, some of those phone records, there's supposed to be a phone device registered to a Boyer. The name was identified as Boyer, owning one of the devices. That was in one of the vehicles driving around the location the night of the murder. So now I'm thinking about they got him in the car. What if they were talking about Boyer then? Rather than Shell Kell and somebody else. So, and hopefully like the defense is going to argue that on cross, that that's not clear what they're even talking about when they talk about they got him in the car.
Mr. Atkins provided some context to this that I wasn't unaware of. I wasn't aware of, but apparently, according to the state, Mr. Garlington, as an individual, was having some sort of social media feud with a man named Johnny. One of Mr. Garlington's friends named Boyer, who is not this gentleman other than being on this wiretap, is not, to my knowledge, not mentioned anywhere in discovery. Calls Garlington, says, hey, I see this person that you're having some beef with, I guess. And then Mr. Garlington lays out his plan on what he's going to do to Mr. Sumlin. Again, I don't know it to be Mr. Sumlin. The state's saying it's Mr. Sumlin. I'm not doubting that. But what I just keep going back to, my client is in jail at this time. There's absolutely no indication that Mr. Williams is in contact with Garlington. Mr. Nichols is in jail at this time. I'm really struggling to figure out how I concede common sense listening to this call, it appears that Mr. Garlington is planning some sort of crime. I don't know what it is, a robbery or whatever he's planning on some gentleman, some individual he doesn't like. But what this has to do with the group at large, I'm completely lost on. And 401, 403, and then 401 and 403 seem to be major issues that would need to be addressed before these calls are admitted into evidence. And so I don't know. I think I concede. Of course, I don't represent this gentleman, but I concede that Mr. Garlington's involved in some criminality through these calls. But that's not really the issue. But it's going to lead to, my concern is a lot of confusion of issues here. And again, there'll be no one to cross-examine about some of these matters. Even when we get to the hearsay exception, sure, I concede that in certain contexts, asking someone to ride with you or to talk through a plan to get at one of your enemies, personal enemies, would be potentially an 801 D2E situation if the conspiracy that's taking place here on this call was the conspiracy that is charged in this indictment, but it's clearly not. So I just don't see it. And I think it's going to be very confusing to the jury just to hear a conversation of two people who are not going to be testifying about some private animosity against some unknown person named Johnny.
Okay. State want to make any further record?
Your Honor, if the court would like further argument from the state believes that the initial arguments set forth of for one, the first call is letting Garlington know that this person's up here. So it could have been anyone. It's the fact that he gets notified, and what does he do with that information? He immediately calls, essentially immediately, a couple minutes later, Antonio Sumlin, who is, again, someone who was charged in this indictment, pled, has YSL street gang tattoos on his body, and the state believes Garlington and Sumlin are both YSL gang members. And so Sumlin doesn't ask a lot of questions. He's, in that brief wiretap call, it's essentially,
Okay.
So the state feels that this it's actively talking about going to shoot somebody between two YSL gang members, together.
Okay. Thank you. All right, my ruling stands. All right.
So it's in.
3501 is our next reference number, I believe.
Yes, Your Honor. And will be PDF page 3534.
Okay, and I see, just so that I let y'all know, we need to circle back on this. I think we all just got a letter from Mr. Arnold's attorney about scheduling, which I have not been able to
Merchant.
read, but we
Ashley
need to
Merchant.
figure out whatever she's saying about that and sort it out and get her an answer, scheduling wise, okay? All right.
So Ashley Merchant definitely plans to be in attendance when Martinez Arnold is called to the stand. Nickname Duke.
Your Honor, did the court want to keep going with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I just saw that come over the email, so I want to put it on our radar.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And this call, $35.43, this is referencing, this references what I discussed earlier about the jail, that they put Miles Farley in a room with Quay and Nard. So he says, Nard just called me 2 days ago, and this is in reference to what's going on in the jail. I can play it, but I just wanted to give that backstory context.
Okay. And so what is this going to be? Trying to get him protection, like a conversation about that? Or what?
Yes, Your Honor, give me 1 second. I'm pulling up my notes. Yes, so this 3534 is Garlington speaking with Unfunk, who's Mr. Greer, was a defendant on this case and has pled. And they're discussing, Mr. Greer has spent some time in prison and was affiliated with the Goodfellas, the gang that, when I was discussing the Capo Frank. And so Garlington calls him, and Mr. Greer says, hey, call him. And he says the mob and 9 Deuce, talking about the mob is also in reference to Goodfellas, and 9 Deuce, which is part and parcel of the Inglewood family. YFN just jumped on Little Miles, and Garlington's like, for real? This is like when they're first learning about it.
Okay.
And then they say, hold on, let me start a 3-way call. And he asked what floor on Rice Street. And then this sets off a cascade of events of trying to get to the bottom of who were these mob members in jail who teamed up with YFN to hurt Miles Farley.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know that I need to hear it. Is there objection to this? And if so, is it the same one voiced, or one's voiced about the prior calls about getting protection for Miles and sorting that out?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, my ruling would be the same then, so this is admissible. So then our next one is 30, where is it? 3510,
Yes, Your Honor.
3543. Okay.
And
Is this the same thing?
It is, Your Honor. And so that statement summary that in the center, I'm going through these in terms of, I didn't bracket them by subject matter, so to speak, but this pertains to the same incident where they're trying to get a hold of the individual in the jail to help get to the bottom of what happened.
Okay. And I'm sorry, who's he talking to?
So in 3575, Your Honor, he's talking with So I believe he's talking with Tinquarius Nard Minder, who is incarcerated at the time, is also the individual who was rooming with Marquavius Huey.
So basically, do the next 4 or 5 all have to do with this, or 6?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So they are relevant. However, can you get that story in without using 11 or 12 different
Yes.
wiretaps?
Yes, Your Honor, I will look at all of these and
Okay.
see how to coherently get that through with as,
Okay, so
Not
take a
all
look
these
at the
calls.
ones, that we already addressed, as well as these next. It looks like at least 6, right? And pick a few, and let's just use those, and not every, we don't need probably every little detail of all of it.
yes, Your Honor.
All right. So narrow.
Basically, like, bring it all in, just make it short and
Okay.
snappy.
So then that would take us to, well, I guess 30,
769, Your Honor.
looks like it's still the same thing?
So this is a little different.
Okay. What's this one?
So give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay.
this, I'm finding my notes, but this is when he's speaking with, whose nickname is Bobby Hunt, Khalif Adams, and who was a defendant on this indictment. I'm going to pull up my notes, or transcript, I should say.
And yeah, I agree, you guys. I think Atkins is better suited to make these arguments that relate to different timestamps. He's more precise with what clips we're talking about when.
Yes, Your Honor. He
gets the
it's
names
call
straight.
center. He's speaking with Khalif Adams, who's in prison, speaking on a contraband phone.
Okay.
And the state's going to play this call for the court.
And also, shout out to Dolly Talk. We were talking about you earlier. And your channel membership stickers with the cats. Thank you for gifting 3, sniping one at a time.
Yo. What it do, Twin? What's up? What you got going? See, I just woke up. Your phone ringing. That nigga Newton down there with you. You at Hayes, ain't? Newton just came down here. Yeah, he had to come up. Oh, they just told me. That's what they just told me came down here. They got him on the tail too, though. Yeah, probably get him outside. You can get him out there? He can't come out here with all that fun bunny shit. He fuck up all that shit. I already told him that. I already told him. I said, bro, got down. But you know, he don't be on no bullshit unless it comes to him, though. You know, I was just in the dorm with him, bro. He be chilling. Only reason, like, he gonna go is, like, you know, they was on him on that other shit, saying he did that with Brain, you know. No, that's it, man. My shit. Yeah, they were saying that about Shawty, like, I asked you about the shit, you feel me? Like, no paperwork. Yeah, you know, niggas in here right now, too. Huh? There's so many mob niggas in there doing. You said so many? It's something about 8 there. That shit ain't too right there. Yeah, but them niggas a buck, well, for sure. But yeah, I don't got down though. Like, yeah, he like, bro, this shit high as fuck now. He told bro, I need a tablet. He like, man, tell Hunt, man, I got down. He trying to pay for a tablet. Yeah, I'm finna see. They put a rhythm on Monday for these tablets. It's Tech Squad work on Monday for these tablets. You say you got what? I said the Tech Squad supposed to come Monday for the tablet. Oh, for real? Yeah, so I'm really gonna see how they work, they move money, and I don't know what I can do for his Yeah. But you over the whole, all what the hell you over here, Huh? I said, what the hell you over, like, what you over the camp or you over goddamn all this shit? No, I'm down a lot of shit. What you talking about? You be talking, you even talking to poke ass? No, I haven't talked to nigga. What? No, I've been talking to Twin, man. Twin? Yeah, I've been talking 10 o'clock. Yeah, I stay talking to the clock. I don't be talking. Say what? I talk to clock at him. I'm down there, but I also been doing a little bit. He down there with Lil who? Huh? You say he down there with Lil who? Yeah, one of my little brother. Oh, okay. Man, he saying, man, it be back locked up. How did he get locked up? One of them niggas had got. Yeah, but I thought he got out from that shit. Nah, he didn't get out. But yeah, what I was gonna say, I'm gonna pull up on that nigga. The tilt oil back there. That work. He worked back here. The tilt oil live in my dorm. What dorm he said he was in? I had to DM to tell you. Hold on, let me see. I didn't say he ain't got that. He in G1 106. Something pull up on those food in the morning.
I'm gonna tell that nigga he
G1 what?
G1 G1 106.
I know it. Yeah, I'm sending food back there. I'm sending back food back there. He needs hygiene too.
Yeah, you know he probably need all that.
Yeah, I'm sending some of that shit back there. Who that came from, nigga in G1? Man, fuck all that, nigga.
When he call me, I'm gonna try to call you, see if you up.
Yeah, I'm up now.
All right.
Yeah.
There was a lot of background talk in that one. Is the defense objecting?
Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, that is the entirety of the call. I'm not sure what specifically defense objection is to this portion.
My
Thank you, Kate
objections
Grammer, for dropping
are
5
similar
gifts.
to the ones that regarding this subject matter of Mr. Farley's in jail and people are messing with him. So those previously
Okay.
stated objections.
So you had, Mr. Atkins said that there was some different subject matter than just that in this call, so.
So, yes, Your Honor. So at the time of this call, I believe he's in Hayes prison and says he's in Hayes, if I'm not mistaken. But Khalif Adams, Garlington's calling Khalif Adams and is describing who I believe is John Quavius Hood, a 30 Deep member, is coming to prison, and Mr. Khalif Adams is a high-ranking member in prison. And so that's why when Garlington's asking him, what are you over? Like just your cell, your row? And he's like kind of saying, I'm over a lot of stuff and I can get him a tablet, as in a contraband tablet, what the price is. And so he's trying to get clarity on when John Quavius Hood is getting to the prison that Mr. Adams is at. And so Garlington, and Khalif Adams was indicted on this case as an indicted co-conspirator. And so you have Garlington speaking with him of basically how to facilitate helping someone transition to prison or get items that they need. And
Why
so
is Garlington so good at this?
easy access between prison and someone on the outside who's Garlington, and helping either friends of YSL gang members or associates have a smooth transition to prison and be set up or squared away, the state believes furthers the conspiracy.
And who is it that they're gonna set up, who's about to show up at the same prison?
Mr. John Quavius Hood is who the state believes that they're discussing.
So John Quavius Hood is someone that I'm not familiar with that name from this case. I have heard the name before, but not involving this case, not in this discovery. So again, and Khalif Adams can, claim that he's running things in prison. I would love to ask him some questions about that because that's a pretty easy claim to make. I don't anticipate that he's going to be testifying. So I won't be able to ask those questions, but I don't understand to the extent that we're going beyond the Miles Farley situation, what Demekion Garlington calling Mr. Adams, who's claiming to run the prison that he's at, to get a tablet for John Quavius Hood, has anything to do with any of this.
Okay, how are you establishing Hood being relevant to this?
So, Your Honor, it's twofold. For one, Mr. Hood's, again, this is from, listening with and talking through what is being said with APD gang detectives. So with the investigators on this case, in terms of what's being said, who are these individuals? And so Mr. Hood is affiliated with 30 Deep, which was what Demekion Garlington used to be. Before. And he's speaking with Khalif Adams, who again was an indicted co-conspirator on this case. And so not only is there some level of, in the case law, in terms of cohesiveness among, someone on the outside with one call speaking to a fellow co-conspirator on the same indictment in prison to help, whether you say that he's doing this for his friend, Mr. Hood, or an allied gang member, that conversation they're having.
All right, I think that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, I understand it, but given that this is not even an alleged YSL member, but some affiliated gang, I'm going to exclude that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what's our next one?
The next one, Your Honor, is going to be so PDF page 4082 falls into the same category in terms of there's two sections we wanted to play about discussing the mob and 9 Deuce jumping on Miles Farley. And then there's also a portion that discusses this song that Garlington had. And so let me get my notes and play that portion, because it's different than the subject matter of the jail.
I don't know, to me, it seems like Garlington
So
might be a problem.
I'm going to play, Your Honor, 149 to 250 on PDF page 4082.
I really been like,
Fuck with that studio.
yeah, I've been fucking around. I really just need to. It's still like the same shit, really. Like, nigga just hopping on songs and shit. But I got a cover song by myself, but. Man, we got. Hey, me and Cole got down. We got the little song. Man, these folks fucking with this motherfucker. We ain't dropped it yet, but we really gotta we gotta redo the shit so we can goddamn take the
Yo,
Huh?
yo.
I what?
You said who else on it with you?
Look, Cole, my cousin, we just got that.
That been hard.
That motherfucker too hard. Them folks, that dog back that motherfucker.
I'm gonna add dog back that motherfucker. Damn, man.
So, Your Honor, this specific portion is not, this exercise with the wiretap started with specifically exclusively co-conspirator statements, but this really is for a non-hearsay purpose. And there is multiple calls where Garlington is discussing this song he made where there's like two versions. One version, he's like directly referencing and probably dissing Shelkel. And so he keeps saying, I got to take his name out of it. So this is one of those. The state wasn't going to play or not intend to play multiple of those calls. So this specific portion is for a non-hearsay purpose of the way that Garlington is cognizant of what is in a song that's publicly released and how that can impact law enforcement. Because the general theme, and I don't have on the top of my head the other calls where he mentions this. I have them in my notes, but not readily accessible. He says stuff along the lines of if something happens to him. So he's like, we got to redo the song. We got to take his name out of it so that it's not as overt or clear in case something happens to him. And so that was the purpose of why the state wanted to introduce this. Whether he made the song or not make the song, I do not know. But the fact that he is discussing and aware of, don't say too much, like he wants to make it realistic, but not too realistic, because he can get in trouble if something happens to that person.
Okay.
So are we going, is this call off the sheet that was sent? Because I'm seeing on the screen it said 4062. On this it says 4082. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
No, you're correct, Mr. Sharp. It's reference number 4046, PDF page 4082, and there's 2 time hacks. So the 1 minute and 49 seconds to 2 minutes and 50 seconds was this portion. There's another portion that references what happens in the Fulton County Jail. But I just played the portion that, because I wanted to highlight it's not a co-conspirator statement, the state's not alleging, it's for a non-hearsay purpose.
Maybe it might be my eyes failing me. I thought when I just looked up at the screen, it said we were playing 4062.
No, it says 4082.
Okay, my eyes are failing me. Good to know. So I don't, again, having to change, we're not talking about Mr. Garlington saying, okay, I'm about to go harm, as I understand it, Mr. Watts, or hey, let's plan to go harm Mr. Watts. From my understanding of the call and the explanation given by the state, it's I made a song and I need to take out references so if something happens to him, I don't get blamed for it. Not seeing the hearsay link, and certainly I understand that the state or the hearsay exception, but, and I understand the state saying it's not hearsay, but, Mr. Garlington saying, I made a song with reference to Kelvin Watts. I don't know how that's not for the truth of the matter asserted. I mean, to make the point the state is trying to make that lyrics need to be changed, for it to make any sense to the jurors, they would have to accept the first part of that statement, which is I made a song with Kelvin Watts, references to Kelvin Watts in it. They would have to accept that for the truth of the matter asserted for any of this to make any sense. So I believe it is hearsay, and it doesn't fall under any exceptions.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be objecting also, and maybe I'm wrong, but these conversations have to speak for themselves. It seems like the state would be violating 24-7-704B if they're relying on an investigator to come in and talk about the mens rea or the intent or the meaning of these words. I understand that an expert may be able to talk about a certain phrase or a code word, and that's under Blash, B-L-A-S-H versus State, 318 Georgia, 325. It's in Division 4, 898 Southeast 2D 522, 2024 case. But if what Mr. Atkins is saying is that the investigator, I'm assuming is Investigator Viverito, will be listening to a recording and then explaining to the juries the meaning, I have an objection to all of these. I know I have no standing because Mr. Williams is not on these wiretaps, so I've been relatively quiet, but I will be objecting that the investigator gives some overall closing argument for the prosecution to say this is what's going on. So I didn't want, and you're making rulings, and I wanted you to take that into consideration if you don't mind.
All right. Were you saying that one of the detectives or investigators is going to say, here's what all of this meant?
So, Your Honor, this wiretap and on the state's witness list, this evidence of the wiretap is in Detective Viverito's folder. So
Right.
she is who is going to be, and we have the T3 custodian who is going to, the state intends to lay the foundation for admissibility.
Okay.
But these wiretaps will be introduced through or published when investigator Viverito is on the stand.
Okay, but is she then going to interpret them?
So, Your Honor, if
Yes.
could the state get back to the court in terms of,
Oops.
I don't want to misspeak to the court about what, different members of the team prepare different witnesses. And so I don't want to, if you can give me a brief moment in terms of I don't know exactly what investigative Viverito is going to be testifying to. What I was referencing is in terms of who, for example, she's a gang expert who can rely on hearsay in terms of, as any expert can.
Yeah.
Who is Bob Smith? Bob Smith is XYZ, right? I know he's a member of this group because I personally seen him or arrested him or whatever she says. And I know it's different depending on what she's talking about. But in
Right.
terms of, I would like
Talking
more
about
time
the
to
hearsay statements.
accurately brief the court on this issue that Mr. Steele just brought up. If that's all right with the court.
Okay, but you hadn't already said that. I mean, that's,
Said what part, Your Honor?
that your argument for this portion coming in didn't have anything to do with that, right?
Not for him change, no. And in terms of this specific clip, he doesn't use the word shell kill. So like this short 40-second term, I believe that's what he's referring to because of other wiretaps. But we've obviously reduced the amount of wiretaps we're introducing. And so this, I believe this one kind of speaks for itself in terms of.
I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Yes, Your Honor.
is You're just going to have the jury listen to this, and then you might argue later what it meant or didn't mean, but there's not going to be a witness who gives their rendition of what it meant or didn't mean.
For specifically this, taking the name out of the song,
Yes.
I don't believe she was, and that's why I don't want to misspeak, because I don't,
Okay.
I will confirm, but the state's intent believes this specific portion of I need to take his name out of the song somewhat speaks for itself, but
All right, so then, Mr. Steele, I'm not sure I'm following your 704 objection.
I don't hear the word shell cow, so I assume that the state's going to have somebody, I assume it's the
Interpret and
investigator,
infer.
Viverito, say what they're talking about. And
Okay, well-
no witness can get into someone else's mental
Well, that's
state.
what I'm trying to get a handle on, is whether this is going to be some other witness who then says, here's what I think this meant, or whether the state's simply going to let the jury hear it, and then later they're going to argue, here's the state's theory on this, because those are definitely two different things.
yes, Your Honor. And to be clear, I mean, what happens quite frequently, and APD gang detectives and investigator Viverito, who is listed as a gang expert, could discuss, is how what's said in songs, whether true or not true, impacts what happens in reality in terms of the cases, the shootings, someone dissing someone and what responds. So if that the jury can combine evidence in the trial to make a determination. I do not believe investigator Viverito on this. We play this portion and she says, I'll tell you 100% Garlington's talking about shell kill, and the song was titled XYZ, and there was two versions. That's not what I understand she will be speaking about. On this specific point, and it might be because Mr. Garlington, was arrested at some point. I don't know exactly what song he's talking about. It's just the fact that he's cognizant of and careful of what he puts in songs.
Okay.
So on that specific part, I wanted to make that part clear, Your Honor. And in terms of, yeah.
So we have this case where the district attorney gets in front of the press and says, Mr. Williams shouldn't have been putting these things in songs.
Okay, well,
And then-
what the district attorney said in front of the press has not
Well-
come into this trial,
Well,
has it?
they're trying to use lyrics, but then when someone says, well, I should take lyrics out of a song in case something happens, then all of a sudden it's scandalous. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, how could Mr. Garlington, if it was relevant to anything, how could him saying, maybe I'll not put this song out here in case, not saying, oh, because we're about to do something to this man, in case something happens to this man, which it's not named, and so I don't want to take that away from Mr. Steele's argument. It is not named who that person is. Somehow that's indicative of guilt too. It's like,
Your Honor, are we allowed to, the court's question specifically regarding the 704 issue? I didn't understand Mr. Shart's response just now to speak directly to it. And I just want to make sure that we're addressing exactly what the court asked us to address just a moment ago. Could the court tell us in the context of what Mr. Shart just said?
I don't think Mr. Shart was addressing the 704. I think he was addressing what his earlier objection was, which is sort of, well, y'all heard it. I'm not going to rephrase it. Well, okay. And then I guess one thing that Mr. Shart did say is, how is this really a non-hearsay purpose? Don't you have to sort of accept a part of it as for the truth?
So, Your Honor, the state, my understanding of this portion in terms of whether it's Garlington discussing removing words in a song. I'm not, he says it like definitively, I had to redo it and take his name out of it. So in my mind, the truth of the matter server would be like, Demekion Garlington changed the name and made a new version, but it's the way that he is cognizant of what he's saying and how it could implicate him. And part of, from the state's position and kind of what Mr. Shar was alluding to is, you want to get close to the line, but not, you don't want to say like, I went to 300 Main Street on May 4th at 2:42 p.m. in a red Corvette and I shot Bob Smith in the head. That's too obvious. You could get, if you actually did that. So you may say, you may allude to it, but you don't want to be so obvious with it that law enforcement says, well, yeah, we have you on camera in that exact same car at that exact same time. So it's a little bit of a gamesmanship in terms of publicly discredit someone else so that they know what you're talking about, but there's some plausible deniability if something happens to them where it's just a reference or a allusion to it. So, yes, Your Honor, you may.
I think the state might have talked themselves out of this one because at first Whitaker was like, well, y'all heard it when Love asked for clarification on whatever was going on, and Whitaker's like, well, but this isn't a 704 issue that Shart's raising, that Steele's.
Fucking in the studio.
Yeah, I've been fucking around. I really just need to. It's still like the same shit, really. Like a nigga did hopping on songs and shit. But I got a cover song by myself, but man, we got me and Cole got down. We got the little song. Man, these folks fucking with this motherfucker. We ain't dropped it yet, but we really gotta redo the shit so we can goddamn take the name.
You know
I what?
You said who else on it with you?
Lil' Cole, my cousin, they got that.
That real hard.
But that motherfucker too hard. Them folks And them folks, add dog back that motherfucker.
I'm gonna add dog back that motherfucker. Damn, man. I'm ready to get on this. I got so much shit.
You do?
Is that it? That's the whole thing?
My problem is I think this would just confuse the jury without Viverito, which means Viverito will have to explain her inference of the meaning of what's being said.
All right, I'm gonna admit that.
And so, Your Honor, the next call is reference number 4635, PDF page 4672. And this is Garlington speaking with Mr. Copeland.
Hello? Yeah, nigga, I could hardly hear you. What you?
It's fine. I mean, I was just gonna ask, is the summary of it, that's essentially what it says?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the purpose of it would be
So.
consciousness of guilt, what?
So it's a number of things. One, Mr. Copeland is telling Garlington, you better be careful on social media, because I just talked to, I believe he's talking about Mr. Sledge, said there's a 43-man RICO indictment. This jail call, or not jail call, this wiretap call is April 23rd of 2022. So the indictment was May of 2022. And there's another call we haven't gotten to yet on Antonio Sumlin's, where he's basically saying this, why Copeland is in jail, in prison, gang task force, there's some issues in jail, and they're coming at him. And so someone says, I also talked to Copeland, and he says, basically this YSL stuff is hot, and we better fall back. It's actually another male calling someone, referencing the conversation with Copeland. And so, to me, it's the co-conspirator statement and furtherance of the conspiracy against Copeland and Garlington by warning him that, hey, they don't know if it's true or not.
Right.
It's, the timing and what they're discussing is pretty close to when this indictment came out. It wasn't 43, but it was 28, but nonetheless, it's him warning him, hey, be careful, that's what Sledge just told him.
Okay. Any objection to this evidentially?
Your Honor, relevance, again, we're talking about two individuals that are not sitting here at trial, and I don't believe that they purport to be speaking on behalf of anyone here at trial, and any motivation they would have would be self-preservation. So I believe it's hearsay, but leave it with the court.
Okay, well, it is hearsay, but I think this comes in under the co-conspirator exception, admitted.
Your Honor, we only have one more from Mr. Garlington's wiretap, which is reference number 4959, PDF page 5000. And we believe this, Mr. Garlington is speaking with the same Mr. Wright we had discussed earlier. And we're going to start at 28 seconds and play to 1 minute and 41 seconds.
Okay, well, is it accurately summarized? Is that the gist of what I need to know?
Yes, Your Honor, this is the call I had referenced
Charts
earlier
ready.
when we were discussing drug sales.
Okay. Is there an objection?
Yes. This is exactly what I was talking about. Garlington is selling drugs on his own to fill his own pockets and has nothing to do with my client. Garlington claims that my client, who at the time of this call is in jail, mind you, so it's nothing that's happening as they're speaking.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it seems to me that we've got plenty of evidence here that lots of people in jail have access to phones and social media and what have you. So
Point
that
well
may or
taken.
may not.
Point
Okay.
well taken. All right, so, but he is just basically almost jealously or saying, boy, I wish I could sell drugs on the internet as well as Shannon used to, or as far as I've seen
At
Shannon
some
do.
unknown time period.
Yeah,
they
right.
have.
And
Okay.
so, you know, I'm not acknowledging that Shannon was selling drugs in 2022 on the internet, but even if he was,
The contrast,
that
not
has nothing to
unison.
do with what Garlington has going. This is actually proof that Garlington and Shannon aren't some unified
Yep.
drug dealing organization. And
She's
so
gonna say, then
Garlington's
let
just
it
saying,
come
yeah,
in.
I don't know how Shannon does it, and I wish I could do it, and this is what I would do. I mean, it's hearsay. It's not in furtherance of any conspiracy. It's bad character evidence, and it's irrelevant.
Your Honor, I think this kind of falls into also the category of a declaration against interest in terms of their discussing amongst each other their drug sales, how to sell more Percocets, and he's like, you should try putting it on Instagram. And so in terms of getting through a hearsay objection, the state feels the most applicable exception to what they're talking about, which is selling Percocet pills, is there's some indicia of reliability because they're making statements that, you know, if it was that Mr. Wright and Mr. Garlington is against their interest to be discussing. And so in terms of if they're being, so that's the state's primary argument is, you know, discussing how to better sell narcotics and talking about their own narcotics and essentially dealing and how to boost sales, basically.
The thing
Well,
about
I suspect that Mr. Shark's problem with it is not the two of them discussing it, it's the mention of Mr. Stillwell and his alleged methods for selling illicit drugs.
correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so,
The state, so his objection is it bad character or?
well, I mean, it's.
Well, the declaration, and we litigated this on a different matter, but the state tried to argue declaration against penal interest. The thing about declaration against penal interest is you're allowed to declare things against your own penal interest. What you're not allowed to do is declare things against other people's penal interest.
Well, that
And-
doesn't get it in.
Right, and so that's my issue.
So it's essentially, yeah, just the kind of gratuitous mention of what Mr. Stillwell might be doing. Like, where's the foundation for
So, Your Honor.
why, or not the foundation, but the exception that lets that part in?
In terms of it being bad character?
And hearsay.
So the state feels that Garlington making that statement, I guess, and I could be wrong, my mind, him discussing how Mr. Shard's client is successfully selling Percocets on Instagram and how Mr. Wright needs to try that strategy is wrapped up in my mind in the same, he's making that statement about their own drug dealing. And so I view it, and the court may view it differently, but I view it in that bucket of a statement against interest. It's part and parcel of that.
That was law and crime, so I don't know what that was. I'm waiting for them to talk so I can check if the cameras went back to the bottom. I mean, not cameras, captions.
Oh, this man got an out from the point right there. They had run up service somebody. They probably be back already. Well, he probably, I thought he said he was on Boulevard. Yeah. Yeah. I you want to put them, you don't want to put them perks on your page, bro? Put what perk? Perks I got. You want to post? I post. I know, I don't never, my shit never sell for Instagram, bro. For real. Bro, I always post personal shit. My shit never sell for Instagram. That's why I don't read them doing that type of shit. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, my shit never sell for Instagram. I was like, what? I seen that nigga, if he doing that shit, bro, that's what he was getting hit by. Yeah, nah, he was doing that shit. Some folks will be, they'll be hit when the motherfuckers gone and shit, like. Yeah. The motherfuckers gone. Yeah. I said, being in that hole, just get the Ryan by where you be at and shit, you for the motherfucker. Yeah. I supposed to know. Somebody might bite. Damn, man, I don't pick it on.
And, Your Honor, upon further consideration, the state cannot play this.
Okay.
I'm thinking through what Mr. Shart said and my thoughts, and so.
All right.
All right. Shout out to Atkins on that one.
So that's the end of the Garlington wiretap, I believe. And who's the second wiretap?
Your Honor, it's Antonio Sumlin. He's in a little different category because he is someone the state intends on calling at trial.
Okay.
So, I mean.
So do we need to address this right now, or?
I don't believe we do, Your Honor, because a lot of his call, I mean, there is some that I believe are co-conspirator statements, but he's also a testifying witness, so some of these are going to be more in impeachment.
Okay. All right.
Kid's just muted, love.
It's up to the court, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, obviously, some of these say, and a lot of these say entire call, and I don't know exactly the length or substance of what an entire call is, but it seems like if it's to impeach, then depends what he's saying, and maybe I do need to know beforehand what's on there to know whether it's actually impeachment or not.
Yes, Your Honor, and I guess I should be clear, the state believes that these 9 that we included, if Mr. Sumlin was not testifying, the state's position is they are co-conspirator statements. I just wanted to highlight that, unlike Mr. Garlington, we are expecting him to be called.
Okay.
So we have 9 highlighted, so we can turn to Mr. Sumlin's if the court wants, Your Honor.
Okay.
So 9 statements from Sumlin that we got to go through. And remember, guys, there were also other clips.
Cross out the ones that y'all aren't intending to use for any purpose anymore.
With Garlington that may have been stipulated to for or outside of the need for the judge to make a ruling on them. Because back in August, judge said, look, go through this on your own and then figure out what you can't agree on and then come to me with that. So there are other parts of Garlington calls that we didn't hear today that Shart may have said, all right, I don't really have an objection to that. Same with the other defense counsel.
Okay,
and we might hear more than what we heard here.
Okay. So of the 9 that the state might end up using, so let me ask the state. So you expect to question Mr. Sumlin and have him essentially testify as to the substance or whatever it is that you wanted, you just expect to get it in through his testimony, and only if he doesn't testify as expected, would you then turn to these, or what?
We would be asking him about what is in those calls.
Okay.
I think it might be helpful to litigate them, but then it would just be impeachment. I don't know whether there are any particular objections to the subject of these calls, so it
Okay,
can't
so
hurt to.
I guess maybe we'll find that out first. So these 9 calls that might potentially get offered, is there going to be objection to any of these? To the substance within them, or?
So, as I understand what we're saying is, it's kind of like the Quindarius Zachary prior statements where the state's not going to seek to admit these, but just as impeachment, and we just want to know if the subject matters are off, should be off limits in our view. Is that?
So, I think, so I guess if they end up being offered, is there going to be some, assuming they would be properly offered for impeachment, is there some other objection?
And Your Honor, I'll also say, just to make it clean, we should probably proceed as if we're going to offer them, because even if the witness is testifying, they are still admissible co-conspirator statements. So rather than mix those two together,
Okay.
we'll treat them like we're just going to offer these 9.
Okay, all right. Let's take a quick restroom break, and then we'll come back. Let's take 10 minutes, come back at 3 and tackle these.
All right, so we got a 9-minute break there. And I think, guys, again, I'm going to say this is a pretty productive day. I don't think it was bad for Atkins to say, you know what, after hearing Shart's argument, the state can't play this. Good. Rather than wait and try to argue a new reason to get over the other reason that it should not come in, which we probably would have seen with Love. Right after that happened, if you guys were watching the screen, you saw it. If you weren't, if you're just listening, you might have missed it. But Love is saying something to Atkins. It starts to get picked up by the hot mic. Atkins mutes the mic and then unmutes it and says, like, that's it, we have nothing else. So, oh man, what a difference between the two of them. Thank you so much to HVAC, who not only just gifted 5 memberships, so make sure you say thank you if you got one, but also very kind message here saying Kat and the mods are awesome. Shout out to the mods. It is crazy sometimes to wrangle in the chat. YouTube can be crazy. Luckily, this chat is usually pretty good. I think people that are trolling or mean, they usually see themselves out. But when they don't, the mods are on it. The mods are so quick with taking care of business, and I appreciate that a lot. So if you guys want to do 60-second all caps, we'll do one. And if you don't have anything to say to take advantage of this all caps session, remember, you could just show the mods some love. So thank you again. Huge thank you to HVAC for Dummies for the kind words and for the 5 gifted memberships. David Newth says, way late to the party. Please tell me that the judge told Love to take her motion to reconsider and shove it. Honestly, pretty much. Pretty much. It was the first thing right out the gate this morning. So if you scroll back, you'll see us reading a document with that Doug Weinstein wrote in response to that motion, one of the motions from yesterday. And then it'll be the seal. And then as soon as you see Whitaker, the screen switch to Whitaker, they get started right there. You could watch about 10 minutes time and you'll see straight out the gate Whitaker's like, nope, 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 and nope. So that was a great start to the day. Great to see you, David. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I know an expert they can use. The RZA, the Jizza, Old Dirty, I don't know if I can say that. Inspected Deck, Ghostface Killer, Raekwon the Chef. Got any of them? No? Sit down. Now, I'm curious. Do you think that Steele might end up calling someone that's like a lyricist, put them on the stand and talk about the artistry and songwriting? And it's one of those things that I think most people in the jury will be interested in hearing, like, something behind the scenes on how the music industry works and major labels write and record music and decide, hey, we're going to change this lyric before we do the final version. So I think we actually will see some experts that might be familiar names depending on who Steele chooses to pick. And not only Steele, the other counsel might also call their own witnesses, expert witnesses on music, the industry, lyrics, ghostwriting. Chloe, again, your knowledge never fails to amaze me. Thank you so much for the support, and just like always has trivia. I can picture you being like the person at one of those Tuesday trivias that always wins. And then HVAC for Dummies became a member on their own. Thought you've been green this whole time. I don't know what's going on. Welcome aboard. Stephen T. Satchel, resident IT expert, says T3. That's telco talk for a telephone fiber optic circuit used to carry several thousand phone conversations. Now, what was interesting about that is Atkins mentions T3 as this is how we're going to lay foundation for the authenticity of, these wiretaps, the stuff that we're trying to bring in. But he started to provide that information when he was asked to address hearsay statements, the stuff that's being asserted here. Shall Kell, we're changing lyrics. Is this being offered to assert the truth of the matter? The truth of the matter is asserted. And I don't know why Atkins volunteered. Well, we have the authenticity verified. Like, that really wasn't at issue in that moment. And I don't know if Atkins just went down that pathway to buy time to think of a way to argue for the admissibility of the hearsay statements itself. But Stephen, in any case, drops in with this knowledge here. Great context. And Stephen also says, I can see one of the defense calling a Grammy winner to testify about the artistry. And it's just going to be interesting, right? I like music. I'm not musically talented myself. I sing goofy stuff when I do karaoke, so it's funny, right? Nobody needs to have their ears bleed. I do something simple. But I'm interested in stuff like that. Just because I'm not a music artist myself doesn't mean I'm not going to be tuned in. And I just imagine the jury is going to love that, especially after these boring days. If the defense can put on an interesting case, use brevity, keep the jury's attention, without even considering the underlying substance of whatever's being established or not established, being able to hold the jurors' interests in a positive way is a huge strategic advantage. So, Stephen T. Satchel, I agree. We could see a Grammy winner be called. I would not be surprised at all. Kristen Vasquez says, if a phone call can make someone's move smoother, then please tell me why some of these guys are getting stabbed and threats in jail. And that's another issue too, right? We have, this contraband, they're plotting and planning. But to acknowledge this, you also have to make an acknowledgement of, the conditions. Some of these guys are in Rice Street. Why aren't people doing their jobs? And I'm waiting to see if we get any word that the state is going to try to say, everything is great except these men are so powerful. They are the exception. They're the ones that, because they're so powerful and influential and so scary, they are the exceptions to this rule. Oh, man. And you gotta wonder, are these jurors not hearing about other stories in the news about the jail contraband issues? It's just a lot. But great food for thought, Kristen. Good to see you. Saw you all over this weekend in other chats. Chloe Albert-Serven says, so if you're an alleged gang member and you conspire to do something nice for another alleged gang member, that becomes criminal too. And what's interesting is, that was one of the few clips that Whitaker heard a little bit more arguments about this one, but at the end, she said, this is out, it's not coming in reference to Garlington calling Khalif Adams, who's also known as Bobby Hunt, and trying to work with Khalif Adams to help Jontavius, Jonquavius, one of the names, something with a J, John something, get him a tablet, help him settle in when he's brought over to this facility. And Whitaker said, okay, we're just going to keep that out. And I really think the state wanted that in to talk about, you know, all these gang names, these affiliations. I think that clip was going to be a way the state could say, look, these gangs all kind of hybridize into each other. So we can paint this broader picture that the things that these people are doing, probably within their individual capacity or with affiliation with not YSL, but some other affiliation. Somehow we can tie it back to YSL. And Whitaker kept that out. So I thought that was a very helpful ruling for the defense. Although, again, for it to be helpful to the state, if it was admissible, they'd have to be able to connect the dots for the jury on why it was relevant. Stephen T. Satchel out here sniping. Same with Chris Hayes, sniping out here. Thank you so much, Ebo. Be Frank About It says, this goes way faster when love isn't arguing everything to death for 30 minutes. It really is. It really is. I'm still gonna say this is like an 8.5. I'd round it up to 9. Relatively speaking, compared to what we're used to in terms of productivity. Like, we actually saw Atkins say, you know what, I'm gonna pump the brakes. We're good. This doesn't need to come in. You just wouldn't see that with love. Oh, man. Jennifer Devine with the key reminder that belief is not fact. And I do want to, when Atkins was talking about belief, I think he was trying to clarify, like, look, I'm not sure if it's this person specifically in the records, and I don't want to misspeak. So I believe this is who said it. I believe this is the name I'm referencing. You know, it wasn't a whole argument like, I believe this is this and this and this, without being able to say what we think the evidence shows, or will show, if we're able to show it to the jury. So Atkins using belief, at least in an acceptable manner here. It grinds my gears every time Love starts an argument with a belief and can't attach the evidence and connect it to what it's actually supposed to show while she's making her argument. Thank you, Jennifer. And Tammy K became a member. Maybe Kajowski. I think your name is easier than I'm thinking. It might just be Kajowski, which is pretty simple. So Tammy Kajowski, thanks for becoming a member. Mrs. R, so good to see you. You are so sweet and always looking out for not just me, but you know, I see others on YouTube. And you always check in, make sure everyone is safe. I appreciate that. And all of you guys that are talking about, you know, be careful, be safe. So far, none of these tornado warnings have pinged my area. I haven't gotten any alerts, and I'm outside of the radius. Some of the footage looks a little scary. So, I don't want to like take anyone's pictures, but if you just search tornado on X and then sort by latest, you'll be able to see some footage from different areas of Florida. But thank you so much, Mrs. R, for being a huge supporter of the channel and always bringing kindness. And look, he dropped off 5 gifted memberships. So I think we have to update the count. I might be a little behind on the count here. So let's update this. 239. And make sure you guys are saying thank you. And that's true too. I think oh, so Trish Ann says, I watched I'm Not a Lawyer work that timeline last night. Great idea to follow the trial. Do I still have that pinned? That's a great reminder. I think I still have the message, the comment pinned at the top with I'm not a lawyer, but I call her Mel a lot because that's her actual name is Mel. So I use them kind of interchangeably. But she did a live stream yesterday, and thank you guys. Mel is such a great content creator, but she doesn't often do lives, and I think yesterday we kind of like gave her the enthusiasm to do more live streams. You guys were so friendly over there. It was awesome to see you guys all come over and show some support for a rare I'm Not a Lawyer but live stream, because she usually records stuff like that and presents it as a video on demand. That's pinned in the top of the chat and also in the video description for this stream if you're watching this on replay. Mel goes through the timeline of phone calls around the time of Donovan Thomas's murder. and breaks down the timestamps, who was calling who. Very, very helpful. Very helpful to follow. Even though we ended kind of on this consensus of, we're still a little confused about the state's theory, the state's argument, but at least we can see it outlined what they're trying to work with. It was awesome, awesome, awesome. Like 10 out of 10. Yeah, and look at that. Great feedback in the chat here. Melda's awesome recap. She has that rockin'. Good thing you're pretty says that stream was so good. I need to finish it after this. Super, super awesome. And let's see. And then D gifted the $1.99, no comment. Thank you so much, D. And we are back with a loud squeak. That was a creak.
Bless you. Bless you. I'm sorry it's so cold in here. I'm trying to get it adjusted, but I think they just got sick of the message that they needed to turn it down more, and they got really extreme with it.
Are they cutting us out again? They're locking us out of
For
the sound.
everybody know, Mr. Williams.
I love this here from what I think is not co, like Rico, but not. If that's the case, that is awesome. I love your name. Thank you for the $1.99. And Renako had also asked, is this the first time hearing about Goodfellas? We've heard Quintez be
while
mentioned.
we're waiting for Mr. Williams, there she is.
Maybe like a month ago.
Approach for a minute?
Oh, we're approaching. And I remember, the reason I remember talking about Goodfellas is because, like, the chat with the assist for me, let me pull up the slide. If they start talking right away, we'll cut back over. But when I was like, hey, they're talking about Quintez, that's this person. And I was like, I don't know what GF is. And the chat was like, it's Goodfellas. So they were talking about Quintez earlier on, also known as Head. And, you know, not really sure with his mention previously what his mention was supposed to tie into. It's very confusing to try to connect the dots when the state is saying, you know, these are hybrid gangs, but somehow in some instances, a blood is supposed to be beefing with the Bloods, or a subset of one gang is supposed to have beef with a subset of the same top level gang. It just, to me, goes to the idea that these people might more often than not be acting within individual capacity rather than in furtherance of the gang itself. So I don't know. So we have had a mention of Goodfellas sprinkled throughout this trial, but the reason, the rationale is not entirely clear. I don't have a clear grasp on the storyline of how that intersects with anything the state's trying to prove here. So sorry, that's like a weak answer from me. I don't really know. I don't have a good answer there. Yeah, that says no wiretaps of Jeff texting, saying anything from 12 to 21, right? All of that time going by and we've got nothing. And remember, for the texting, you know, we don't really have wiretaps of his calls, but the texting, big fruit of the poisonous tree argument, Steele got his cell phone stuff excluded. Big, big win for Jeffrey Williams and really probably all the co-defendants, that was excluded as part of the initial raid, the 2015 raid on the Sandy Springs home. Oh, we got a squeak. But yeah, no one who pled, witnesses, co-conspirator, jail calls, will the state call shots? it's all missing. Also, after 2015, it seems his only involvement is lyrics and social posts. And some of the social posts in this indictment contradict the idea that he was serious about his beef with YFN Lucci. So, it's just, I feel like I'm not getting something. And I like to understand. I really like to understand.
And actually, stateside, while they're doing their tasks, if y'all have had I don't know if y'all have had a chance to look yet about what Ms. Merchant sent, but it sounds like, okay, y'all can take a look at that now. Sounds like she just wants the couple of things she asked before, which is that amount of notice and to honor her leaves. So I don't know if y'all got an idea, you know, when you want that witness, but y'all can be looking at that maybe at the same time.
And we heard that same thing, right? That Ashley Merchant, previously we got a little bit of a mention she was on leave, and that's when the same time they suddenly wanted to schedule to call Martinez Arnold, her client. So she wrote to the court and CC'd the parties and was like, hello? So it sounds like there's a long email that was received today reiterating those same points. Give me notice, as you should give me notice. And respect my pre-planned leaves that I've already notified the court about. But who's surprised, really? And I would love to see that email. Okay, we do have the captions down below. Let me move those up when they say something. Oh, and the other thing, too, that I thought was interesting is...
Oh, wow. I'm looking at what you just sent.
Ooh, what's oh, wow? No, they're muting us. They muted us right after an oh, wow. But this idea that, you know, these people that are supposed to be getting paid by the gang for the activity that they're engaging in. But we have Demeke and Garlington on the phone talking about how Young Thug is so rich, and Shart's like, it sounds like jealousy. I mean, another thing that seems to hurt the state's case. And I understand why the defense counsel want that stuff out entirely, because sometimes just hearing about these activities in general can be highly prejudicial. If you can keep it out, so you can keep the possibility of one interpretation from even being on the playing field, that's the ultimate win. But even with some of the stuff coming in, there's an interpretation there that could look bad for the person saying something on the phone and kind of distance these co-defendants in the room from the particular thing happening in that phone call, that wiretap. Also, big shout out to Henry Hutchinson. Not only did Henry gift a membership, but then MYB says, thank you, Henry Hutchinson, for the gift. Love to see that. Thank you so much to you both. Daryl Johnson says, don't comment much as I drive semi-trucks. Thank you for not, you know, texting, typing, whatever the case may be while you were driving, especially a semi-truck. You deserve to have fun with all the giving because you're so contagious to us all. The way you share and treat others in the cat chat is the best. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's super sweet. I love that. I love you guys in the chat. And then I see Ike is asking here, Cat, Chief of the House demanded that I ask you if you've stocked water, food, among other things I vetoed asking. So you good. I am all the way stocked up. I've got bottled water for drinking. I've got still water in as many containers as I could find, which is a lot. I like to cook, so I have a lot of pots that are just filled with water. Because, guys, if you lose power, you got to make sure you can flush things like that. Wash your hands. It's amazing how much you need water when suddenly access to water is cut off. Like crazy. So we have all that prepped. You know, we don't really have... I don't have that many exterior windows. But I do know that the screens in my balcony are probably going to be done for. The first sign of a strong wind gust. It happens every storm, and the beating that keeps the screens in is just on its last legs. So I guarantee I will lose my window screens and they'll have to finally be replaced for good. I am waiting to see. We don't have any trees in the range of something that could fall on, my building or our cars. We are concerned about stuff blustering around. You guys have heard me say that they're building an apartment complex, like not too far from me, like right across the street. And they've got this dumpster sitting out there with all this stuff sitting in it, and there's cardboard boxes on top of it. So I can only imagine that whatever's in that dumpster is going to get picked up by this wind and start like flying towards our parking lot. And so that's kind of grating my gears a little bit. But other than that, we are prepared for power outages. I've got backup batteries, tons of flashlights. I even have one in here with me here, just in case. I don't want to be in here like, oh no, everything's shut off. Where am I? And I'm like crazy. So I always think of like, okay, the power goes out. I made sure there's nothing that we're going to trip over. Like I feel like I overthink, but that's to my benefit. So we should be good. We should be good. Scary to see all these tornado warnings, but they haven't been in my area particularly. So thanks for all the concern and for prompting me, right? I have my phone running, but I'm not really looking at it to check for updates every second. So I'm hearing about stuff from you guys in the chat before I see it on my phone. So appreciate that from you guys. Yeah, Johnny, that's what I need. I mean, a removable screen, we just pop them off. That's really what we need. I have an HOA and they're just, I think HOA is all I need to say. They're a little funky. They're a little funky. And would rather just see things be uniform than have structural integrity in some capacity as far as the exteriors of the buildings. Oh well. To be fair, if something gets damaged like that, I guess it's on them to fix. So, their loss. And then Ike, thanks for the 99 cents. Thank you so much. Ms. Jazzy Jazz, very kind of you. Ms. Jazzy Jazz says, prayers to everyone in the path of this storm. And I will tell you, Beat, I want to re-listen to Nick's stream when he streams a recap of today to rehear these calls. But I'll be watching Ryan Hall, y'all.
I assume it's going to be the same answer for everyone, ultimately, if one person wants to be there. And so I think the group answer is that the clients are going to be present, or would like to be present.
Okay, so then it will need to, we can do that tomorrow and it'll need to take place in the courtroom, but I mean, this is not really a part of the trial. So it's just a gigantic in-chambers conference with everybody here, but not actually in chambers because we don't have the capacity to meet in chambers with this number of people. So, okay. All right, so that'll be our plan for tomorrow. It will be recorded, but it will not be a part of these trial proceedings exactly. It's just a meeting. Okay. All right, so that is settled then. So that's what we'll plan to do in the morning. And then frankly, if we get finished with that, I don't know if y'all have gotten together yet on where everybody is with regard to what you think has come in as evidence and what hasn't. But that would be another thing that's not really, it's more organizational, but that needs to get done that y'all could also do tomorrow. Okay, and then we'll, I would imagine, be back for trial proceedings, non-jury, on Friday. I don't think we're going to get through everything today, but okay. All right, well, let's at least keep plugging along. So on these Sumlin 9 wiretap portions. Is there a defense objection to any of them, and if so, which?
I'm wondering if that has something to do with stuff going on at the jail, or if it's just some type of scheduling thing, because it's supposed to be not part of these trial proceedings. So, but they said all defendants can be present, so.
Don't
I don't know.
everybody speak at once?
I'll look for, if Joseph Papp, he said he was back in the
Maybe that
courtroom after
means
doing
there's no
something else this
objection.
morning. He might know.
Or there would be no objection? Hmm.
This is random, but I just saw a story that someone left their dog tied to a pole in the hurricane. The dog's rescued by troopers. But that just pissed me off, so if I'm making like a water guide face, it's because that just made me really mad.
Yes, Your Honor. I have some objections. I'm going on the assumption that, I guess when I'm voicing my objections, and correct me if I'm wrong or you'd like me to do it differently, Your Honor. I'm going on the assumption that Mr. Sumlin is testifying, and a foundation for hearsay is laid. Is that?
So, I mean, I guess the last thing Ms. Love said before the break makes me sort of wonder whether she intends to present these as something other than in the event they're offered for impeachment.
Yes, Your Honor has it right. The state at this point, we do tend to offer it to use it as co-conspirator exceptions to the hearsay. So to tender the actual cause, we believe that there's.
Okay, then how would they be, if they're not prior inconsistent statements? Sorry. If he testifies and he doesn't testify along the lines of whatever is said in these calls, then you would offer it as a prior inconsistent statement. Is that correct?
It would be, but that's just one that's one way we believe it's admissible. We also believe that it's co-conspirator hearsay, which would be admissible even were he not testifying. So
But
irrespective.
if he is testifying, then how are they both admissible? If it's not a prior inconsistent statement?
So when you,
How are you getting it in through him?
so no, we would not be putting it in through him. The reason I said to treat it as if we were not going to use it just for impeachment purposes is because they are actual calls that are admissible irrespective of whether or not he testifies. So
You're losing me there. How? It's a prior statement of a witness who's testifying at trial. It would seem like it would have to either be a prior inconsistent statement or a prior consistent statement when there's been some suggestion of fabrication.
So, Your Honor, my understanding is that he does not, let me actually pull up the support for my position before I speak, so
Okay.
that I'm speaking clearly.
Why don't we pull that up over the little break? Yeah, so I don't know fully what they're doing this in-chambers meeting tomorrow for. But can speculate that it might have something to do with the Huey, the contraband, everything, all of that this weekend. But don't know for sure.
So the court's question was, if he's testifying, how is it admissible if it's not a prior inconsistent statement? Is what I understood the court's question to be.
Or a prior consistent statement if the prerequisites for that are met.
So hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So regardless of whether someone testifies or not, hearsay it's still hearsay. And if we were to use these statements, there has to be some exception that allows it in. One of them would be if it were not actually hearsay, but were simply a prior inconsistent statement. Well, one way to get it in would be if it were a prior inconsistent statement.
Correct. Yeah. I
The
don't think
fact that-
anybody questions that if it ends up being offered as a prior inconsistent statement, then that would be a way it could come in.
Right. The other way is, irrespective of whether it contradicted his trial testimony, it's a hearsay, it's still an out-of-court statement the state offers for the truth of the matter asserted.
Right.
Therefore, it is still hearsay under those circumstances. Therefore, it would have to be subject to a hearsay exception to be allowed in.
Right.
So therefore, it would also be admissible, permissible evidence as as an exception, a statement by a co-conspirator of a party during the course and in furtherance of the conspiracy, 801D2E, i.e. 801D2E. So it's admissible multiple ways, as evidence many times is. Irrespective of the availability of the declarant.
All right, well, I'll sort that out later. What are the objections? Are there objections to the 492, page 493?
Yes, Your Honor. Reference 492, relevance, hearsay. With 1057. I don't, relevance. 1059, definitely relevance. Essentially hearsay. 1484, relevance, 403, especially what Mr. Dorsey says. Also hearsay, because again, this is Mr. Dorsey speaking as well as Mr. Sumlin. 2442, hearsay. I believe that that's being utilized to assert the truth, well, for the truth of the matter asserted and to link people to the quote-unquote web. Two 712, hearsay. About what Mr. Copeland told him. Two 2805, hearsay, especially as to what Mr. Dorsey says. Assuming Mr. Sumlin testifies still that these are statements by Dorsey on this call. And 2980, relevance.
Okay. Okay. Does the state want to address those?
Yes, Your Honor. And the first two, 493 and 1064, so the first one, Your Honor, that is really one of an impeachment category in terms of Mr. Sumlin at the beginning of this wiretap gets a bunch of text messages in a relatively short span of time from an unknown number, and he gets progressively angrier, and these messages are, and I was trying to pull them up, they're not on this wiretap, but some of them reference his friends who were murdered. And so he starts escalating what this number calls. So when he says, call me from a text app, you're not saying nothing, he's kind of mumbling to the phone of this person who was calling him or texting him. And he says, I'm ready, drop the dot, as in drop, send your location. I'm on Cleveland, or I'm at the Chevron on Cleveland, pull up, I swear to God, I'm gonna go out with a bang. That the state is not intending to offer that as a co-conspirator statement. On some level it is, and I was trying to pull up the text messages that are tethered to this, Your Honor, so that the court could get some clarity on what leads up to this. It's primarily for the way that these text messages give reference of kind of like where he is, and it's somewhat territorial of the locations. So I'll pull up these text messages that are in the wiretap that the court hasn't seen.
So I guess I'm trying to figure out what the scenario, they're saying not for a co-conspirator. So like, is a scenario where this would be admissible, like if they ask Mr. Sumlin on the stand, have you ever been to Cleveland Avenue? And he says no, is that?
Your Honor, what is, our position is that number 1 and 2, our position is that number 1 and 2, we will use those of the ones that we've identified, we will use those to impeach if necessary. So when he says call from a text app, I'm not saying anything. That's a call that is better put upon this witness to have him talk to the jury about why it is that he is asking that someone call him from a text app. One of the ways that they conceal their illegal activity is using other applications besides traditional cellular service. So that one, and number 2, the second one, which was page 493 and page 1064 and reference number 492 and reference number 1057. Those two are better as impeachment if necessary. So all Mr. Atkins is saying is that rather than offering those two, we will ask questions of the witness. And to answer Mr. Sharp's question about what it is the state would be asking, when you use a text app, why is it that you would prefer a text app? Why would you have someone, if you're talking to somebody on a telephone, why would you do that? Or if there's an objection to relevance, why did you do that? Did you do that on a particular day? And why did you do it? To explain what it is that text apps do that cellular service doesn't. In other words, it doesn't allow you to monitor it in the same way that cellular service, so the content of those two calls are, we believe, good and fine impeachment information.
Okay, and so that might be less than the entirety of
Right.
those two calls.
Right. So the information we would get out is what I just said. Of course, we would be asking him about what dropping a dot means. He refers being at the Chevron on Cleveland. In his factual acknowledgments, he talks about that location. And so the entirety of the call would not be, we wouldn't need to play the entirety of the call under these circumstances. It would be, these are questions we'd ask the witness.
Okay. Okay, so that would just
Take us down to the
need
next.
to be dealt with at the time, I guess, but I guess if he doesn't say those things, then that is available
Right, yeah, that,
for impeachment and potentially substantive evidence. Okay. All right.
and
And then this 1059, 1066.
Shout out to One
Who's
Happy White Girl
Yaya?
gifting 5 memberships.
So, Your Honor, the state believes that Yayo is
Yayo.
YSL member Eric Moore.
Okay.
And on this call, Mr. Sumlin is speaking with Christian Eppinger on a contraband phone, obviously an indicted co-conspirator. And the state would, playing this call for the court is helpful for argument, and the state feels it's important to play this call.
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Yo, what's up, baby? Hey, bro. Hey, what, you with that nigga Yayo? I ain't got Nah, I ain't with baby. You got blue? All right. Nah, I said Yayo. Nah, I don't know where Yayo at. I ain't with no figure Yayo. I was with him yesterday. Yeah, tell Yayo I'll do something to him. I can't wait to tell him. Yeah, tell him I'm gonna do something to him. Put that in him. What? I ain't even gonna, huh? What the hell that nigga did? No, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit with Lionheart. No, I ain't even talking about that, but that too. He telling on you? No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about, you know, I said, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You was just with him, wasn't you?
Yeah, I was just with him. I don't know. Oh, you took.
No. Huh?
What you talking about? I don't know what you talking about, baby.
Man, they just told me I just took the little folks shit, man.
Oh, the little light skin?
Yeah.
Did it. Somebody know, man.
They're my folks, man. They're my folks.
That thing yesterday. What'd you say, Bree?
No, they're my folks. I ain't even, man, listen here, bro. I ain't even nigga locked up, bro, so nigga feel like nigga try any type way, bro, but I ain't going for that, bro. I ain't going for that, bro. If I have to become an out, that's what I do. Nigga ain't gonna be trying my folks, bro. That shit over with.
I'm saying, Bree.
Nigga already ain't fucking with me. Nigga not fucking with nigga, want nigga any motherfucker. Nigga ain't sent nigga a dollar. Nigga ain't gonna be taking shit from my folks. They be sending me something, bro.
I just got out, Bree. I took something from him too, so what you saying?
You said what?
I said I took something from the nigga too, so what you saying?
You ain't doing what I just said?
You said, yeah, yo.
No, I said, I know you. I just said, you know what I'm talking about? That's why I called your phone.
You said what?
That's why I called your phone, cause I know you, yeah, that's why I just asked you to do it, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, yo.
Yeah, nah, hell no.
Are you the same?
That shit ain't smooth, bro.
Are you the same one that did that the money too, bro?
You said what?
You the same one? You the same one? Bro, I ain't trying to talk over the phone, bro.
No, I ain't putting out money. I'm not putting out money.
So what you saying? So what you saying? You want me to give him that back?
Whatever. They don't deserve to have shit. And what I'm saying, bro, listen, I'm not talking about money. Fuck money.
Yeah, but see, try to get the collection on Yayo, and I did it. You know what I'm saying?
Man. Yeah, man, but
then he riding around talking about he looking for me, man, on my side, bro.
Listen, bro. Who you think got the man like that, Obama, bro? That's what I'm telling you, bro. He called, bro. I just talked to him, bro. He like, bro. So you folks, I got man, bro. I'm like, well, when he come out, he just told me, I'm like, man, hell no. But Yayo, bro, bitch ass nigga, but all the reason why nigga Yayo still out there, bro, because he don't know what's up with that nigga ass, bro. Bitch ass nigga, he ain't gonna be out here just doing shit like you just with the game. Fuck nigga, you killing.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Hey,
nigga, tell on you.
Hey, when you talk to him, tell that nigga call my phone. We can meet up. I can order to him the business.
Huh?
I know that's your folks and all, but bro, I know that's your folks and all, bro. But all that riding around talking about you looking for me, nigga, I'm at the Chevron. Oh, whatever you with.
Hey, Obama. So you telling me if a nigga do that to you, you ain't gonna be looking for him?
You said what?
So if a nigga do something to you, you not gonna go look for him?
I'm gonna be hell yeah, I'm gonna look for him, but I'm.
Well, listen though. I just told him. I don't give a fuck what you do to Yayo. Obama, that time he like, bro. He like, shit, that's fucked up. But nah, man.
I feel where you coming from, bro. I ain't know you fuck with that little nigga like that, but I ain't getting shit back, bro.
That shit crazy, bro. You saying nigga that send me money while I'm in this motherfucker. Ain't nobody send nigga nothing. They gonna take some, man, they crazy.
Yeah, I just got out.
I ain't talking about you, Obama. I ain't talking about you. I know you just got out. I just found out you was out today. I ain't know you. I thought you still locked up.
Hell
no. Man,
man, that tell, when you talk to Sean, that tell Sean to hit my phone, man.
I wish we knew the date of this.
Okay, is that the entirety of it? Okay. And so that objection on the floor is relevance. Is that the only objection you made on that one?
Yes, that is in 403. To be honest, and I've listened to all these calls, but I'm having a tough time tracking. I'm saying relevance, but in all candor to the court, I don't even know what they're talking about. So, I guess that's a good start for relevance. But if the state could explain the relevance, maybe I'd be able to respond.
Your
Yeah,
Honor,
'cause there's more than one
I need to
robbery
play
on Eppinger.
PDF page 1052 for the beginning. It will give context to why Christian Eppinger is discussing Yayo the way that he is. And it's a call that is, so on this other call, this is my notes, one that we have not played, it's stating, you know that boy Yayo, why you say that? Quay called him from the jail and they said something about he locked up for murder because Yayo told on him. Everyone in the neighborhood's telling me that. And the guy's like, I didn't know that, man. I swear to God. I don't believe him because Unfunk, who's Mr. Greer, told him that they just got off the phone with Quay. I don't know how true it was. Bree, the one starting all that rumor. And then he says, I don't know. I talked to him myself. I just seen him in Unfunk myself late last night. So I believe that Christian Eppinger is talking to Antonio Sumlin about that because of this rumor that Yayo was snitching. I don't have any evidence that Yayo was actually snitching, but the initial reason why I had initially included, we whittled some of these down, and so you kind of need, and it's very brief, but this call doesn't make really any sense without the context of this conversation on PDF page 1052, which is April 7th at 11:14 a.m. This call is April 7th at 1:53 p.m. So they're a couple hours apart. So what I may do, because I think it's dispositive of, or not dispositive, but very relevant to the court's, necessary for the court's ruling, to play 1052. I'm going to start at the beginning because my notes have this coming up quite quickly in that call.
Rose, what's up, brother?
Who you with?
In the car with my girl on the way. Where you at?
Man, I'm in the car, but tell them why. You went up there when Yayo was mad tonight. B-Man said he snitched and shit.
Nah, I don't know that.
Yeah, he was like, man, B-Man saying I snitched. Stone way and this and that and third. But I tell you why, Tay came down and said the same thing. Tay who you are, he came to AJ last night. He was like, man, y'all know that boy Yayo. I said, why you say that? He say, man, Quay called me from jail and said they blocked him. They said something about he locked up for murder because Yayo told on him.
Yeah, everybody in the neighborhood told me that. Maybe I told everybody been telling me that.
I ain't know that, man.
You ain't know that for real?
I don't like.
Swear to God, bro. Yeah, everybody telling me that. I don't believe it though. Cause they told her, they just don't dig out of the phone with Quay. I don't know how true it is, but they kept saying Bree the one who's starting all that rumor.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm talking to him myself.
Yeah.
I just seen him on phone late last night on the talk. So.
Where you at? They pulled up to the store last night?
Nah, we was at Wing and Seafood, and Uncle tonight he finna go back to LA.
So
he finna.
So, Your Honor, that was the portion that portion we just played is at 7:14 a.m. on April 7th, and the one we just discussed was at 1:53 p.m. In the states, I believe if the court deems 1066 admissible, you need to have that brief portion from 1052 to have context to why both Antonio Sumlin and Christian Eppinger on a contraband jail phone both indicted YSL co-conspirators in the RICO on this case are, and Eppinger's discussing that way. I mean, discussing Yayo about that in those terms. And it furthers the conspiracy by keeping abreast of, obviously, if he actually was snitching, they would want to know that. And two, it's how they're discussing this. And it reinforces the solidarity between each other, specifically Eppinger and Sumlin. And of course, snitching, or if someone, that term has came up and will come up a multitude of times in this trial in a number of different ways.
Your Honor, may I ask a question of the state? Who do you believe to be, like, we're kind of
Which Quay?
going back to that first call now. Who do you believe to be Quay?
Which Quay?
Okay, but y'all aren't intending to introduce the first call, right?
No, the
Well,
second one is the one that's
with
giving
this whittled
context to
down
the first
list, we
call.
did not. I quite frankly believe that may have been an error because the context of Eppinger speaking with
Okay.
Sumlin about Yayo makes no sense if you don't hear this conversation about the
Okay.
rumor that
All
he
right,
is.
so we need to add that back in.
Yes, Your Honor, it's the first minute of this PDF page 1052 call, or 1 minute and 50 seconds because it's still on display on the screen.
Right.
So, does it matter who they believe Quay is?
It does to me, Your Honor, and this is what, first of all, we have two Quays here,
Yeah.
but my stance and my belief is that that initial call and the context I have is Bree is the source of this information. I believe I know who Bree is that this Quay being discussed in the first call is neither of these two individuals and is a separate Quay that is not even alleged, I've never seen alleged to be associated with YSL. So if that's the first call that gives the context, then the second call, Mr. Eppinger is ranting to Mr. Sumlin, who seems to be thoroughly confused by the whole situation, about someone named Yayo, who's not mentioned in our discovery at all other than this wiretap. So he's obviously a very tangential part of whatever we're calling this.
My bad. I caused a buffer. But yeah, there's apparently a fourth Quay. So the three Quays I was wondering about, it's none of them, possibly. Why are we buffering? Why are we buffering?
Yayo supposedly snitching on Quay. Now, I do believe that a relevance determination depends on what he's supposedly snitching on and who the Quay is. And I get, generally, or not generally, but sometimes we say, well, that's a jury question. The state, in my mind, before putting up all these statements, need to know what these people are talking about before putting in front of the jury as just a baseline question. And I don't believe, unless the state can prove to me or show me that I'm wrong, I don't believe that the Quay that's even being discussed in either of these calls is anyone associated with this case or anyone sitting in this court.
Your Honor, I do not know specifically. I don't know specifically which Quay they're talking about. I know that I don't have any information from Atlanta Police Department of the person they believe is Yayo providing a statement to them. So I don't know exactly what they're saying he snitched on in terms of if they're talking about one of the Quays in this trial or another Quay. I do not, to answer Mr. Sharp's question or the courts, if the court's inclined, I do not know if they're referring to the murder of Shymel Drinks or some other act. I don't know. So I want to make that clear. The state's intent with this call.
Hold on. If you don't know the act and you haven't investigated the act, then how do you know? How can you say it meets the elements to come in as a co-conspirator statement if you don't know that the act was something that's supposed to be in furtherance of the gang? So hold on.
Was to enforce how they discuss, you know, the snitching tenet in YSL. If someone's snitching, they want to find out about it. And, you know, Eppinger clearly wants to exact violence on this person if he believes he's snitching. You know, I'm trying to think through in my mind, quite frankly, with, you know, if this nickname instead of Quay was Bob, it would not create any confusion. The state's position would still be, it's how they're discussing this rumor of snitching. I understand, considering prior objections, that defense counsel like Mr. Matthews or Mr. Nichols' counsel would want to make it clear that.
Is there a way to do it
Martin's
without
ready.
the name Quay coming in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, that would solve that one.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, I mean, I would think that it is highly relevant how these alleged YSL members, some of them, I think, maybe established YSL members, are discussing the idea, if true, of one of their own snitching.
So, Judge, I hear the court. I would ask the court under 403 to require, if it's going to come in, obviously I'm not consenting for this to come in, but if the court believes that it comes in for that purpose, that under 403, that it be redacted, the name Quay, for confusion, misleading the jury under 403.
That is granted.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I understand, as I understand your ruling, it's a catch-22. It's not the specifics. It's Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Sumlin basically discussing the concept of snitching.
Yeah.
But my other problem is my understanding of that phone call. Mm-hmm. I don't view necessarily these two calls linked as Mr. Atkins does. It seems to me that Mr. Eppinger is upset about a robbery and returning property. That's kind of as I understood the second call, not a comment about quote unquote snitching.
There certainly seems to be a part of that that's what it seems to be covering, right?
That was the state's understanding, Your Honor. I mean, I never can perfectly know exactly what someone's stating in these circumstances, but the state believed these two were connected because of how quick they're the same day and a couple hours apart. So I don't, other than what I proffered to the court, I don't have any other additional information about.
Oh, yeah, no, but like another part, other than talking about and seemingly being mad at the idea that Yayo might be snitching, there's also this discussion, isn't there, of somebody
Your Honor,
potentially
stop this one
taking
before that.
somebody's stuff and.
Your Honor, I believe with the 1066, we only played until 150. And so I think that comes after that.
what I understood is Eppinger ranting, Sumlin saying, what are you so upset about? Are you upset about this rumor of Yayo snitching? And then Eppinger says, no, that's not what I'm upset about. I'm upset about this robbery. So I could be wrong, but I didn't even on the call hear necessarily Eppinger speaking bad about the concept of snitching. I think he was upset about something completely different, and Sumlin was confused. And then.
Well, we might need to listen to it again.
play it again, Your Honor.
Okay,
I agree. Unfortunately, I agree. We should hear it again.
because if that's the case, then maybe it's
Keep it
not
out.
relevant if it doesn't have to do with him being mad at that.
And this is crazy because it seems like that snitching 17-second video is implanted in Whitaker's mind. So she's primed to see this as being we're apprising someone of a
Hello?
snitch.
Hello. Yo, what's up, baby? Hey, bro. Hey, what, you with that nigga Yayo? I ain't got. Nah, I ain't with baby. You got blue. All right. Nah, I said Yayo. Nah, I don't know where Yayo at. I ain't with no fucking Yayo. I was with him yesterday. Yeah, tell Yayo I'll do something to him. I can't wait to tell him. Yeah, tell him I'm gonna do something to him. Quit that, honey. What? I ain't even gonna, huh? What the hell that nigga did? No, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit was Lionheart. No, I ain't talking about that, but that too. He telling on you? No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about, you know, I said, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You was just with him, right? Yeah, I was just with him. I don't know. Oh, you took? No. Huh? What you talking about? I don't know what you talking about, baby. Man, they just told me I just took the little folk shit, man. Oh, the little light skin? Yeah. Did it. Somebody on, man. That thing yesterday. What'd you say, Bree? No, they're my folks. I ain't, man, listen here, bro. I ain't nigga locked up, bro, so nigga feel like nigga try me any type way, bro, but I ain't going for that, bro. I ain't going for that, bro. If I had to become an out, that's what I do. Nigga ain't gonna be trying my folks, bro. That shit over with. I'm saying, Bree. Nigga already ain't fucking with me. Nigga not fucking with nigga, watch nigga ain't any motherfucker. Nigga ain't sent nigga $1. Nigga ain't gonna be taking shit from my folks. They be sending me something, bro. I just got out, bro. I took something from him too, so what you saying?
I think right there.
You said
That was
what?
it.
I said I took something from the nigga too, so what you
I
saying?
took something from him too.
You ain't doing what I just said. You said, yeah, yo. So I said, I know you. I just said, you know what I'm talking about? That's why I called your phone. You said what? That's why I called your phone, because I know you. Yeah, that's why I just asked you to do it. Yeah, yeah, well, yeah, yo. Yeah, no. Are you the same? That shit ain't smooth, bro. Are you the same one that did the money too, bro? You said what? You the same one? You the same one? Bro, I ain't trying to talk over the phone, bro. No, I ain't putting out money. I'm not putting out money. So
Talking about money.
So what you saying? So what you saying? You want me to give him that back? Whatever. Y'all don't deserve to have shit. And what I'm saying, bro, listen, I'm not talking about money. Fuck money. Yeah, but you see, try to get the collection on Yayo. And I did it. You know what I'm saying? Man. Yeah, man, but... Then he riding around talking about he looking for me. Man, on my side, bro. Listen, bro. Who you think got the man like that, Obama, bro? So I'm telling you, bro, he called... I just talked to him, bro. He like, bro, so you folks ain't got nothing, bro. I'm like, well, what you talking about? He just told me, I'm like, man, hell no. But Yayo, bro, bitch ass nigga, all the reason why nigga Yayo still out there, bro, because he don't know what's up with that nigga ass, bro. Bitch ass nigga, you ain't gonna be out here just doing shit like you just went the game. Fuck nigga, you telling. Yeah. Come on, bro. Hey, so when shit go left, nigga, tell on you. Hey, when you talk to him, tell that nigga call my phone. We can meet up. I can order to him the business. I know that's your folks and all, but bro, I know that's your folks and all, bro. But all that riding around talking about you looking for me, nigga, I'm at the Chevron. Oh, whatever you with. Hey, Obama. So you telling me if a nigga do that, you ain't gonna be looking for him? You said what? So the nigga do something to you, you not gonna go look for him?
I'm gonna be in the. I'm gonna be. Hell yeah, I'm looking for him, but I'm.
Well, listen though. I just told him. I don't give a fuck what you do to Yayo. Obama, that family, he like, bro. He like, shit, that's fucked up. But nah, man.
I feel where you coming from, bro. I ain't know you fuck with that little nigga like that, but I ain't getting shit back, bro.
That shit crazy, bro. This same nigga that send me money while I'm in this motherfucker. Ain't nobody send nigga nothing. They gonna take some, man, that crazy.
Yeah, I just got out.
I ain't talking about you, Obama. I ain't talking about you. I know you just got out. I just found out you got today. I ain't know you. I thought you still locked up.
Hell no.
Man,
Man, just tell, when you talk to Shawty, just tell Shawty to hit my phone, man.
all right.
So, Your Honor, after listening, I never thought he was talking about a robbery, but when Mr. Shart said that and re-listened it now, I thought it was tethered to the call earlier because I listened to these back to back to back, but I can miss stuff. And so I agree with Mr. Shart that it does sound like he's more tethered to someone robbing from a friend or family while Mr. Eppinger is locked up. What I will say in relation to this call, which may never have to come up, is if we asked Antonio Sumlin about speaking with Christian Eppinger while, from either a contraband phone or if he said, I don't know who he is, I have no idea, I've never talked to him, that kind of thing may play a portion of this. But
They look like they hate Atkins. Look at the two of them behind him.
will not play. I thought they were tethered together initially.
All right, so then not being offered on the concepts that we were originally discussing, and I guess that then means that other one's not going to be offered either.
So, Your Honor, for 1052, the state cannot play, on the one hand, the way that they're discussing this, the reason I hesitate, in terms of the way that they're discussing the rumors of this person snitching on someone else, but given.
Well, right, because they're saying, well, that too, but it's not really that we're calling about.
Correct,
so.
Your Honor. So at this point, the state does not intend to play 1052.
All right. So we all on the same page on this one? Okay.
And as a side note, I still don't know the time frame. If this is 2022, they said these calls were from April 7th. If this was 2022, Eppinger's still in custody if this is 2022, what we just listened to, on the 7th, when the calls we just heard were made. He ends up getting bonded out, and everybody flipped about it because it was like a $65,000 bond, and he was shooting at police officers. So it was like a shocking thing to see when so many others are held without bond and without indictments for a very long time in Fulton County. That was April 20th of 2022. So I'm just wondering, what the timeline of this all is. And Eppinger's clearly upset that he's still in custody. He seems shocked to find out, I didn't know you were already out, talking to Sumlin over the phone. So I don't know. There's some interesting context here that I wish we had the pieces.
Okay, then the next one is 1380, reference 1384, page 1394. Dorsey, who is at this point an unindicted co-conspirator, right?
We dismissed against Mr. Dorsey.
Right.
So he's, right.
But are you still maintaining he's
definitely a
co-conspirator?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Sumlin on a call, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And this particular portions of this call, so yes, they are Mr. Dorsey, given that we've dismissed his charges after his recent trial, portions of this call are captured in the indictment as, I think, count 56, and it's also alleged as an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy itself, count 1. So both Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Sumlin are co-conspirators with the defendants on trial as to count 1. And this particular call furthers the conspiracy. I think it would be best for the court to hear the call before we make the argument. And if that's okay with the court, and to hear the specific objections before I just start narrating about our position, if that's okay with the court.
Okay, so sure, that's fine. You've got a relevance and a 403, and then a Dorsey hearsay objection, and sure, I'll listen to the portions that y'all intend to play.
Thank you.
And J. May, so I know whatever Steele was talking about earlier was in relation to Attorney Johnson's laptop. That is Christian Eppinger or Briss's lawyer. I'm not sure who has possession of the laptop, but I know the turnaround, getting those things back over, can be a slow process, so it's possible they still have the device itself. On the flip side, and I just don't know the answer, I'd imagine an attorney fighting to get their laptop back, probably with the help of other criminal defense attorneys, might be able to expedite and know the motions to file to move that process along. So at some point, yes. Do they still have it? I don't know. Great question.
Hello, this is a free call from
You already know who this is. Shout it out.
an incarcerated individual at the Cobb County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe Securus, you may start the conversation now.
What the hell just happened?
Polo,
Yo,
I don't know what the hell just happened. The phone hung up.
you still in the car?
I'm in the car with 2 people.
What the fuck? Coach said hit for.
Dorsey
Coach
is
said struck
Polo.
Nah, he beat us about our money. He beat me on phone and Troy about our money. He probably won about goddamn whole time. Can't get on that.
I don't know, I can't wait to slide out there. So I'm trying to go fuck some shit up. So like 1-2 of them motherfuckers out and then just fall back.
I mean, I ain't got no bad.
I need like a, huh?
What's that?
I need like $250,000, shot.
Go
We need $500,000.
Go get it soon you come home, bro.
I already know it, shot. This shit destined for a nigga, shot.
I already know, bro. I need the fuck out you, bro.
I ain't gonna count, but the same thing here, shot. No count, bro. Cause it like,
I thought ask
I
about you every day, bro.
You say on phone ask about me every day?
And my phone asks about you every day.
Who? What you say, Twin?
I said my phone asks about you every day.
Who?
Twin.
Who? Your girl?
Yeah.
She ain't seen no nigga like me, shall I keep that shit there all the way through, and then she ain't been hearing shit.
No.
And then them motherfuckers, you know, I ain't doing no begging, none of that shit. I'm just tagging. My shit I got dollar on too, boy.
But my girlfriend, my girlfriend tripping, bro.
What? I'm saying the one you on the phone with?
Nah, they poo-poo.
I poo act like they tell poo chill, man. Look like for real, man. The real slaughter guy nigga, man. Realize be on that in the queue. I be on that in the queue, man. Like for real, so how this 4L shit go, man. Check with the slide now, man. Tell them how this 4L shit go.
I already know.
Shit go long, boy.
Yo, what?
My trade.
That shit ain't longer than mine, nigga.
I feel blessed, them, boy. Yeah, your shit probably a little bit longer than mine.
My shit 5 years.
Your shit not no 5 years, bro.
My shit down my back. I ain't cut my house since I got out of prison.
All right, but look though, remember you had the Afro shit going on, child.
Yeah.
Yeah, your shit long.
That shit long as hell. That shit down my back.
Long. I ain't got number 2 years in.
Man, I can't wait.
I know you got this. And I know you got this shit on.
Do I?
Oh, well.
We're playing portions that we, so the dreads part, that part is not necessarily, I just wanted to put a pin in this particular part. We're going to keep playing it, but I understand that some of the portions we may take out, but we're going to just play it for context.
Okay.
That shit on. What? Man, I told me to come in. I forget out they call, man. Cause they tripping.
What they talking about?
I ain't open your door, lying man, nigga.
What people talking about?
Your name, nah, any girl name beautiful. She ugly though.
How the hell she get the name beautiful?
I don't know how she get the name beautiful.
She need to get that name back to whoever beautiful. Hey, beautiful, don't get that name back to beautiful, child, because you don't need that one.
I don't know. I call her ugly.
Boy, I done had Boulay on your ass. I done had, but Boulay been on your ass, boy.
Who?
Boulay?
Why you about to fall?
I'm out. I'm going home tonight.
Boulay been on your ass, boy.
What?
No,
I've been having Boulay trying to find out where the head. I'm like, where the fuck Obama at, man? Find this nigga ass. They don't know where the fuck Obama at. We ain't seen Obama in so goddamn long.
Yeah, you need, I've been locked up. You need to tell Slime, you need to tell Slack. Start out there being them, bro. If I do something to him, boy.
I can't tell Slack nothing. Now, he just told me the slime, robbing the slimes out there. So I'm like, I need to holler at Obama so I can let Obama know the goddamn shut down. So he got too much going on. But now, you telling me it did nigga ass. You feel me? I don't. Shit, I've been knowing you before Slack. You feel me?
Yeah, I already know.
I bought head with Slack. I ain't bought head with you. I bought head with Slack. I done dropped down. You feel me?
We'll never bought head.
You feel me?
Bro, we'll fight one-on-one. We'll fight one-on-one before we bought head, bro.
I wouldn't even fight you, Shal.
I wouldn't even fight you, though. I swear to God.
I wouldn't even fight you, bro.
I tell every nigga, bro, the situation. I'm like, the day I met Polo, my mama died, bro. Trying to pull me to the side, talk to me, put some sense into my head. We've been rocking ever since, bro.
Ever since. It's just been a rock. It's just been a rock since then. Ain't been no collisions or none of that.
None of that, bro. It'll never be.
Cause it how we rock, so we got a different vibe. Nigga, how we carry ourselves.
Yeah.
And we butt down. Every time we trying to butt down, nigga, we butt that shit down. Like, hey, man. Nigga, you done had my shoes on, I had those shoes on. Fuck you.
Come on, bro. You know I love you. I never forget them phone pilots. Black and gold.
Yeah, phone pilots and them all red 12.
Yeah, for sure. I love you. I love you like a motherfucker, bro. I'm talking about on my mama's soul.
I'm talking about to the point we like 4-7.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Pardon me right quick, man. Pardon me right quick. Stay right here. I ain't picking out the phone. I'm going to see my twin walk. Stay right here.
All right. That'll be girl. Yeah. Need something funny. Let's tuck these in. $16.
We're going to skip to 8:32, so Your Honor.
I bought them. That'll be bad.
We stopped at 6:42, I believe. We're just going to skip forward to 8:05.
Question.
But he leaves soon as
Why they talking to the? They ain't nothing to talk about. What I'm saying? What they dare talk about? I'm saying it's out here too, man. Don't think they be talking about is cop and deuces. Yo.
What the hell going?
We made that nigga pull back up though.
Y'all made who pull back up?
No, nigga, we been beefing with Share Care them. So goddamn.
Shit. Oh yeah, them 9 do niggas.
Yeah.
Share Care.
Yeah, them
Share
niggas.
Care coming up.
Huh?
This is why she wants it
Share
in.
Care coming up.
I don't know, he whacking shit out here though. I ain't gonna even lie about that one. Huh?
Share Care not that 100 business.
Yeah, he out in the business, bro.
Alright, so you just need to stay out the way, bro. Continue doing what you doing, bro. I already know you.
I'm handling the business too.
I already know how you coming, shot. I know, but that shit got down. What Thug got going on, bro?
No, he don't say that though. Oh. Like, come on, what? You be ready to buy everything? Huh?
What Thug got going on?
Shit scary. Him and Winfrey in LA.
What the hell, Del Greg? Del Greg ain't scary now. Del Greg the real one.
He down here. He in Atlanta.
Del Greg in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so that shit getting serious here.
Nicole.
Hey.
Man, them over so lit out here, so I can't wait till you get home, bro.
You got some gas on you, Shadow?
Mm-hmm.
Man, roll up a blunt for me, Shadow.
I'm finna do that. I don't need smoke. I'm finna do that right now, I swear to God.
Roll up a blunt for me, Shadow. Don't
Hey,
need,
roll
don't
up.
need
You got a blunt?
that shit.
You got a blunt?
Tell them folks that blow that shit.
You got a blunt, V? You got a blunt, V? Roll up the weed. My brother said smoke one for him.
Yeah, I just smoked that shit, man. I smoked one of the motherfuckers because I've been locked up 2 years, man, on baddies. I got more baddies than a goddamn household, shout.
So, Your Honor, this is with Mr. Dorsey in jail talking to Mr. Sumlin. These are 2 co-conspirators of the defendants here. The conversation is intended to foster reassurance and cohesion with a YSL associate, or a co-conspirator rather, who is in jail, not able to know what all is going on. The most pertinent part of what we heard was, one of the more pertinent parts was Mr. Sumlin actually telling Mr. Dorsey that Onfon asks about him every day. He says it more than once, but then when Mr. Dorsey says, "Who your girl?" and then they start joking about what his girl feels about Mr. Dorsey and dreads. So that area from about 2 minutes to 4.
You already said you're going to cut that part out.
I think it was about 4 minutes and change where I paused and put a pin in it for the dreads part. That we wouldn't need to play. But the portion where...
Explain the portion you want in and why.
He's talking about slimes and slat, and Mr. Dorsey is relaying to Mr. Sumlin that what he's gotten from one YSL associate, and their conversation about that knowledge, we believe, is part of Mr. Sumlin, Mr. Dorsey giving Mr. Sumlin what information he has, Mr. Sumlin sort of being reassuring. They're talking about essentially, family fighting, but they go on to talk about how they rock, how they are close, nevertheless, regardless of the squabbles internally. As we go further down, skipping from where he gets off the phone and says, stay right here. And he sort of starts talking to someone else from that point till he comes back on the phone saying that he is on FaceTime with Kale. Then Mr. Sumlin goes on to tell Mr. Dorsey that we've been beefing with Shell, Kell, and them. And Mr. Dorsey is saying, them 9 deuce ends, what Shell, Kell talking about. This is Mr. Sumlin apprising Mr. Dorsey of what's going on, even if he has some kind of, respect for the game. As he then goes on and says further down that the shit is getting serious, it's so lit out here. And we stop before they start talking about information from a girl and things that we don't feel is really pertinent. So the call between Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Sumlin, this being someone that Mr. Dorsey reaches out to commit one of the acts we've alleged in the indictment, we believe is pertinent in that it fosters the cohesion that I spoke of earlier.
All right, well, what about the portions later on that are noted on here?
So
Dorsey asking about what Thug has going on and talking about him being bodies on bodies.
we can take out the bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies. That part we don't need to play about Mr. Dorsey talking about himself having bodies on bodies. Him talking about Umfunk and Thug being in LA, we believe is pertinent in that it is reflecting the association between members or associates or co-conspirators. So the providing of information to Mr. Dorsey by Mr. Sumlin about Thug and Umfunk, especially where initially you hear Mr. Sumlin attempting to tell Mr. Dorsey that Umfunk asks about him every day, I believe is intended, again, to just keep him in the loop, even though he's locked up. So it is, in that way, providing reassurance and fostering cohesion.
Okay.
So there are portions that we would, of course, not want to play, dreads, your girl, bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies, rolling up a weed. Those portions we would take out and can give express timestamps for those that we would be taking out. We specifically would like to play the portions that I've just specifically spoken of to the court for the reasons that I've described or given.
Okay, so, on the sheet, it's really narrow bits of this, 428 to 440, 832 to 840, 910 to 920. But I feel like do you actually want in more than that?
Yes, because as I looked, I was literally looking at the time frame, the timestamps, and some of what I specifically asked in, I think, are outside of those portions, those groupings. So I'll have to provide to the defense a more specific and better tailored timestamp.
Okay. All right, I mean, it seems like if as you're describing it, that first portion.
Your Honor, I heard it a little differently.
Here we go.
Factually, what was said on the call.
Go ahead.
my understanding from listening to the call is Sumlin told Dorsey that someone was asking about him.
Speak into the mic.
Oh, Mr. Sumlin told Mr. Dorsey that someone was asking about him. Mr. Dorsey says, now this is Mr. Dorsey who doesn't know the answer to that question, says, oh, who? Unfunk? And then Mr. Sumlin says, no, my girl, or something like that. And so, you know, I think that Mr. Dorsey brought up Unfunk, who's Mr. Greer, but Mr. Sumlin, who's the one that's given the information, actually said, no, that's not correct. But beyond that, Your Honor, like, this call is important because it shows that Dorsey knows Sumlin and
A prize, that's why.
Sumlin says that Unfunk and Jeffrey are in LA at that time. First of all, I don't know how that's furthering a conspiracy.
I don't think that what they've got going on there in LA is anything other than, yeah, what's been going on. So I don't see that part coming in.
And,
Yes, Your Honor.
and it's just, I don't know, to me, the only thing that this call may do is show that Dorsey, well, it does do, is show that Dorsey and Sumlin know each other, and at least they've heard of or are familiar with the people that are Unfunk and Mr. Williams. I'm not sure how personally familiar, but at this point, you know, a year into this trial, like, if that's what we're trying to prove at this point, this is supposed to be about Mr. Dorsey seeking approval from Mr. Sumlin, this count, for harming Mr. Rashawn Bennett, Mr. YFN Lucci, and I don't see how any of this on this call falls under any hearsay exceptions, and then further how it's further, I don't see how it's really relevant to anything that's alleged in this indictment. It's just, I mean, this is really just a 10-minute, 15-minute conversation of two guys talking about nothing.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I'd go that far. I think maybe, Ms. Love, if you could narrow down and give us new timestamps, and
Okay.
then maybe we just listen to the portions that you actually think should come in.
Okay,
We'll just circle back on this
Okay.
one, okay?
thank you.
But those last two parts that are listed, one of them you withdrew and the other one is out anyway, but I think we got to get a better handle on
Just a
which
specific.
parts, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
So no official ruling on that. We want to hear it condensed down, but
Okay. The next one is labeled reference number 0, page number 1892, I think.
Right, Your Honor, page 1892, and we're going to start at the beginning, going up to 40, about 1 minute in.
Well, what's it about, and is
Okay.
there an objection?
I'm sorry. Oh, so this is Mr. If the court is asking the state.
This is the same two people talking again, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, is there anything beyond what's in the summary? And who is it they're talking about that they need to take down? Or can we tell?
Head, and that is the person he is alleged to have sought the murder
Okay,
of.
so this is the one that has to do with seeking permission.
No, not from, this is the one that is count 56.
Count 56 or Act 56?
Count 56. 55. With the, where Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Sumlin are charged with conspiracy to commit the offense of murder.
Okay, which is not a, is it also an act that?
Yes, it's, all of the counts are also acts.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And the date is April the 15th.
Okay, well, is there any objection to this one? I mean, it's clearly relevant. I don't think I actually heard objection when y'all were running through the list the first time. I mean, I know you wouldn't ideally want it in, but is there any evidentiary objection to this?
Your Honor, I don't want to waste the court's time. If that is what it purports to be, then there would not be a relevance objection. What I'm a little unclear of is, you know, my notes are good, but they're not 100%. So obviously any character, irrelevant things like that that are in the call, I would be objecting to, but I would just ask if we could circle back on this one.
All right, we'll circle back on this one too. So you can re-review your notes or to make?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. 1442, 1488. This one also seems relevant, and I think the only objection I heard before was hearsay. It would, if it's what it seems to be, seems like that would come in under the co-conspirator exception.
Well, Your Honor, this is kind of the same. This is the cousin to my objections with Mr. Garlington. I'm not going to defend Mr. Sumlin in court if there's seems to be calls indicating that he is selling narcotics. It is what it is. But as far as being in furtherance of a conspiracy or involving anyone here or in any organization that the state has deemed a RICO organization, quote unquote YSL, I just don't see that. This seems to be someone with their phone tap doing individual illegal activity on their phone. So,
well, I mean, it obviously is going to be for the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any of this drug dealing was in furtherance of the gang, but that they can argue it, whether they convince the jury of that or not, I don't know. Their evidence is not particularly strong that I've seen so far on this. But I'm not the decision maker with regard to that, so.
I mean, this is just a little bit different of a call because this isn't even two people. This is a drug dealer telling a drug purchaser, hey, meet me at this spot so I can sell you some drugs.
Yeah.
I just not seeing the relevance link for why we're here. If they charged Antonio Sumlin with selling drugs in 2022, I would completely get it. But that's not why we're here.
And Your Honor, this is a perfect example of one that the web has came into evidence in multiple ways through testimony. I believe it was written in Instagram messages from 2015. This is 2022. And Antonio Sumlin says, I'm going to be at the web, which is a place where drugs were sold in a common hangout. And the person on the call says, you mean Slug's old spot, who was Trontavious Stevens, who testified, was a witness in this trial, whose nickname is Tick, and also
Whitaker
Slug.
wouldn't know.
And Antonio Sumlin says, yeah, but it ain't Slug old spot anymore. So you have something from 2015, a spot that YSL members hang out and the state puts forth drugs were sold at, that has passed hands over the years, and you fast forward to 2022, the state would ask Mr. Sumlin questions about this. And if he said, I've never heard of the web, I don't know who Slug is or Trontavious Stevens is, and I definitely don't know he ever used to have some spot called the web, we would impeach him with this very brief portion. So I view this more so as a impeachment with, and again, Mr. Sumlin's going to be testifying.
Okay.
And I understand that, and I thank the state for the clarification. Now, I will say, if those questions are posed to Mr. Sumlin, I am going to object because I don't, and I'm not saying this was intentional, but from my recollection, Mr. Stevens was not saying that he had this place called the Web back in 2015. So I don't think that those dates are correct or have been, or accurately reflect the testimony, but I understand what the state's saying about impeaching. I just don't think those dates are correct.
Okay, well.
I don't want Mr. Sumlin to be confronted with false dates and then deny it, and then all of a sudden we're saying.
Okay, well, I was about to say to the state, you better make sure what the facts are that have come in before you ask it in that specific of a way.
Yes, Your Honor. And Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton both said that, and Mr. Shard, the date, in my brain, I thought it was 2015 because this came into the trial.
Okay, well, just
but
make
it's
sure what
2022.
it is.
So that
before you
Instagram
ask
post.
about it. Okay. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, also the second speaker, the unidentified speaker is not speaking. I would object to that being played, any of their statements or his statements.
The
Non-testifying.
purchaser?
The purchaser, because they're not in conspiracy in a drug case. It's a buyer-seller relationship. So under Darville, D-A-R-V-I-L-L-E, they're not co-conspirators.
Right, no, they wouldn't be. I would think that would be accurate.
And Your Honor, Jones v. State, which is a 339 Georgia App 95. It's a Georgia Court of Appeals case. Pin site. It says, the court ruled that I'll find the pin site 1 second. It says the court ruled that the informant statements were admissible to provide.
Slow down, there is no
Sorry.
way she can take that.
My apologies, Madam Court Reporter. I'm very sorry, genuinely. They wanted to provide context for Jones' responses to those statements, not that the informant statements were admitted to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Listen to it then.
Yes, Your Honor. This stands for the proposition, and again, it's 3 sentences. Mr. Sumlin says, I'm going to be at the web. This other individual says, what, Slug's old spot? And Antonio Sumlin says, yes, but it ain't Slug's old spot no more. So if you just had Mr. Sumlin saying, I'm going to be at the web, yeah, but it ain't Slug's old spot no more. I mean, it's literally this male saying 4 words.
Okay.
What, Slug's old spot? I think it gives context to Mr. Sumlin's response.
Okay, and then does that caller say anything else?
No, Your Honor. This whole entire clip is 46 seconds.
Okay, so the only thing that the purchaser says is what, Slug's old spot?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
In terms of the part that the state would be asking Mr. Sumlin, and if necessary, impeach him with this portion.
All right, I mean, I would think that would be okay to come in to provide context. And that's 339 Georgia App 95 is that what you said?
Yes, Your Honor. It's 339 Georgia App 95. It's a case where they played a jail call with an informant, and they objected because, again, the other person on the line who wasn't the defendant in this case wasn't testifying. And I read this case to basically hold for, in certain contexts, like this is a perfect example. If you're playing a recording and you need to have the context, you're not offering the other person's words for the truth of the matter asserted. Like the state's not offering this male was that Slug's old spot for the truth. It's because Antonio Sumlin responds yes, but it's not Slug's spot anymore. And again, Mr. Sumlin will be testifying.
Okay. All right, our next one is 2712, page 2752. Who is he talking to? Who is someone talking to?
So, Your Honor, I don't have the notes for. I don't have a note for who Mr. Sumlin's talking with this. I will try to find that out. I don't know who the other called party is on this call.
Okay. Do you allege it to be an unindicted co-conspirator?
From the nature of this, so
The context?
the context, I think this is one that very much we need to play
Okay.
to adequately address arguments on related to it.
And would you intend this one to come in regardless or just for impeachment?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe this would one that would
Come in.
probably both, but yes, if for some reason the state wasn't able to ask the right questions to get this in as impeachment, it's both.
Okay.
Yo, gang. Yo. By Mitsubishi, I hear.
I've been done.
I know. Listen, man. I just got a phone with the boy Woody, right?
Yeah.
Woody just coming down the road, right? So, boom. They did jump on me. They did that. But he was like, they tried to put him on the door and all that. But he said the gang task force came and talked to him and all that shit. So he thug right here, man. And long story short, he based on some, bro, that YSL shit over with, bro. Nigga got to start a whole new name. Like, that's how he coming at me. Like, bro, that shit so fucking hot right now, bro. He like, bro, you gonna go to jail, bro. Niggas going to jail, bro. Them folks trying to lock nigga ass up, boy. This shit, see, niggas in jail no more than us because we on the street.
Yeah.
Freelancing. They know because them folks pulling up on them folks. You feel what I'm saying?
So,
You
yeah, you're right.
Bro, nigga really got to backstage this shit for a little bit. Like, really not even, like, not jiggy. I'm not giving up on game, period. It's just like, it's so much going on, this shit, bro. Like, bro, it's so much going on, bro. Like, yeah, it's a lot going on with that shit, boy.
Yeah, I think they got five that. That's how.
They got to kind of fall back because there's so much going on. Like, I talked to Woody. He called me because he was like, bro, like, he was like, Vay, bro, about 3 niggas done push up on me talking about your name. Talking about, boy, I'm on the vape wood, them folks pushing up on wood, them folks trying to get some screening down there about Shawty, you feel me? Because I heard you got jumped on, and I sent word down there like, bro, y'all need to eat anything that's pop, you feel me?
Yeah.
Them folks pushing up on Woody, so Woody finally caught like, hey, boy, you hell, boy. He like, boy, I'm proud of you, boy. I'm like, what? He was like, boy, hey, man, you standing on business, you feel me? So I go and tell him about you. I was like, man, Obama standing on business too, you feel me? He was like, oh, yeah, Shawty one the one. I'm like, yeah, that's my man, you feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah, though, but I was just telling him how niggas put up, niggas ain't outside for real. He was like, man, he say, Vay, bro, I know that, bro. He like, bro, niggas ain't, everybody ain't like that, bro. You give me the rundown, like, you know, Woody one of the niggas who I really just sit down and listen to, because Shawty really smart.
Yeah.
Shawty very intelligent, like, and he knowing something like, he like, bro, that shit hot right now, Vay, just chill, bro, like, just chill, bro. Like, I know he's basically like, bad y'all nigga want to go do something, but you can't right now. He said it's impossible. He said it's impossible. He said, yeah, they gonna end up in jail. He said because they watching. When you think they ain't watching, he said they own nigga ass, bro.
Yeah,
So
you're
you
right.
gotta chill, bro. Just tell Game or tell Rose to chill, you feel me? Tell Chad to chill for a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They tell nigga backstage, bro. I'm like just chill and just lay low, you feel me? Until it's time, you know what I'm saying? It's time for everything.
Yeah, nigga might need later. Lead about end of June. Well, I'm finna say beginning of June, but shit, June about 30 days away.
Yeah, June about 30 days. We'll be all right. About a good, about 2 months. I give it 2 months because when it.
That's why I said. I said I was finna say June, but June just 30 days.
No, listen. I'm still coming around. I ain't just.
Shit, me too.
I'm just finna. I'm finna go listen. I'm finna stop.
Niggas just gotta move better, bro, and start posting just like miscellaneous stuff.
Nigga gotta stop posting that YSL shit. Nigga can't post that YSL and
shit like that.
Yeah, but nigga know what's up. Everybody know what's up. I'm finna I'm finna stop right here and grab this food stamp card, and I'm finna ride to my house. Then I'm gonna pull up on your spot, bro. I'm pull up on you today, bro.
All right, say no more.
All right, bro.
If you come straight here, bring my ID.
I'm bringing your ID today. That's why I told you I'm finna go to the house and get your ID and come straight to you.
All right. I mean, that seems pretty clearly to be 801 D2E. So let's move on to the next one. You can.
I'm just thinking through this. We have an unidentified person saying to, this is my understanding, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Unidentified person saying to Sumlin what Mr. Copeland supposedly told him. Is that not correct?
No, I don't think so. Is it the unidentified person that says what Woody said, or is it someone that says what Woody said? But regardless.
So, Your Honor, it is the individual, we think possibly it's somebody that goes by the name Bay Boy because of what's said in this call, but to answer the court's question, he says, the male that Antonio Sumlin's speaking with says, I just got off the phone with Woody, who's Mr. Copeland.
All right, okay.
So my understanding of 801 D2E is the declarant needs to be a member of the conspiracy.
I can't hear you. I mean, I can hear you, but I don't know if everybody can hear you.
My understanding of 801 D2E is the declarant, not necessarily the receiver, but the declarant needs to be a member of the conspiracy.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I had their two voices mixed up, I guess. I thought it was someone saying, hey, here's all this stuff I know, and the caller, or I mean the other person that was just basically, for a lot of the time, saying, and then finally talking at the end. But I guess that was the flip. Right?
Your Honor, I apologize. I was, somebody was speaking, I was speaking with co-counsel when you said that, Your Honor, so I did not hear the court. I apologize.
Okay, so it's the caller who says, hey, here's, all this stuff that Woody just told me. And who is then saying, well, I mean, it seems like they're kind of both saying that, but who is saying, we have to chill on this YSL stuff for a while
So,
and stopped posting and.
Your Honor, they both reference that. So it depends on what comment. So for example, and I can play this part again, but there is a YSL member who goes by the name Bay Boy. And so I'll find the time hack, but in this call references who he is, but there's case law and a principle too of an unindicted co-conspirator because this male says, I'm still with the gang, right?
Yeah.
And he's talking to Copeland and Garlington's wiretap. We're not playing all of these. He has a plethora of calls with Copeland in the jail. And Copeland does get jumped on in the jail. And this creates an issue, and the prison gang task force goes and talks to Copeland. And so you have both Garlington and this is Sumlin speaking about this. And clearly they're saying we need to fall back. We need to stop posting this YSL stuff. And Obama, what he does say is he says, we got to fall back. And then Sumlin says, like he says right after this guy goes into a conversation about they're watching, and he says right. And so they both say it, and this person he's speaking with is, pretty much overtly saying, I'm still with the gang, but I'm gonna fall back.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me like whether we know who this other person is or not, it seems clear from what they're saying that they're co-conspirators.
And I understand the concept of context and picking up on the context. I'll just let the court know my stance. I've never heard of this baby boy or whatever we're saying, and there's no such person mentioned in this very voluminous discovery, and it's just difficult for me, I guess, to accept that we have thousands and thousands of documents, and then the state can say, well, we think it's this person that goes by a nickname that's not mentioned in any of these documents, and we believe they're a co-conspirator. I understand the context, but my objection is under 801 D2E. The state has not established a foundation that the declarant is a co-conspirator.
Okay, and you're saying there are other calls that establish that from the same caller?
Establish which part, Your Honor?
The co-conspirator status of the unknown call.
No, Your Honor.
Unknown other participant in the call.
The state's position is very rarely do you have a call and that if you never knew the identity of this person from just the contents of this brief portion, I think it's quite clear he's speaking with Kenneth Copeland, who there's been evidence and testimony about is a YSL member in prison, who's also speaking with Demekion Garland because we have two wiretaps going on at the same time. And sometimes they speak with each other. Long story short, he's saying, I'm still with the gang. We got to stop posting this YSL stuff. So if you never knew his name or his identity, I still believe he's an unindicted co-conspirator.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So.
What's it going to be?
Then our next one is 2805, page 2846.
So, Judge, this is co-conspirator statement, the portion of the call that's summarized in, I believe, what the court has before it, that document. I think it accurately sums up the portions that, so from 00 to 505, this is the subject that they're talking about.
Are there objections?
You got to squeak.
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, to the extent that this call is direct evidence of count, I think it's 56, we acknowledge the relevance. We would just ask that no extraneous information or discussion be played in front of the jury.
Okay, so keep it, I mean, you know the
We have it.
timestamp, so. I mean, I haven't listened to it, but if you think that there's this extraneous stuff within that 5 minutes and 5 seconds, bring it to my attention or talk with the other side and come to agreement. Okay. All right, so then I think our next one might be the last one for here. Is that right? 2980, page 3022. Or did I skip one?
You skipped one, Your Honor.
Which one did I skip?
I believe 2820 and to 20.
Oh, I thought y'all weren't going to pursue that one anymore.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Correct, Your Honor. It is 2980 or 3022 is the last one on the Excel spreadsheet, Your Honor. This is a very brief call that the state would like to play.
All right.
Big, yo. Hi, OBs. Yeah. Where you at, the web? Yeah. I don't know about that. I need no powder clip. That nigga Toot just pulled out. He got one. He the only one I know got a powder. I don't know nobody else got no powder. I got 2 extra mags on. I'm gonna tell him when he could pull back out. He just pulled out. All right. All right.
So, Your Honor, the state believes that this other called party is a rock crew YSL member that goes by the name Jimmy Reeves. And so he says, are you up at the web, which is the same location we had mentioned a couple calls before. I got 2 extra mags for him. I believe he's talking about magazines with bullets in them. And it's those 27-second clips. And then he mentions Tunk, who I believe he's talking about Mr. Sledge. But it's that brief. This would be one where we would ask him some questions about, I believe it's 2 YSL members talking about getting extra magazines to bring to the web, a location that they hang out or frequent and sell narcotics. But I also see this in the category of questions we would ask Mr. Sumlin on the stand.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't think that would just come in otherwise. I don't think that saying, hey, I think I've got 2 extra mags establishes a conspiracy or that these 2 are co-conspirators.
I understand, Your Honor. I thought he said, and I think we were asking questions on this. I thought he said, I got 2 extra mags for him, as in for another YSL member. But nonetheless, this is something that we...
Regardless, there can be people that provide ammunition to people who aren't co-conspirators. I mean, I don't think this one meets the requirements.
Understood, Your Honor.
So impeachment, if that becomes appropriate, but not otherwise.
Yes, Your Honor.
And
All right.
Your Honor, this might not be the time, but I just don't see they're already talking about laying a foundation for a prior inconsistent statement or potentially, but I don't even see the relevance of someone calling Mr. Sumlin. Mr. Sumlin says, "Tunk just left," and then someone, and I'm being told it's Jimmy Reeves. Again, Jimmy Reeves is a name that's new to me. And so not exactly a central figure in any of these stories, but apparently wanting to sell gun components to Mr. or to anyone, but Mr. Sumlin says, "Oh, Mr. Sledge just left." I just don't see the relevance of any of this to what we're talking about in this trial. So, I appreciate the court's ruling about it only potentially coming in as a prior inconsistent statement, but if they start asking questions about something irrelevant, I'm going to, or what I deem irrelevant, I think relevance objections.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state's understanding of this clip is 3 YSL members discussing bringing magazines. I don't believe they're bringing empty magazines. I guess they could, from firearms, to a location that YSL members frequent and sell narcotics out of that also has firearms. So I think, because he's saying, I'm bringing it for him, talking about, I believe he's talking about Mr. Sledge. So you have 2 YSL members saying, hey, I'm going to come to the trap house to bring an extra 2 magazines for a 3rd YSL gang member.
Okay.
I think it's certainly relevant. I understand the court's position on not in furtherance of the conspiracy, but I think it satisfies 401.
Okay, it wasn't that it wasn't in furtherance of the conspiracy, it was that I don't think it's established that whoever this unknown caller is a co-conspirator.
Understood, Your Honor. That would, I'll proffer to the court that the APD gang detectives are familiar with Mr. Jimmy Reeves, who is a YSL member. There's nothing in the contents of this call that you would know that.
Apparently there's nothing in discovery that the defense would know that either.
All right, well, that takes care of those, except for the couple we need to circle back on. So, and those were the 2 we just mentioned, and then also remember 2158. And then, of course, 2119, when we have Mr. Harvey with us again.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Regarding the Sumlin wiretap, I've been trying to take notes and I realized, could you just review your ruling or restate your ruling for 2442? I just don't have a ruling noted for that.
That's in.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. All right. Can we make progress on something else for maybe another 30 minutes?
Atkins looking over at Love. Like, anything?
Yes. Let's all take a restroom break.
So they're gonna do a restroom break, come back, and imagine they
Well,
come back
everybody that
and
wants one.
nobody has anything to talk about.
10 minutes.
Yeah, the witness list would be nice, but the state hasn't volunteered that they can address that today, so I'm wondering if they maybe don't have that ready to go. Their upcoming witnesses, so who knows. I think this is a great time. HVAC, thank you for the 2 here, and can we send love to Tampa? Guys, thank you for all your concern about me. Our friends on the west coast of Florida are just getting, like, already it looks crazy over there. I have this stream whenever court is over set to redirect over to Dolly Talk to talk about the Wade Wilson case. And I also think Nick Starro is supposed to be going live around 6 p.m., so about an hour from now, to recap today if you missed any portions and want to revisit it. But I might also jump into Ryan Hall, y'all, and watch some of this coverage as it comes in. Thank you for all of the concern. It's really humbling. But really, it's the other side of the state that right now, like, send the thoughts that way. Sarasota. And also, I hear a lot of the tornadoes. There was one that touched down in Fort Myers area. So just all over the state, different areas just getting whomped already. So thoughts kind of with, like, a big portion of the state of Florida. Like I said earlier, Milton's just, like, giving this big, windy, rainy, strong, powerful hug to the state. But really hitting the West Coast first. Thank you for the 2 HVAC, and thank you for the kind thoughts. Also here, this was really important, and I didn't want to just, like, squeeze it in between an Atkins pause. Ms. Kim's, and Jesse's trying to say hi. Ms. Kim's, it is always a pleasure to see you, and then seeing this, sending my love to you. Ms. Kim says, good afternoon all. Sorry for my absence. I had to bury my brother. I know that wasn't easy. I can't even imagine. Like, I only have one brother, and, like, I get overwhelmed thinking about the idea, so I can only imagine, and my thoughts are with you. Ms. Kim says, please remember to tell your loved ones that you love them every day. My brother told me, and I told him. I hope that you have a wonderful day. We're going to have a wonderful day on purpose, and great reminder, especially with this bad weather. Great time to let people know you're thinking about them, that you love them, and to hear it back. Ms. Kim, this was really, really sweet of you. And just so we don't get behind, I want to make sure we're still playing this. But I absolutely did not want to pull that up during the middle of a court pause. I wanted to hold that. So sorry if it seemed like I didn't see it at first. I just wanted to make sure we gave you the attention. Okay, and then that's pulled up there. And I always skip over Jesse from Law and Crime. And really, you guys have been so considerate and so kind with, like, all of the hurricane thoughts, prayers, wishes. Stephen T. Satchel had said, does the district attorney know about Audacity Audio Editor? It's free for Windows, Mac, and Linux. Easy to extract clips in an audio project. Now, that's true, and that is a decently easy program to use. Is there, like, maybe something that they have to use a specific program, maybe, that constrains them? But my guess is the state didn't go so far out of the way to find a program or a service that they could use either way. They just said, all right, here's what we've got. We'll just manually press pause, press play. Business as usual for the state. Papa John's been a member for 1 month. Shout out to Papa John. I remember when you said you were evidence. Thank you, Kat. Love your insight and all the slimes. Shout out to the slimes in the chat. And then Angie Lay's out here sniping, gifting a membership. Thank you so much, Angie. Jennifer N's also been a member for 1 month. Lots of, like, 1 month members in here. It must have been a spillover from 30 days ago. Thank you so much. Got the starry-eyed face. Black Butterfly says, what is don't have to pay for minutes for the win, Alex? Oh, yeah, because it's a wiretapped phone rather than them having the... why can't I remember the name? We've heard it so many times at the intro of the calls. Like, this call is powered by whatever it's called. But yeah, since they're doing these wiretaps, the calls could be longer. Blessing and a curse, because some of us were struggling to get through them. It was a little bit boring sometimes. Good to see you, Black Butterfly. Thank you for the 5. The Squirrel Brain came back. Squirrel Brain said, you know what? We're going to gift another one. Thank you, Squirrel Brain. And I think you were behind on the stream. Did you catch up with this? Rasan, or maybe Ryzen, became a new member. Thank you so much. And then HVAC for Dummies earlier had said prayers for Florida. So appreciating you today, HVAC. Now, where exactly are you? You said we have some Tampa Bay folks in the chat. Do we have any Sarasota folks? And no, it's not done for the day. But I also wonder if they come back from this restroom break, if they're just going to be like, oh, we can't actually figure anything out. So who actually knows? Whitaker's trying to make use of the final 30 minutes of the day, and 10 are going to be spent on this restroom break. So who knows? Who knows? And yeah, so these tornado watches have been crazy. I mean, I pulled up a map of Florida, and it was like a large portion of the state was under watches and warnings. And just so you guys know, a warning means there's been a radar indication or a sighting of an actual tornado. So a warning is not, hey, something might be coming. A warning is there is one. There is a tornado. So if you ever see that, make sure you get away from your windows. Get inside the middle of your house. Make sure you're not in the pathway of anything that could fly and hit you in the head. Also, speaking of the difference between warning and watch, G the Kid here, interesting point and interesting note of Whitaker's commentary today. You know, Whitaker doesn't seem to think the state has presented that much evidence that proves the elements of what they're trying to prove. And G the Kid says, the judge's statements about weak evidence made it sound like she'd grant a JMOL if they're somehow convicted. Now, I think this is probably similar to a JNOF. So that would be if the jury comes back with a verdict. A judgment notwithstanding the verdict could be a way that the judge could enter an alternative judgment despite whatever verdict the jury returns. That would essentially set aside the verdict and enter a new judgment by the judge. Now, with a JMOL, that sounds like something that could be a directed verdict, which would be, say, for example, the state rests their case in chief. The defense is about to have their chance to present their case in chief, but right before, because the state bears the burden of proof to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt on all counts, as they allege, all of the elements of all the underlying counts. If any of the defense attorneys want to motion for a directed verdict, they would stand up and make the arguments arguing the sufficiency of the evidence presented by the state during their case in chief to say, look, at least for maybe these specific counts or charges as they relate to my client, you know, evidence hasn't been shown that could meet the elements required. And I think that'll be really interesting to see because we have so many defense attorneys. And it's kind of like a crapshoot, right? You see, watching other trials, it's something that I see defense attorneys try, but it usually doesn't go anywhere. It's like for the record. But when we have all of these counts, I wonder, like, maybe the defense will be able to successfully shave some counts off with a directed verdict between the cases in chief. So I'm really curious to see this play out with a case of this magnitude. Great, great, great food for thought. And yes, thank you, Stephen here. Judgment as a matter of law. I struggle with acronyms sometimes. Like, my brain knows what I'm thinking about, but then, like, it escapes me. It gets stuck somewhere back here and doesn't come to the forefront. So there we go. Thank you, Stephen, for the assist. Julie Cat says, so was today all about organizing and streamlining the state's case? Did you hear Love's 2 mini motions? Well, so she ruled on Love's mini motions, but didn't give them a chance to make oral arguments, which is kind of scathing. Oops. But that was right out the gate, the beginning of the day. So if you wanted to rewatch it, if you were to rewind, like when the stream's over, I'll have it timestamped in the description so you can jump to it. But if you just look for at the beginning of the stream, the first time the Georgia seal gives way to Whitaker coming on the screen, it's the first thing she addresses. She denies both of those. So today is about streamlining. We haven't gotten to witness conversations yet, though. Oh.
Ms. Holton, y'all, when I first got in this case, this order of exhibits, which it has it, I mean, we can talk about it tomorrow, but y'all given a couple of, I feel like, different updates to this since then.
We have.
Can you have for everybody to use first thing in the morning, whatever you believe your latest and greatest to be?
Yes.
Okay. And then also, y'all had done kind of a partial list that had not only the witness, but the evidence that, you know, the specific evidence that was going to come through. And I said, oh, don't get that detailed right now. Just focus on a broad one. But if y'all know it for other people by now, and, you know, it's in a form that can be put together pretty quickly, that might help us as well.
Yes, and we do have the Dropbox folders as well that have the exhibits, certain
Okay.
specific exhibits.
All right, so when we go through those, that's everything then, so.
No,
Even the order of proof that the state has, maybe, excuse me, that the court has, I believe that has generally the evidence that we're going to be bringing into each.
Okay. All right, so this is still a pretty good thing to follow?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there an update to it or no?
we'll provide
All right,
everyone tomorrow
great.
morning. with
Okay,
an update.
because that'll help us. And then, okay, well, I guess that's what we need then, is just whatever the most up-to-date one is. So we will have whatever discussions we're going to have about that tomorrow in streamlining and what's necessary and what's not. And then potentially move to the exhibits that are already in and where everybody is on that.
Okay.
Okay, and so that'll probably be hopefully a shorter day tomorrow. And then Friday well, we can talk about it tomorrow, but Friday we'll be back at 9 for all the stuff for Mr. Ryan, and then circling back to finish up all the things that y'all wanted to get back with on both of those sets of wiretaps. And then where would we move from there? Just to the rest of I think we were on the witness, where were we, 60 through 106 or whatever?
Your Honor, but the defense has gone through it, so I assume that I might be wrong, that the objections that we went through this morning, they had went through all of those folders, so they presented their objections in that joint motion that we went through earlier, is what I assume.
Oh, that was the rest of the evidence?
I assume they went through all
That
of.
would be fantastic.
So I think that would be a question for the defense, but
Okay.
my understanding is they
Well,
had
let's
went
ask the defense.
through all of it.
Okay, so the joint motion that
Bill's already
y'all
standing.
had agreement to, or, you know, things that were not yet agreed to that we went through this morning, does that cover all of the evidence that y'all know about that's been presented as, here's something we're going to present?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay.
The state was still, and they may have sent it over today, but signifying what jail calls and what parts of body cameras, and I did not look at that if it
Okay.
did come. I think it came today.
And my apologies. That was the last groups, the videos or media. We sent over the timestamps. I think they need to review that to
Okay.
see if there's an issue.
That got sent today?
That got sent early this morning, yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, well, hopefully then, by Friday, y'all will have looked, and let me just say, in terms of scheduling tomorrow, that it is going to be a shorter day because I have a couple of conflicts, and I may leave y'all here to work on both getting together on the exhibit list, but we can't push it off forever, because at some point we have to figure that out. But I may give you all the afternoon to kind of stick around and work on the videos and the jail calls.
That would be great.
Okay, and then That way, Friday, we can discuss them. Okay?
We could also, if it's okay with the court, just go through and make sure we didn't miss anything in the 60 through 100
Sure.
and something.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks, everybody, for your hard work today, and I will see y'all all at 9 tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's here?
So we've got some things to talk about, and
Just
before
so y'all
we
are clear,
close out,
we're not really in session tomorrow. It's just basically going to be one big sort
media.
of meeting, but not court, not motions, just discussion of. So y'all can have the day off.
So media probably not there. All right, what I was about to say is we've got some things to talk about, but before we end up winding things down and closing the stream off, I will double check with Kathy Rousson and Joseph Papp to see if they give any indication that the media pool will still be recording anything tomorrow. The in-chambers meeting that they're supposed to have tomorrow, they are saying that, and when I say in-chambers, they're having it in the courtroom because of the sheer number of people that will need to be present because there's so many co-defendants. But it's not part of the record in this case. So, you know, I've speculated that this has something to do maybe with the news over the weekend about potential bribery involving Huey and a detention officer and 2 of his family members. I don't know much about that, and I won't know much about that until that separate those arrests play out, right? I only have the initial news reporting. So I don't have the answers to give you there. And I don't really want to speculate. But yeah, so as far as tomorrow, if it's not streamed anyway, again, I will make sure I'll post on a community post and on X to let you guys know, like, hey, here's a signal, Kat's here. But if I do have an issue with power tomorrow, you know, there's going to be people streaming it. I know Classy Beach streams in the morning as part of his Music in the Morning shows. He's been doing several hours of the session. So if this is only like a morning session, that'd be perfect tomorrow. Nick Starro, if he doesn't stream live when court is in session or court starts, whatever we're going to call it for tomorrow, at some point in the day, he always seems to do a recap. So that's another option. Dear Woke Christian has been doing them. Today, you guys pointed out the lead attorney went live, and maybe if he doesn't go live, but there is cameras in the courtroom tomorrow, maybe AV on her own channel would go live. So there are plenty of options tomorrow. And I'll try to like post links if I know my internet's going to be weird and cameras will be present, but I can't be the one to stream it. I'll try to like post links for you guys to find your way so you don't get lost out here. And then let's go through. I will be looking. All right, so it is closed to the media according to Joseph Papp. So there we go. Which seemed like what Whitaker was saying when she said, so y'all have the day off while looking at the media pool, but you know, this is a bit clearer. It's a bit more set in stone. So it looks like no session tomorrow. So in that case, what are you guys going to tune into tomorrow instead? What cases are you going to watch in the meantime? Stephen T. Satchel says, I pay the ticket prices for my entertainment. Well, you don't have to. You can watch for free. You are always appreciated, though. Chloe Albert's Revenge made me laugh at this. I'm back. Boss was making me do work. I already showed up. Leave me alone. Jeez. I think a lot of people can probably relate to you. Like, who in here has been working and lurking at any point watching this trial? Anything YSL? Oh, man. And also, I feel like I shout Thugger Daily out all the time. And I say Joseph Papp's name a lot, but I'm thinking, like, it's probably hard to find him because he does spell his name with the Z and the S. I don't think that that's that common. So let me share his link. You guys want to give Mr. Papp a follow. And then Apunan Wu, thank you so much for the 10, says, Mlat attack, mod love all the time with tons of green hearts. Nana Banana, always love to see Nana Banana's name. I always think of Whitaker saying, get that banana out of the courtroom. Drove 3 hours north to get out of the hurricane. Stay safe. I'm hoping you're enjoying your trip. I know a lot of people, they were saying Buc-ee's between Florida and Georgia was like packed with people evacuating for the hurricane. So I hope you had a decent drive and didn't get stuck in traffic, because that looks crazy sometimes. But thank you for being here to watch the trial with us. That is awesome. And we also get 3 hearts, green hearts, and family. Thank you so much, Nana Banana. Peter Ortiz, after gifting a whopping 50 memberships earlier, gifted another 5. So big shout out to Peter Ortiz if you were still in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And then Jaha Lewis, so we had some debate on this. Did Atkins just tell Love they need to know when to move on? And it sounded like move on to some, it sounded like move over to others. And I'm just going to stick to my original stance that either way, I think that's hilarious, whatever it is that he actually said. So he's either said move on or move over. I think they're both hilarious. Thank you so much for the super. Positive Q during the earlier call said translator. Yeah, a little bit was hard to understand. And to be honest, hearing Atkins and Shart, but, you know, they had some disagreement about what was being said, but having them say out loud some of what was going on in the calls was helpful. Thank you so much for the 2. Oh, Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I swear if one of them crop dusted a bookstore. Oh no, don't do that. Don't be that person. These dummies would be arguing they left the scent in furtherance of YSL, the smell of YSL slime. No, 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 no. Chloe Albert's Revenge. But there's probably some truth here. It would be an overt act. Oh my gosh. Deja Vu, thank you so much for gifting a membership. And then Dolly Talk had gifted 3. I kept this pinned because I wanted to make sure I could remind you guys that he is going to be looking at the Wade Wilson and some of the jail calls in that case again. That is a Florida case. And I know, thank you, Steph JK got out of here. I saw the mods sharing Dolly's link earlier. Oh, and he's live already. He must have started at 5. So this will redirect over there. But here's the link, because sometimes the redirects, I don't know, I break things. Apunanu, thank you for sprinkling memberships. Apunanu also gave a ton of gifted memberships today. Appreciate you. And then Angie out here with another sprinkle. Oh wait, hold on. And then Apunanu sprinkling more. Wait, we've got 1, 2, and 3 more from Apunanu. Thank you so much. Love to see it. We had a ton. We hit over 200 memberships, which is insane. That means I can probably add more channel emojis because they unlock the number you can have after every interval. I don't know what the intervals are, but I will have to check, and maybe we can add some new emojis. Maybe Friday. Let's see. Get this updated here. We are at 246. That's incredible. That is a ton of gifted memberships. Especially, you know who made a dent? K Grammar dropping 5 earlier. I know I had said it out loud, but they started talking in the court, and I want to make sure I say thank you in an audible fashion and not let it get lost in the sauce. So thank you, K Grammar. And Steven Satchel sprinkling another one, after gifting 50 and a bunch of sprinkled, sniped, slimed, gifted memberships. Just incredible support. Like, Steven, you do too much. You were too nice. Black Butterfly, I couldn't wait to read this. So, Black Butterfly raises a great point. The pertinent part is that they called Thug and Umfung scary. They said scary donkey, but Thug's supposed to be the leader. And I still have questions. This isn't the first time that the word scary was used in trial, and I felt like the state either didn't understand the usage of it or pretended they didn't understand the usage. Woody mentioned it once. Scary can mean 2 things. Well, it can probably mean more things, but there's 2 common ways to use scary. And the meaning can mean the exact opposite. So I could call something scary. I could say Michael Myers is scary. And that means it gives me fright. It's something that I'm afraid of. Or I could say Michael Myers is scary. And that could mean that Michael Myers gets afraid easily. Can easily become afraid. It's quick to jump. So there's 2 ways, there's 2 common ways that the word scary is used and they mean the exact opposite of one another. One is the thing doing the scaring, and the other thing is the thing that's easily scared. And sometimes we hear the state use this phrase and it doesn't seem like they're acknowledging that there's multiple meanings, or that they're aware that there may be conflicting multiple meanings. So great point to highlight here and talk about, because I feel like there might be some people in the chat that haven't heard the phrase scary be used in the way, I'm scary, I jump easily. Like lightning, I'm scary, it makes me jump. So great reminder, great thing to point out. Chloe Albert's Revenge says they investigated nothing. They are using statements and lyrics as truth of deeds while calling these guys robbers, murderers, liars, and everything else. But if it makes their case, they are truthful. And it really bothered me that, oh, we'll just take the name Quay out. And I really feel like the defense counsel is so like, oh my God, don't mention my client, don't mention my client. But really, I feel like it's actually more prejudicial. Like if they left Quay in and could cross-examine Viverito on, well, do you know what Quay they were talking about? Well, if we don't think that Viverito is for certain going to be able to make a good argument to tell us how she followed the lead and realized that this was a particular Quay that was being talked about right then and there. If we can't dismantle that, like, it might kind of be more helpful for us to say, that's not even the right Quay that you're looking for. You just heard the name Quay and didn't consider what Quay it could have been and just made a conclusion without any basis for making that conclusion. It could have been more effective to end up crossing on something like that. But if you take it out entirely, you give nothing to work with, and then you can't cross and whittle away at that. So the jury would be left with, well, they're talking about somebody, why would they be playing this unless they're just talking about somebody in the room? Surely this must be about somebody sitting here, one of these 6 co-defendants. So I really think that this is problematic. I think that this issue of the way that they could bring in these statements and just paint anyone talking about snitching and criminal activity whatsoever, who cares who they're talking about, is an extremely dangerous way to pursue a case. It doesn't seem like justice. And today we saw how it could put the defendants in a catch-22. Like, sure, I don't want them to use a name that could inculpate my client. But at the same time, if they just take the name out, then I can't cross against and defend on it. So it's kind of paradoxical. Great food for thought, Chloe, as always. Apuninu says, back to line-by-line edits again. Yeah, not any of our favorite things to see. Oh, okay, so you are doing a recap stream. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if you sent this, like... Okay, it should be up by now. Okay, I don't actually see it scheduled. Oh, I do see it. I lied. I see it. I'm pulling an Atkins. I was wrong. I see it. Okay, so Nick's upcoming stream starting in less than 10 minutes now. This is the link. So that's awesome. I'm looking forward to listening to some of those calls again, because it was hard, especially live and trying to like read your comments and look at some weather reports on the side. It was a bit hard for me to process what I was hearing, and I definitely want to replay some of it multiple times. So Nick, I'm super excited that you are going live soon. I will pop in there. And then Judge Whitaker's cat. Oh, shout out to Judge Whitaker's cat. Cute picture. Can you explain impeaching a witness? And I think one distinction I'd love to make is perjury versus impeachment, right? There is a slight difference where perjury would be if you've said something while you swore off on it, right? You gave a sworn statement, or you say something under oath that conflicts and contradicts something else that you've said as a sworn statement or under oath. Now that could be perjury, and you could potentially be charged with that, right? Because it's two things that aren't compatible that you're saying while you're sworn, or you're swearing off on. Now with impeachment, that could be a bit broader. That could involve a prior inconsistent statement. So for example, somehow we have evidence that you said something somewhere. It may not have been, didn't raise your hand and swear to tell the truth. You weren't actually under oath when you said it, right? This is why it's broader than perjury. But somehow it's recorded. It is either submitted through discovery and either probably waiting to come in until the state can say, well, that's not what you said previously. So now we want to make this admissible. And the reason that's important is because the state is building their strategy around so many witnesses by planning ahead already, planning that they're going to impeach a witness, to be able to kind of backdoor a statement that they otherwise wouldn't be able to get in based off foundation, right? So the extra layer here is impeaching is, hey, that's not what you said before. But impeaching someone as a strategy, impeaching a witness as a strategy, which we're seeing over and over here, is another way to push for the admissibility of evidence that ordinarily you wouldn't be able to get admitted. So there's a lot around impeaching witnesses. You may have a more specific or maybe a less specific question than that. But I'm thinking because we heard about Sumlin and potentially having some evidence that we won't use until we need to impeach him, that might be what prompted your question. So I hope that was a decent enough answer there on why we were hearing about impeaching today, again, with the state planning ahead to impeach a witness. And then let's see. Don't do that, Stephen. Don't do that. Stephen says my social security check cleared today. Well, hold on. You must be on the bench like, hey, we might not have social security in the future. Let's just use it while we've got it. I appreciate you, Stephen. Chloe Alberts Revenge says, Nick, what do you think of my cat gang from earlier? Okay. So that's one for Nick to answer. And then, did it really, though, gifted a membership? Love your username. Thank you for gifting a membership. Chloe Alberts Revenge says, y'all remember that old Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney song, Quay, 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 instead of Say, Say, Say? I love the Quay references in the chat, you guys. I love it. And then, let's see. I think we'll finish with Chloe here. Chloe says if love was smart, she'd find out where they sell those magical surveillance printers and use them to collect actual evidence for her case. Yep. So attorney Siri Shada Jimenez, who's no longer, representing anybody in this case, he wrote on X in response to something else that Love did. Oh, it was after the motion to restrict extrajudicial statements to the media. He commented on like a thread that Doug made or something like that, saying that Love accused him one time of spying on him through a printer. So that's where this reference is coming from. And always happy to be completely catching a Chloe reference, because Chloe is above and beyond my trivia pursuit. And thank you so much, you guys. So we're going to do the link dropping just so you guys have them. Again, Dolly is doing the Wade Wilson case. So this is Dolly. And Nick Starro is starting momentarily to do his recap of day 141. Some more YSL. We also have Club Classy later tonight. Not really that far away, 2 hours away. And, if I have internet, I will be there. Let's see, is that... Okay, so here's the link to Club Classy. And thank you to the mods for sharing this throughout the day. And then we didn't get to it over lunch, but I had mentioned a clip of, and it's in the description as well, but a clip about the Waters Road search and Max Shart's thoughts on the search and how they were looking for guns after the Waters Road incident. Sorry, and when I lived in Rochester, there's a road called Water Street. There's a big music venue there. My brain keeps switching the two, but it's Waters Road. So that is this clip on Waters Road. If you guys wanted to revisit that from August 22nd. So, and then, I wanted to catch one more here. I should have pinned it because my chat is being a little funky. All about the shade. All about this. The shade says my dad passed away last night. Sending my thoughts to you. I've been listening all day to try to keep distracted. Well, I understand what that's like. I hope we helped. I definitely hope we helped. Sending my thoughts your way. That does not sound easy, and I think that the chat loves you. The chat's sending you some love. That is certainly not easy to deal with. Tons of love going your way in the chat. And yeah, so on that note, you guys, those are some places we can go and hang out. Anyone in the path of bad weather, you guys stay safe. Reach out to someone that you know that's in the path of bad weather. It means a lot to me when you guys check in on me. So if you've got someone else that you're thinking of, let them know. It means a lot. And then Sapphire Ridge News, I think you also mentioned you have your surgery on Friday. So I'll see you at Club Classy tonight, hopefully. But if I don't, if power's out, if I don't speak to you, you know, best of wishes, praying for you through your surgery. So all my friends out here, you guys in the chat, you guys are my friends. We spend so much time together. Wishing you all well. We're going to end on a good note and redirect and see you somewhere out in the YouTube world. See you next time.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette.
G as in Goldfetter. K as in kittens. M as in magic. P as in perfect. C as in Colette. U as in unbelievable. V as in victory. W as in wonderful.
O for objection. S for sustain. E for buffering. E for Pepto-Bane. S for slime, my friend, and you as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall. M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down P. T for telling me anything. R for rights we stand. I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance. Keep your stances strong. With ABCs of steel, you can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real.